Because of Lizzie's Jeep. If it hadn't been for that, I might not have met Matt, and maybe he wouldn't have felt the need to prove himself, and maybe nobody would have been hurt. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Like I said, it started with Lizzie's Jeep. Lizzie is the wife of my brother Brian, and they were expecting their first child in the fall. She decided her old Wrangler, which she had had since college, wasn't going to cut it as a family vehicle, so she parked it out in front of our shop with the handwritten "For Sale" sign in the window. The shop had come to us via my grandfather. Originally, it had been a hardware store. At some point, auto parts had been added as well. When my grandpa died, my dad took over the store, and when he died, it passed to Brian, Lizzie, and me. Normally, I didn't mind tending the place, but it was a gorgeous spring day in Colorado, and at that moment, I would have rather been outside, enjoying the sunshine. Instead, I was sitting with my feet on the counter, dreaming of what might have been. That's when he came in. He caught my attention right away, simply because he wasn't from around here. I'd lived in Coda my whole life, not counting the 5 years I spent in Fort Collins at the university, and I knew everybody in town by sight, if not by name. So he was either visiting somebody in the area or just passing through. We're not a tourist town, but people do bump into us occasionally, either looking for four-wheel drive trails or on their way to one of the dude ranches farther up the road. He certainly didn't look like one of the middle-aged suckers who frequented the dude ranches. He was probably in his early 30s, taller than me by several inches, putting him just over 6 feet, with military short black hair and a couple of days' worth of dark stubble on his cheeks. He wore jeans, a plain black t-shirt, and cowboy boots. Broad shoulders and big arms showed he worked out. In short, he was drop-dead gorgeous. "The Jeep run?" His voice was deep with a little bit of a drawl. Not deep South drawl, but the vowels were definitely longer than a Coloradan. "You bet. Run's great." He glanced out the window at it. "Why are you selling it?" "Not me, my sister-in-law. She says it'll be too hard to get a car seat in the back. She bought a Cherokee instead." He looked a little confused by that, which told me he didn't have kids himself. "So it drives okay?" "Perfect. Want to try it out? I've got the keys right here." His eyebrows went up. "You need collateral or something? I can leave my license." I think at that point he could have talked me into anything. My knees wobbled a bit. Was there really a touch of green in those steel-gray eyes? I hoped I sounded casual when I said, "I'll go with you. I know the roads around here. We can take it up one of the easy trails so you can see how it handles." "What about the store? Hate to leave you short-handed during rush hour." He raised an eyebrow toward the empty store, one corner of his mouth barely twitching up. "Won't your boss be mad if you leave?" I laughed. "I'm one of the owners, so I can slack off if I want to." I turned and called into the back room. "Hey, Ringo?" Our one employee came warily out of the back. He was always skittish with me, and if Lizzie wasn't around, he made a point of keeping his distance. I think he expected me to make a pass at him. He was 17, with stringy black hair and bad skin. He probably weighed $1.05 soaking wet. I didn't have the heart to tell him he wasn't my type. "Yeah? Hold the fort. I'll be back in an hour or so." I turned back to my tall, dark stranger. "Let's go." Once we were in the Jeep, he held his hand out to me. "I'm Matt Richards." "Jared Thomas." His grip was strong, but he wasn't one of those guys who had to break your hand to prove how macho he is. "Which way?" "Turn left. Let us drive up to the rock." "What's that?" "What it sounds like, a big fucking rock. It's nothing spectacular. People go up there to picnic, and the teenagers go there to park or to get high." He frowned a little at that. I was starting to think he didn't smile much. I, on the other hand, was grinning ear to ear. Getting out of the store for a few minutes, especially to head into the mountains, was enough to brighten my day considerably. Doing it in the company of the best-looking guy I'd seen in a hell of a long time? Yeah, it was already the best day I'd had in ages. "So, what brings you to our fine metropolis?" I asked him. "I just moved here." "Really? Why in the world would you want to do that?" "Why not?" His tone was bantering, although his face was still serious. "You live here, don't you? Is it that bad?" "Well, no, I love it here. That's why I've never left. But You know, the town is dying. More people moving out than moving in. Towns along the Front Range are booming, but nobody wants to live up here and commute. I was just hired by the Coda PD. You're a cop? He raised an eyebrow at me with obvious amusement. Is that a problem? Well, no, but I wish I hadn't told you about the kids coming up here to get high. Don't worry. I won't tell them you're the rat. So, the good officer wasn't completely without humor? You've lived here your whole life? He didn't sound curious so much as like he was just trying to make casual conversation. Yep, except for the years I spent in college. And you own the store? Me and my brother and his wife. It's not a big money maker or anything, but we manage. Brian's an accountant, and he has other clients, so he mostly just does the books. Lizzie and I run the shop. But you went to college. Now he sounded genuinely curious. Yeah, I went to Colorado State. I have degrees in physics and elementary education. I have my teacher's certificate, too, for all the good it's doing me. Why aren't you a teacher? I didn't want to let Brian and Lizzie down. That wasn't entirely true, but I didn't want to tell him the real reason, that I didn't want to deal with the fallout of being a gay high school teacher in a small town. There isn't anyone else to cover the shop. We can't afford a full-time employee. Well, we could if they didn't want benefits, but they do. So instead, we just have Ringo part-time. We get half his salary back because he spends his paychecks on stuff for his car, so it works out okay. I laughed. Ringo. That can't be his real name. Good Lord, I was babbling like an idiot. Sorry I'm talking so much. I'm sure I'm boring you. He looked right at me and said, Not at all. We reached the parking area at the end of the road. You'll have to turn around here. He stopped the Jeep and glanced around. There were no other cars. I don't see any rock. Just up the trail a bit. Want to walk up there? His face brightened a little. You bet. So we walked down the trail, through ponderosa pines and Douglas firs and aspens that were just starting to bud, to one of the rocky abutments that must have helped give the Rockies their name. The Colorado mountains are full of these giant piles of boulders, rounded by wind and time, covered with dry sage and rust-colored lichen. This one was about 20 feet high on the downhill side. If you walked up the hill, you could practically walk right out onto it. But what's the fun in that? These rocks just begged to be climbed. Once we reached the top, we sat down. The view wasn't really any different from there. We could see down the trail to the Jeep, but other than that, it was just more trees, more rocks, more mountains. I love Colorado, but this type of view can be found in hundreds of spots. I was surprised to hear a contented sigh from Matt. When I looked at him, his face showed amazement. Man, I love Colorado. I'm from Oklahoma. This is better, believe me. He turned to look at me, squinting in the sun, and I almost quit breathing. His skin was tan, and his eyes were shining. Yeah, definitely a hint of green in them. Thanks for bringing me up here. Any time. And I meant it. Chapter 2. Matt came by the shop the next day, cash in hand, to buy the Jeep. It was a Saturday, normally one of our busier days, so Lizzie and I were both working. Will you join me for a beer? Matt asked. He had shaved that morning, and it made him look several years younger. Man, he was cute. I'd love to, but you'll have to give me a rain check. I'm having dinner with the family. Oh, he sounded disappointed. Well, maybe another time. Wait a minute, Lizzie interrupted, grinning ear to ear. I could tell by the look on her face she thought she was doing me a huge favor. Why don't you join us? We're just having dinner up at the house. We'd love to have you. I probably should have seen that coming. Still, it surprised me when Matt agreed. Once he was gone, I tried not to look at Lizzie, who was practically bouncing on her toes, wearing the goofiest smile I'd seen in a long time. She has blonde hair that seems to fly all over the place when she moves, and blue eyes, which at the moment were shining with excitement. I suppose she falls somewhere between lovely and cute as a button, and I swear she could charm the stars down out of the sky if she tried. Well, she finally asked. Well, what? I knew I was blushing and hated myself for it. You know what? She smacked me on the arm. He's hot. And he asked you out. Aren't you excited? The fact was, I didn't have many friends. Most of my buddies from high school were married with kids. The ones who weren't married were all troublemakers who spent their nights drinking at the bar. Lizzie was probably the best friend I had in the world, and I knew she hoped I'd find somebody. I don't think he meant it as a date. Her smile faltered a little. You don't? Does he look gay to you? Well, no, but neither do you, so that obviously doesn't mean anything, and you know it. He wanted to take you out and was disappointed that he wasn't going to have you to himself. I think he's interested. The smile came back in its full glory. I knew better than to get my hopes up. Needless to say, I never planned to be in my 30s and still alone, but being gay in a town this small isn't easy. Colorado isn't exactly a gay mecca. It's not the Bible Belt, but it's not San Francisco either. Most of the town knows about me, and most of them even accept me, but a few still look the other way when I pass them in the grocery store or refuse to deal with me when they come into the shop. People always ask me when I knew I was gay. I guess they think I had some epiphany, lights flashing and horns blaring. But it wasn't like that for me. It was more of a culmination of events. I suppose the first clues came early in puberty, as I compared myself to my brother Brian, 2 years my elder. While he was hanging up posters of Cindy Crawford and Samantha Fox, I was putting up only cars and the Denver Broncos. I knew he found girls enticing and fascinating in a way I didn't understand, but I didn't worry about it much. One weekend when I was 15, my dad went to a Broncos game and bought me a poster showing the whole team with the cheerleaders arrayed around them in various provocative poses. Brian helped me hang it up, and then we stepped back to admire it. "Which one do you think is the best looking?" Brian asked me. "Steve Atwater?" I said without even thinking about it. He laughed, but it was a nervous kind of laugh, like he wasn't sure if I was pulling his leg or not. When I glanced his way, I found him staring at me with a look on his face that would eventually become very familiar. Part humor, part confusion, part concern. I was embarrassed. I knew my answer was wrong, and yet I wasn't really sure why. "No," he said. "I meant which one of the cheerleaders." In truth, I'd barely noticed them. Soon my friends were swapping skin magazines with shaking hands and boastful laughs. I wasn't exactly sure what they felt when they looked at them, but it was pretty clear it wasn't the same as the mild embarrassment they elicited in me. It wasn't until I met Tom that I realized exactly how different I was. Tom played football with Brian. They were best friends. I was 16, they were 18. From the moment he walked through our front door, I was infatuated with him. I could barely speak to him, but couldn't keep my eyes off him. His laugh was enough to elicit physical responses that caused me to always have a school book in my hand when he was in the house. Not because I was such a good student, but because I needed to be able to cover myself quickly. I walked a fine line between wanting to see him as much as possible and wanting to stay out of his sight. I caught Brian watching me again with the same looks he had given me the day I blurted out Steve Atwater's name. Concern, bemusement, embarrassment. It was something of a relief when the two of them finally graduated and went off to college. After that, I was pretty sure, although I never said anything to anybody. I faked my way through high school. I never tried out for football because I was afraid of the complications that could arise in the locker room, if only in my imagination. I had a few dates with girls, but they were mostly group dates. We held hands a few times, and a couple of them even kissed me. The kisses were, for me at least, completely uninspiring, bordering on disturbing, and it never went any further than that. Once I made it to college, away from home, I finally allowed myself to experiment. I met guys at the club or at the gym and had a few brief but meaningless affairs. Never found anything I would have called love, but I knew after that, without a doubt, that I was gay. Maybe I should have moved somewhere else after graduating. But no place else would have felt like home. Still, hot new cop or not, chances of finding a partner in Coda were almost non-existent, and chances of me ending up alone seemed depressingly high. Chapter 3. So, that night, Matt met my family. Lizzie went home from work early, ostensibly to get a head start on dinner, but I think the real reason was so she could fill in Brian and Mom before Matt arrived. Brian, of course, was courteous. Mom was sizing him up, but seemed to approve. "Are you into mountain biking, too?" she asked him as we ate dinner. "I sold my bike before I moved here. I like riding, but in Oklahoma there aren't really any mountains to bike in. Why?" "Jared's up there every time he has a day off. He goes alone. I keep telling him he shouldn't. What if he got hurt?" "Mom, cool it. Have I ever been hurt?" "You get hurt every time." Oh boy, here we go. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes at her. "I meant I've never been seriously hurt. Bumps and bruises don't count." "But you don't even wear a helmet." "I do if it's a hard trail." She was starting to whine now. I hate the guilt trip, but I hate helmets more. "I wish you wouldn't worry about it so much." "But there's nobody with you in case you need help." "Talk to your other son, then," I teased. "He's the one who won't ride with me anymore." Brian threw up his hands like he was surrendering the fort. "I can't keep up." "It's not the trails I worry about," Lizzie cut in. "It's here in town that scares me. Crazy drivers talking on their cell phones and never watching where they're going." She shook her finger in my direction. It was not the first time I'd heard this speech. "You ride to and from work every day and you never wear your helmet. It's not safe. I bet Mac can tell you about all kinds of terrible accidents involving bicyclists who weren't wearing helmets, right, Matt?" He looked amused. I know better than to get in the middle of a family argument. "Brian," I entreated, "save me from your wife." Brian laughed, but took pity on me and changed the subject. "So, Matt, are you a football fan?" "Of course." "You're from Oklahoma, so who do you root for? The Cowboys?" Matt actually grinned a little, and I could tell he was getting ready to let some big cat out of the bag. "Kansas City Chiefs." "Oh, no!" The whole table erupted. We're a hardcore Broncos family, and declaring allegiance for our division rival, the Chiefs, was tantamount to heresy in our household. Lizzie threw a roll at him. "Get out, loser!" "And you seem like such a nice boy, too," Mom said, shaking her head. "Jared," Brian scolded, "you know better than to bring a Chiefs fan into my house. I should throw both of you out on your asses." I laughed. I didn't know. I assumed anybody smart enough to live in Colorado would know who the better team was. All right, Matt said. "Everybody calm down. You Broncos fans are so high-strung." That got him another round of razzing, and Lizzie threw another roll at him. He saw it coming, caught it, and turned to throw it at me. "You know, it could be worse. At least I'm not a Raiders fan." And, of course, we all had to agree on that. Right after dinner, Mom went home. I sent Matt out onto the patio while I went to fetch beer from the kitchen. When I walked in, Lizzie beamed at me. I tried to ignore that look. "You coming outside with us?" "Sure," Brian started to say. "As soon as—" "No!" Lizzie cut him off, slapping his arm playfully. "We're going to give you boys some time alone." Brian looked a little troubled by that. I had a sudden Steve Atwater flashback. Obviously, knowing I was gay was one thing, but this was the first time he'd ever really had to think about me with a potential suitor. I'd never had a boyfriend serious enough to introduce to my family. "I don't think that's necessary," I assured them. "I'm pretty sure that's not what he has in mind." "I think you're wrong. You two couldn't take your eyes off each other all through dinner. I'm going upstairs and Brian will clean up." "What am I supposed to tell him?" "Are you kidding? Tell him the pregnant lady got tired and had to lie down. It's not even a lie. I'm exhausted, but—" And she pointed a finger right at me. "I expect a full report in the morning." 2 beers later, we were sprawled in patio chairs enjoying the unseasonably warm evening. "So, are you married?" I asked him. "Nope." "Divorced?" "Nope." "Ever come close?" "No." Well, that seemed odd. At our age, I would at least have expected a near miss. Unless... "Why not?" He fidgeted with the label on his beer bottle. "Guess I just haven't found a girl I felt that way about." "What about a guy?" It was out of my mouth before my good sense could stop it. And, of course, I really did want to know. "What? No." He sat up straight, looking alarmed and a little bit angry. "Of course not. Why would you ask that?" That tiny flicker of hope that Lizzie had lit within me died. "It was just a question. It's no big deal. Sorry I brought it up." "I'm not gay." "Okay." "Why?" It sounded like a challenge. "Are you?" "Yes." He would have found out soon enough anyway. He was taken aback. He frowned at me, looking me up and down. "You are? I mean, I was kidding. I didn't really think you'd say yes." I laughed uncontrollably. "Well, I am." I looked him square in the eyes. "Is that a problem?" "Well..." To his credit, he stopped and thought about it. He fidgeted with the label on his bottle again. "I don't know. I never..." The label came off, and he seemed confused about what to do with it now that it was free. "You know it's not contagious." I was teasing now and hoping he'd realize it. But I was also pretty sure he wouldn't be asking me out for dinner or beers anymore. "I know. Of course I know." He sighed, and his shoulders relaxed a little. He shook his head. "I'm being an ass. It's none of my business who you sleep with." A pause, and then... "Just... I want you to know." His eyes met mine again. "I'm not." I smiled. "Hey, I'm not going to kiss you or anything." Although the thought of doing exactly that was enough to make my pulse speed up a little. But it was apparently what he needed to hear, because he relaxed the rest of the way with a sigh. Anyway, no self-respecting Coloradan would date a Chiefs fan. That made him laugh, and after that we were back on safe ground. The conversation seemed to be forgotten. Lizzie called me first thing in the morning. "Well, what happened?" "He's straight." "Oh." She sounded as disappointed as I felt. "Are you sure?" "He was pretty adamant about it." "Oh, Jared, I'm so sorry." "Lizzie, it's okay, really. I barely know the guy. It's not like I'm in love with him or anything." "I know, but you were so happy last night. I just want you to have that again. You know, like on a permanent basis." "I know. I'm not going to say I wasn't hoping, but he's straight. I guess that's the end of it. I think I'll live." Chapter 4. "Get a haircut already, you freaking bum." Harassing me about my hair was one of Lizzie's favorite pastimes. "Really, jarhead, whatever that look is, it's out." I'm not a Marine. Lizzie finds it amusing to call me Jarhead instead of Jared any time she thinks I'm being particularly obtuse, which is often. The truth is, haircuts present something of a problem for me. There are only 2 places in Coda to get one. There's Jerry's barbershop, where most of the men in town go. But Jerry's old school, one of the few people in town who treat me like I'm a pariah, so I can't go there. Then there's Sally's, the beauty salon that most of the women go to. I'd been there a couple of times, but it was miserable. The girls seemed to think me being gay meant I wanted to gossip with them about who was sleeping with whom, or debate the merits of Brad Pitt over Johnny Depp. Neither is exactly my type. I let Lizzie cut it once, but that was a disaster neither of us wanted to repeat. My dark blonde hair is thick and coarse and naturally curly. If it's too short, I end up with curls sticking out every which way, but if I let it grow, the curls at least hang down. I could have shaved it, but that seemed like too much maintenance. So what I end up with is a wild mass of curls. Even I have to admit it bears more than a passing resemblance to an old-fashioned mop. I try to tie it back when we're at the shop. If I pull the curl straight, it's just barely long enough to reach the rubber band, but by the end of the day, half of it has always escaped. Lizzie, I like being shaggy. This way you and I match, see? Her hair is about the same color as mine, but longer, and her curls are more like soft waves. She flipped it over her shoulder and gave me the finger before turning to Ringo. Ringo, tell Jared he needs a haircut. Ringo looked up in alarm from his schoolwork on the counter. Lizzie let him work on homework, as long as we didn't have customers. What? Are you talking to me? She rolled her eyes good-naturedly. Honestly, nobody listens to me. What's got you so perplexed over there? Advanced algebra. He threw his pencil down on his book and pushed his hair off his face with both hands. How can anybody do this stuff? You'll figure it out, Lizzie assured him. How? I don't understand any of it. My teacher just follows the book. My parents can't help me. Nobody can explain it to me in a way that makes sense. He picked his pencil back up and put his head in his hand as he bent back to his task. I hate it. Jared can help you. What? Ringo and I exclaimed in unison. I was horrified that she had suggested, and he obviously was too, judging by the look on his face. Jared's really good at math. He's supposed to be a physics teacher, aren't you? She gave me a piercing gaze, which I turned away from. Maybe he can tutor you. Maybe. Ringo looked skeptical. I didn't say anything. Lizzie left shortly afterward, since she had opened the shop that day. We didn't have many customers that afternoon, and Ringo spent most of his time trying to puzzle out his math problems. There was a lot of erasing going on, and I could tell he was getting frustrated. Every once in a while he'd glance over at me, and I knew he was debating whether or not to ask for help. I ignored him. Finally, as I was closing out the register, he said, hesitantly, Jared, you really know how to do this stuff? I really do. What did she mean you're supposed to be a teacher? That's what I planned to do when I went to college. So why didn't you? I could have given him the same answer I'd given Matt, but for some reason, I told him the truth. The same reason you don't want me to tutor you. Some people think that just because I'm gay, I'm going to molest every young boy who crosses my path. He was quiet for a minute, and I could tell I had embarrassed him. I felt a little bad about it, but I couldn't exactly take it back. That's what my dad says. His cheeks flushed red, and he wouldn't look at me. He says I shouldn't be alone in the shop with you. I tell him Lizzie's always here. He doesn't know that she leaves sometimes. My hands started shaking. I resisted the urge to throw something across the room. I'll be sure to keep my distance, then. The thing is, you've never tried anything with me. I've never seen you hit on anybody. Kid, I'm gay. I'm not a pervert. And I'm not a pedophile. I'm not a kid, he said indignantly. I took a deep breath to calm myself down. Of course, being 17, he didn't think of himself as a kid, even if he seemed like one to me. I know. I'm just saying, just because I'm gay doesn't mean I can't control myself, or that I don't have standards. Do you hit on every single girl you see, even the ones that are only 14, or the ones who are dating other people? Well, he'd just turned 17, so maybe that was a bad example. What about Lizzie? She likes men, too, but you don't worry about her making a move on you. I saw the wheels turning as he thought about that, but I didn't want to talk about it anymore. Either he'd figure it out or he wouldn't. I didn't feel like staying on my soapbox. Forget it. I'm locking the doors. Turn the lights off when you leave. Jared, wait. He chewed his lip, tapping his pencil nervously against his book, but at least he was looking at me. I'm never going to pass this class without help. I can't pay you, but I'll work off the clock if you'll tutor me. What about your dad? He shrugged a little. He wants me to pass. I'll work it out. His sudden change in attitude surprised me. Maybe I really had gotten through to him a little bit. Or maybe he was really that desperate to pass. Either way, the idea of tutoring him wasn't as dreadful as I'd thought at first. I was actually looking forward to having something different to do. It might even be fun. Fun? That was a pretty sad indication as to the state of my social life. Still, sitting in a counter in a hardware/auto parts store wasn't exactly stimulating. At least this would exercise some of my neglected gray matter. I could almost feel those unused parts of my brain waking up, stretching, looking around to see what was going on. Ringo was still staring at me, waiting for my answer. Why not? Okay, kid. Let's see where you're at. Chapter 5. Ringo turned out to be a good student. He had the bad habit of wanting to plug numbers into equations right away instead of working with the variables, but once I broke him of that, he started making progress. He was also hindered a little by his pride. He often told me he understood things before he really did, but he never gave up. I'd been working with him for a couple of weeks when Matt showed up at the shop. I hadn't seen him since that night at Lizzie's when he found out I was gay. I hadn't expected to hear from him again. Hey, Jared. I was hoping to catch you before you left. Lizzie immediately feigned great interest in a shelf of oil filters. I knew she was listening to every word, but trying to look like she wasn't. I still owe you dinner and a beer. How about it? If I grinned any bigger, my face would fall apart. Sounds great. He glanced over at Lizzie. You're welcome to join us, of course. What? Me? She managed to look flustered and embarrassed about being caught listening. No. Ryan's waiting for me, and I can't drink until the baby's born. You two will have more fun without me. We walked down the street to Mamacita's, Coda's one and only Mexican restaurant. Are you sure you're okay with this? I asked him before we went inside. Okay with what? This is a small town. People will see you with me, and they'll make assumptions. He frowned a little at that, and I realized it hadn't occurred to him. But then he shrugged. It's just dinner. Okay, don't say I didn't warn you. Once we were seated, our waitress, Sherry, came over. Jared, who's your friend? She asked. Sherry and I went to school together from kindergarten all the way through high school graduation. Back then, she was gorgeous. Blonde hair, brown eyes, curves in all the right places. She still is, I guess, but life has taken its toll. Some of the shine is gone, but she hasn't totally lost it. She's been married and divorced twice, both times to Dan, one of our local lowlifes. The rumors are that Dan liked to beat her up when he'd been drinking, which was most of the time. She'd even ended up in the hospital once. She at least had been smart enough to divorce him. Twice. And they didn't have any kids, which I thought was a blessing. Sherry, this is Matt. He's Coda's newest police officer. Matt would undoubtedly become acquainted with her ex-husband before too long. He was always getting in trouble for something. Matt, this is Sherry. She's... trouble? Desperate? Lonely? An old friend. I finished lamely. So glad to meet you. She gave him a killer smile. Somehow, I knew we were going to get great service while we were there. Matt wasn't shy about checking her out as she walked away either. So, he said once she was gone, did you and she date? I laughed. No. Did you ever date any girls at all? Oh, no. Not this conversation. Why did it always come down to this? No. I never seriously dated any girls. So, you've never... He let the question trail off, but it was obvious what he meant. No. Never with a girl. Well, how do you know? I couldn't stop from rolling my eyes. I just know. The fact that I've never even wanted to is a pretty big clue. Sherry showed up with our drinks, beaming at him. He didn't seem to notice. When she was gone again, he said, I'm sorry. It's none of my business. No worries. Some people think if I just try it, maybe I'll like it. But for me, at least, it's not like that. For some, though? I don't know. Obviously, there are guys who like men, but who still manage to get married and have kids. It must be different for them. I can't really say. I only know I've never wanted to try. Women just don't appeal to me. Interesting. The tips of his ears turned bright red. What about, the religious implications? Are you asking me if I think it's a sin? I guess so, yeah. I don't believe in God, so no. Once you take him out of the equation, it becomes a simple matter of consenting adults. I could tell right away that made him uncomfortable. So, you don't believe in God at all? He didn't sound offended by the idea, just surprised. No, really. I wasn't raised that way. My dad was an atheist. My mom, well, I guess you could call her a spiritual agnostic with Buddhist inclinations, if you know what I mean. The look on his face told me he didn't. I guess I figure there may be something out there that's godlike, something we can't even begin to comprehend, but I can't imagine that he or it cares much who's in my bed. He frowned, not as if he disagreed, but as if I'd baffled him completely. I take it you're Christian? I guess so. I don't know. I'm not a Bible thumper or anything, but I guess I've always believed it must be true. My family's Baptist. Didn't go to church that often, but always said grace before dinner, that kind of thing. I just never really thought about it much. How can so many people believe it if it's wrong? The number of people who believe a thing has no bearing upon its truth. He was still thinking about that when Sherry brought our food. Need anything else, honey? She didn't even look at me. He ordered 2 more beers. I figured turnabout was fair play. So how about you? You never felt attracted to another guy? His cheeks turned red, and the result was beautiful. Never. But it sounded like a lie to me. It was a little too quick and too angry. In my experience, men who are truly straight don't have to defend themselves so obstinately. It's okay, It's okay to admit that you're sometimes attracted to men. It doesn't mean you're any less of one. No. Not angry, but a little annoyed. Okay. Did you play any sports in high school? That might have sounded like I was letting him off the hook, but I wasn't done yet. I wrestled. Perfect. Of course, now I was trying to picture him in one of those tight little leotard things wrestlers wear. And when you were wrestling, rolling around on the floor with another guy, you never started to get turned on? That's not the same. That surprised me. I'd been expecting denial. It isn't? No. Everybody had that happen from time to time. It didn't mean anything. We just, thought about baseball or something until the problem resolved itself. He was recovering a little now, getting back to his usual bantering tone. And did thinking about baseball players make it go away? Because I'm not sure that would work for me. He grinned. Maybe not. But thinking about having the rest of my team kick my ass generally did the trick. Yes, I suppose it would. We finished dinner and headed back to the shop. Despite the awkward topic over dinner, we lapsed easily back into comfortable conversation. So why did he become a cop? Seemed like the thing to do. Do my duty, protect and serve, God and country, all that happy horse shit. God and country? Are you a Marine or something? He frowned again. I wished he'd smile more. His smile was probably amazing. No, my dad was, though. I was supposed to be. I don't think he's ever forgiven me for not enlisting. I joined ROTC, but that wasn't really enough for him. Everyone else, my dad, my uncle, my grandpa, they were all military. I don't think they could ever understand why I didn't want that life. As far as he's concerned, it was my duty, and I failed. Boy, did that explain a lot. He seemed embarrassed, though, having said so much. I wasn't surprised when he changed the subject. You ever gone geocaching? He asked. Nope. I've heard about it, but I don't have a GPS. I thought I'd give it a shot next weekend. Want to join me? Sure. I told myself this was not a date, just buddies. And it'd be nice to have a buddy, to be honest. Lizzie and Brian were great, but I was still lonely a lot. The idea of having a friend to hang out with was nice. I figured I'd better take advantage of it before one of the eligible women in town started monopolizing his free time. That sounds like fun. I'll pick you up at 10 on Saturday. I was sure Lizzie wouldn't mind if I took the day off. I gave him directions to my house and spent the rest of the week counting down the hours, cursing myself for a fool the entire time. Chapter 6. He arrived at my place at 9:15 on Saturday. I wasn't expecting him so early. I hadn't shaved and was only wearing boxers. He raised an eyebrow at me. Late night? He asked jokingly. No, not at all. I'm just a bum and you're early. Come on in. I didn't interrupt anything, did I? He glanced nervously toward the bedroom. I laughed. God, I wish. The only option for me in this town is Mr. Stevens, the high school band teacher, and he's 30 years older than me. I've never been quite that desperate. Glad to hear that. He headed for the kitchen. Got any coffee or anything? Sure, help yourself. Just give me a minute to get dressed. From the bedroom, I heard the refrigerator open, and then he called out, Good Lord, don't you have any food? There's food in there. I see milk, beer, a brick of cheese, 2 carry-out containers, and 4 jars of mustard. There you go, milk, beer, and cheese, the 3 basic food groups, I told him as I came into the kitchen. I didn't say there was a lot of food. I don't exactly cook. Me neither, although I dare say my fridge looks a little better than this. He closed it and turned to me, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Let's stop by the deli and get some sandwiches to take with us. I'm starving already. I wasn't sure our sandwich shop, I couldn't quite call it a deli, would be open yet, but we could at least hit the grocery store. You ready? He asked. All set. Great, we'll get some food, then, Why did he seem so flustered? We need to stop by and pick up Sherry on her way out of town. I felt like he'd just punched me in the stomach. Sherry? He at least had the decency to look miserable. I know. Here's the deal. A few nights ago, we got a call for a domestic disturbance, and it turned out to be her house. Her loser ex-husband, what's his name again? Dan Snyder? Right. He was there. He was so drunk he could hardly stand up. She was crying and he was screaming, calling her a whore and worse. And it looked like maybe he had hit her too, but of course she denied it. On domestic calls, we have to remove one of them from the scene. And that got ugly. Anyway, she tracked me down the next day. She showed up at my house, for Christ's sake. Said she wanted to thank me, so would I come to dinner at her place. She didn't seem to want to take no for an answer. So I got her to agree to come along with us today instead. Seemed a lot safer than going alone to her house. He sighed and then cocked his eyebrow at me, one corner of his mouth barely twitching up. I was beginning to realize this was what amounted to a smile for him. Consider yourself our chaperone? You need me to defend your virtue? I tried not to smile. Not my virtue, so much as my independence. So I'm defending your independence. He winked at me. Exactly. I had to laugh. Sweet. I've always wanted to be a goddamn freedom fighter, but you're definitely going to owe me a beer for this one. He looked enormously relieved. I promise. Knowing he wasn't too interested in seeing her made me feel a little better. It was obvious when we picked her up that Matt hadn't really clarified that they weren't going to be alone. She wasn't any happier to see me than I was to see her. Still, she seemed determined to make the best of it. I got out of the Jeep and started to climb into the back. "Jared, don't be silly. With your long legs, you'll be miserable back there. It's no problem for me to sit in the back." I guess chivalry really is dead, because I didn't argue. She obviously didn't consider me a rival for his attention, and why would she? I had to remind myself that I wasn't. She situated herself in the middle of the back seat so she could easily lean forward between the seats to talk to us, and we set off. We had the GPS location of the cache. Given that and a handheld GPS, it seemed like it should be easy to find the spot, but finding a way there turned out to be surprisingly difficult. We had a big book of topographical maps, which would have been great if they hadn't been 10 years old. We spent several hours roaming the high country, trying to find a trail that would take us to the little box of goodies. "So, Matt, where did you move here from?" Sherry asked. "I've lived a lot of places. Oklahoma most recently, but I've also lived in Texas, Arkansas, and Kansas City." He looked pointedly at me when he said that last one. I laughed. "That explains it. I wondered why a boy from Oklahoma would be a Chiefs fan. Now that you're here in Colorado, where we have a real team, you really need to change your tune. I'll take you to a game and you can be converted by the Mile High magic." "You Coloradans are so deluded. You think Mile High is so great? You ever been to Arrowhead? Those people know how to tailgate. Barbecue cooking all day all over the lot. You can smell it for miles." He grinned at me. "You Bronco fans have a lot to learn." I love barbecue as much as the next man, but it really doesn't justify cheering for a mediocre team, does it? Mediocre? We only finished one game behind you last year, and that's only because our running back was out for half the season. I bet— "So," Sherry cut in from the back seat. We both jumped a little, and I realized I wasn't the only one who'd forgotten she was there. "You have temporary plates. Is this Jeep new?" "Yeah, I bought it from Jared." "Oh, really? Jared, I didn't think you owned a car." I was glad she couldn't see me roll my eyes. "I own a car. I just prefer riding my bike." Why did everyone think that was so weird? Anyway, technically he bought it from Lizzie. "It's great for the trails here, isn't it?" "That's partly why I bought it. Speaking of trails, some of the guys at the station were talking about Culver's Trail." "Never heard of it," Sherry said, but he was looking at me. "Culver's Trail isn't a four-wheel drive trail," I told him. "It's for hiking and biking. It's one of the easier mountain biking trails around." "Really? They said it was pretty tough." I grinned at him. They must be wimps. But the implications excited me. "Are you planning on buying a mountain bike?" Suddenly, the idea of having somebody to ride with had me excited. Should I? Should he give me a perfect excuse to spend more time with him? Absolutely. We finally found the spot and dug up the little metal box. It contained a logbook and a random assortment of junk, a green plastic army man, a playing card, a 10-sided die. We hadn't thought to bring anything with us to add, so we settled for writing our names in the logbook, then headed back to the Jeep. "Shotgun," Sherry called. She looked a little embarrassed about having said it, but I understood. That's only fair, since you had the back seat on the way up. But it didn't work. Matt still talked to me more than her as we drove home. Back in town, she gave it one more try. "Are you sure you don't want to come in for a drink?" "Thanks, but Jared's sister-in-law is expecting us at her house for dinner." The lie surprised me, but I tried to nod convincingly. "Yeah, we really need to get going." Matt relaxed visibly once she was gone. "Let's go get that beer I owe you." You do realize that this is a pretty small town. Anywhere we go, there's a chance she'll see us, or one of her friends will see us, and she'll know you lied. He slumped. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. The idea of spending another hour or two together definitely sounded better than going back to my empty house, and I was pleasantly surprised that he seemed to feel the same way. We actually could go to Lizzie's. It's Saturday. She's probably halfway expecting me to show up. Brian wasn't home, but Lizzie was, and as I'd predicted, she wasn't surprised to see me. She did, however, raise her eyebrows at Matt. He excused himself to find the bathroom, and she immediately turned on me. On a date? It's not a date. It sure looks like one. It isn't. He sure seems to be spending a lot of time with you. He's new in town. He doesn't know anybody, that's all. Jarhead, she said in exasperation. If you think that man doesn't have other options, even in this town, then you must be blind. He chose you. I knew she was right. Hadn't I just seen him lie to Sherry so he could spend the evening with me? And she wasn't the only single woman in town, by any means. She might have been the only one who'd gone to the trouble of tracking him down at his house, but that only meant she was the most aggressive of the lot. But he was adamant about being straight. So where did that leave us? I blushed thinking about it. What are you two talking about? Matt asked as he strode back into the kitchen. Looks like you're embarrassing Jared. Hair, Lizzie said without missing a beat. Can you believe that mess he has on his head? I keep telling him to get it cut. Matt frowned at me and inspected the dirty mop on my head. I tried not to flinch under his scrutiny. I suddenly had great pity for the animals at the zoo. Then he turned to Sherry, eyebrow up, a ghost of a grin on his face. I like it. And that's when I knew I was a complete fool, because my heart swelled up and threatened to burst through my chest, and I knew I was turning tomato red. Matt had already turned and vanished into the living room. I don't know who he thinks he's fooling, Lizzie hissed at me, but this is definitely a date. Chapter 7. He dropped by the shop several times after that, always right at closing time, and we went out for dinner. It surprised me that he seemed to be seeking me out, but I was thrilled at the same time. He was easy to talk to. Lizzie invited him to her house for a Memorial Day barbecue. He seemed happy to be included, but 2 days before it was supposed to take place, he came into the shop to cancel. Lizzie, you're going to have to give me a rain check on dinner. My parents decided to drop in for a visit this week. No problem, she said, without even looking up from her inventory list. Bring them along. He looked a little startled by that. No, I couldn't do that. Now she looked up. Why not? I couldn't intrude like that. Don't be silly, the more the merrier. He suddenly seemed terribly uncomfortable. I appreciate that, Lizzie, but it's really a bad idea. You'll end up regretting it, trust me. She laughed. My goodness, are they that bad? But he didn't seem to be joking at all when he answered her. Yeah, they really are. You know that nasty uncle in all the movies who ruins every holiday? That's my dad. No kidding. She studied him for a minute, tapping her finger on her lip like she was trying to decide how serious he was. And then she got that determined look on her face, and I wanted to tell him he might as well give up now, because Lizzie would get what she wanted. Matt, you've never met my parents. They're insane. I'm talking certifiable wackadoo. Jared, tell Matt, my parents are totally fucking loony. Well, she didn't wait for me to finish. Seriously, Matt, your parents can't possibly be worse than mine. I don't know. Great. Then we'll see you at 5:30. She returned to her inventory list as if the topic was closed. Matt blinked, baffled, like he wasn't quite sure what had just happened. Oh, okay. Well, thanks, Lizzie. He cocked his eyebrow at her, although she was still looking down, so only I saw it. Don't say I didn't warn you. He started to leave, but then stopped before going out the door. Lizzie, my dad drinks a lot. It sounded like a warning. No problem. They arrived right on time. Matt's mom, Lucy, was about 5'4", big-boned but skinny, with hair that was somewhere in the transition from brown to gray. Her green eyes looked sad and nervous, and her fingers never held still. She fidgeted with her necklace, her earrings, and her hair constantly. His dad, Joseph, was big. He was as tall as Matt, with the same dark hair and military cut. He'd obviously once had the same athletic physique as well, but now had a tiny bit of a beer belly and the red bulbous nose of a hardcore drinker. They brought a bottle of wine with them, all wrapped up in a pretty foil bag with a bow. As soon as Lucy handed it to Lizzie, Joseph said, "I'll take a glass of that now, if you would." Matt and I followed Lizzie into the kitchen. Matt was definitely not himself. I'd never seen him act so nervous and unsure of himself. His parents were obviously a bomb, and he was just waiting for them to go off. "We'll definitely have enough to drink," Lizzie said cheerfully as she opened the wine. "I bought 3 bottles of wine, 2 red, 1 white, and a case of beer. And there's plenty of hard stuff in the cabinet, too, if you want something stronger." She pointed to the liquor cabinet before taking the open wine and several glasses and heading back into the living room. I started to follow her, but Matt grabbed my arm. I was surprised to see something like terror on his face. "Why did she buy all that alcohol?" "You said your dad likes to drink." He covered his face with his hands. "Oh, no." "What's wrong?" "I meant that she shouldn't have alcohol. It was supposed to be a warning. Oh, my God, I'm such an idiot. I should have been more specific. Shit. This is bad, Jared. He's a jerk when he's sober. He's an angry, belligerent, antagonistic asshole when he's not." "That bad?" I would have laughed if he hadn't looked so terrified. "Yes." He rubbed his hands hard over his face and then went over to the liquor cabinet and rummaged around, emerging with a bottle of Jack Daniels. He took 2 glasses out of the cabinet and poured 2 extra-large shots. "Here." He handed one to me and downed his in one swallow. "I hate this stuff." "Trust me," he said as he poured another one for himself. "It won't be quite so painful if you're half drunk, too." He was wrong. It was still painful. We had dinner on the patio. The sun was still up, but low in the sky, casting long shadows across the lawn. It was a beautiful night, contrasting strangely with the tension at the table as we stumbled through small talk. Of course, with my family, the conversation eventually turned to football. "Are you a Chiefs fan, too?" Brian asked Joseph. "Hell no. I'm a Cowboys fan. I think Matt picked another team just to be rebellious. At least he didn't pick the damn Redskins." "I was pretty sure you would have thrown me out of the house for that one," Matt said dryly. "Damn right." I couldn't tell if he was joking or not. "Lucy," Mom jumped in, "do you work outside the home?" Lucy looked a little startled, as if she hadn't realized she might have to speak during dinner. "No, not anymore. I was a nurse for 25 years, but I'm retired now." "At a hospital or in a medical office?" "In a hospital. I worked in several departments over the years, but what I loved the most was the maternity ward. I was there for the last 10 years. All those babies." For the first time, her hands were still, held together in front of her like she was praying. She smiled nostalgically and turned to Lizzie. "When are you due?" "Halloween." Lucy turned to Mom. Her smile didn't leave her face, but it fell into something that spoke of heartache and broken dreams. "I envy you. I keep hoping for a grandchild." She glanced at Matt and then back at the table in front of her. Suddenly, her smile was gone and she started fidgeting again. She looked like she regretted having said that. I realized why when Joseph opened his mouth. "Doesn't look to me like you're ever going to get one, so you might as well quit hoping. As far as I can tell, Matt isn't ever going to do his duty in that department." Matt stared at his plate. "You might have noticed that I'm not physically capable of producing a child on my own." There was not a hint of humor in his voice. I had a feeling this was an argument they had had many times before. "Don't be a smartass with me. It's past time for you to marry and settle down. You're not getting any younger." We're planning a vacation, Lucy said in an obvious ploy to change the subject. Lizzie jumped in with her. That's great. Where are you going? Florida, I think. Although I don't know if we should go to... Are you dating anyone? Joseph didn't seem to realize the topic of conversation had changed. No, Dad, I've been busy. It's not that easy to meet people. That surprised me, since I knew there were several single women in town who would have killed for a date with him. Bullshit. What about Jared here? I just about jumped out of my chair. For half a second I thought he was suggesting that Matt date me, but then he went on. I'm sure he can introduce you to someone. Jared, you have a girlfriend, right? I felt terribly off balance considering what a simple question it was. No, sir. Why the hell not? Well, Matt turned toward me with sheer horror in his eyes, trying to warn me, but it was too late. The words were already out of my mouth. I'm gay. Matt's head went down, elbows on the table, and fingers laced behind his head, like somebody had just yelled duck and cover. Lucy's mouth formed an "oh" of surprise, and her fidgety fingers went into overdrive. You're gay? Joseph's voice was loud and slightly slurred. You mean you're a fag? Well, I glanced around the table for help, but there didn't seem to be any forthcoming. They were all frozen in states of dreadful anticipation. Our dinner had turned into some kind of movie of the week, and no matter how poorly acted it was, nobody seemed to be changing the channel. So you like to fuck other men up the ass? That woke them all up. Everybody at the table jumped a little when he said that, but Lizzie recovered quickest. She turned back to Lucy and said loudly, I'm sorry, Lucy. I missed what you said. Where in Florida are you going? Lucy's hands shook as she fidgeted with her necklace. Well, I was thinking of Fort Lauderdale, but I'm not sure if only kids go there. Maybe Orlando? Have you been there? I haven't, but my brother... Lizzie didn't get to tell us any more about her brother. Joseph jumped to his feet, knocking his chair over behind him in the process. Matt looked up, startled, as Joseph pointed a finger at me. Are you fucking my son? Is that what's going on here? No, Matt and I both said in unison, and Matt said, Dad, enough. Joseph? Lucy's voice was a quiet plea. We are guests here. Sit down, please. He didn't listen. I knew a man like you in the Marines, he said to me. Married and everything, and one day his wife comes home and finds him fucking another man in her bed. Earned himself a dishonorable discharge. Matt's hands were white-knuckled fists on the table in front of him. You were friends with James for 6 years before that happened, Dad. Remember that? He was a good guy. You don't know what you're talking about. He was your friend. You should have stood by him. You don't know what it's like in the Marines. You took the sucker's way out. Don't try to talk to me about what I should or shouldn't have done. You don't know a goddamn thing about it. He picked up his wine glass and frowned at it blurrily when he saw it was empty. He picked up Lucy's and drained it. Then he grabbed the open bottle off the table and went back into the house, leaving the rest of us in uncomfortable silence on the patio. After a minute, Lucy stood up too. Her hands were still shaking, and I could tell she was close to tears. Matt, I think you should take us back to the motel now. We've intruded on your friends enough for one evening. She straightened her shirt and her skirt and smoothed her hair, putting herself back together before turning to Lizzie. Thank you for inviting us to dinner. It was very nice meeting you all. I think she would have said more, but her chin had started to quiver and she quickly retreated to the house. Nobody else moved. Brian seemed stunned. Mom was pissed. Lizzie looked like she was replaying the whole dinner in her mind, trying to figure out where things went wrong. Matt sat there, staring at his plate. Finally, he raised his eyes to Lizzie. "Lizzie, I'm sorry." She gave him a sad smile. She held her hand out to him, palm up on the table. He obligingly put his over hers. She put her other hand on top and patted it. "You warned me. Next time you tell me something is a bad idea, I'll listen." He relaxed a little at that and nodded. "Thanks, Lizzie." He turned to me, opening his mouth to say something, but a quick glance around the table seemed to change his mind. Instead, he clapped me on the shoulder. "I'll see you later." After he left, we all sat there in silence. I felt miserable. If I hadn't been such an idiot, none of it would have happened. Why did I have to open my big mouth? "Lizzie, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have—" "No!" Her eyes were fierce. "Don't apologize. Don't you dare apologize for that bigoted asshole." She got up, came around the table, and hugged me from behind. "He's a jerk, and you have nothing to be sorry about." Chapter 8. "Jared!" Ringo crashed through the door of the shop at top speed, not even stopping when he knocked over a display of pine tree-shaped air fresheners. "Jared, I passed! I got a 97 on the test!" He flew at me and threw his skinny arms around my neck. "That's great." I patted him awkwardly on the back, and he seemed to realize what he was doing and stepped back. His face glowed with triumph, and he was grinning ear to ear. "You're a genius," he told me. I couldn't help catching a little of his good mood. "You did the work, not me. Come on. I'll take you out for a beer to celebrate." "I'm not 21. "I didn't say the beer would be for you. Let's go." I took him to our local pizza joint, Tony's. We ordered our pizza and drinks. The waitress had just dropped off my beer and a root beer for Ringo when Matt appeared at our table. "Hey, Jared." He looked genuinely pleased to see me, but a little wary. "How have you been?" "Can't complain. Ringo here just aced his algebra final and we're celebrating." Ringo still hadn't stopped smiling. "That's great," Matt told him, but then turned back to me. "Mind if I sit down for a minute?" "Of course I don't mind." He slid into the booth next to me. "Jared, I owe you an apology for what happened at dinner." "Don't worry about it." "My dad—" "I don't really care what your dad thinks of me, Matt. You were right. He's an angry, belligerent, antagonistic asshole. Eventually you'll learn that I'm usually right." His eyes crinkled like he was almost laughing, so I knew that was a joke. "No hard feelings, then?" "None at all." "Thanks, Jared." He sounded enormously relieved and clapped me on the back hard enough to knock the wind out of me. "You know, we've got a table over there. Why don't you boys join us?" He pointed at a table across the dining room. 2 cops and 3 women. In other words, complete hell. One look at Ringo's face told me he wasn't any more excited about the idea than I was. "I don't think that's a good idea." "Why not? Come on, save me, please. I'm not sure how I got suckered into this dinner. I thought I was having drinks with the guys. And now I find out I'm on a blind date." "Jesus." "Then I'm really not going over there." "Can I stay here, then?" He gave me the look I was starting to think of as the pseudo-smile. One eyebrow cocked, the corner of his mouth twitching up. "You're joking, right?" He rubbed a hand over his close-cropped dark hair. "Only partially." "Is she that bad?" I looked over at the table. One of the women was definitely keeping her eye on him. She was decent-looking, with red hair that was obviously dyed. "I'm sure she's very nice," he said quietly, "but we have absolutely nothing to say to one another. I've just sat through the most awkward 40 minutes of small talk ever. I'll have more fun if you're there. Just come over, and we can talk football until they get bored and leave." "Matt, there's no way those guys are going to accept me sitting with them." "Sure they will. but he didn't sound sure. They won't. Are you going to tell me that they haven't already given you a hard time for hanging out with me? The flush in his cheeks told me I was right, but he didn't give up. That's part of the point, Jared. Maybe if you spent some time with them, they'd realize, trust me, it's a bad idea. Anyway, I owe Ringo here a celebration pizza. He glanced over at Ringo in surprise, as if he'd forgotten he was there. Fine, he conceded with a dramatic sigh. Send me to my doom. They won't leave me alone until I'm engaged. I'll send you an invitation to the wedding. I'd offer to host your bachelor party, but I don't think you'd like my choice of strippers. He actually laughed at that. I'd never heard him laugh before, and I foolishly found myself thinking that it was the most wondrous sound in the world. See? I told you. You're more fun. Chapter 9. A week later, Matt knocked on my door just after 5 o'clock. He still had his uniform on. I was surprised to find him on my doorstep, but I sure wasn't going to complain. Let's go, he said. I'll buy you dinner. I'd been in the middle of my usual dinner debate, ramen or frozen pizza, so I happily agreed. We'll swing by my place on the way, he said as he started the Jeep. I want to change. I hadn't been to his house yet, and was curious to see how he lived. It turned out he didn't live in a house at all. He pulled up in front of a strip of apartments on the edge of town. Had it been bigger, it might have been called a condo. It was a long, narrow rectangle of white brick containing 4 claustrophobic one-bedroom flats. We walked in the door, and I was stunned by the sterile emptiness of the place. Most of the tiny living room was taken up by one of those giant, strength-building home gyms you see on TV. In addition to that, there was one metal folding chair, an old wooden end table, being used as a coffee table in front of the lone chair, and a TV sitting on a milk crate. It was also the cleanest bachelor pad I'd ever seen. Wow, nice place. The prison cell motif is really working for you, very feng shui. He gave me the pseudo-smile, cocked eyebrow and one side of his mouth twitching up. Here I've been thinking you weren't really gay, and there you go and use words like motif and feng shui. I had to laugh at that. Make yourself at home, he called over his shoulder as he went into the bedroom to change. The cliché sentiment sounded ridiculous. Nothing had ever felt less like a home. Behind the living room, next to what passed for a kitchen, was a nook that couldn't quite be called a dining room. It held a rickety card table and another metal folding chair. A huge bookcase stood against the back wall, its shelves full to bursting. It surprised me, for reasons I couldn't quite pinpoint. I browsed the titles. They were crammed in every which way, but I soon realized they were sorted by genre and roughly alphabetical by author. Talk about neat and tidy. One shelf was law-related, police procedurals and criminal justice textbooks. The next 2 shelves held nonfiction, mostly related to war and the military, but I spotted a few biographies too. Then rows upon rows of fiction, mystery, horror, sci-fi, westerns, and even a few graphic novels. Matt emerged from the bedroom, dressed in his usual jeans and t-shirt. He stood beside me, tall and straight, with his hands behind his back, looking at those books. I felt like I'd found a tiny window into his heart, or a shrine, but I didn't know to what. He never struck me as much of a reader. It took him a moment to answer. I'm alone a lot, he said quietly. Sometimes it's hard to fill the hours. Those words and the hint of tired resignation in his voice struck a chord inside me. They echoed my own loneliness so completely. I know exactly what you mean. And in that moment, something passed between us. We didn't speak, but I knew we both felt it. It wasn't anything as trite or romantic as finding one's soul mate. It was simply a silent recognition that we truly were kindred spirits, that we'd both been alone for a long time, and maybe we didn't need to be. anymore. So your family doesn't mind that you're gay? It was more a statement than a question. We decided on Tony's for dinner. Matt refused to go to Mamacita's, where he risked running into Sherry. It wasn't really much better here. I was sure we were the only table that had 2 waitresses rushing to serve us. He didn't seem to notice. It bothered my dad a little. He thought, like you did, that I just hadn't tried hard enough. He'd say things like, "You just need to take 1 or 2 out for a test drive, son." My mom took it pretty well, but sometimes it makes her sad, because she knows I'll be missing out on having kids, and she hates seeing me alone. Brian does his best to be cool with it, although it still freaks him out a bit, I think. Back when I came out, he was the one I was most worried about. I always looked up to him, and I was sure he'd hate me. I decided he had to be the first one I told. It took me forever to get up the nerve. Right after I turned 21, I came home from college for the weekend and took him out for a drink. I had a couple of beers first, to get up my courage. And I finally said, "Brian, I'm gay." And he laughed. He actually laughed and said, "No kidding, kid? Did you finally figure it out?" I laughed, thinking back on it. Of course, Brian, who always kept his eye on me, had figured it out sometime between my Steve Atwater outburst, my infatuation with his best friend, and my 21st birthday. It was all rather anticlimactic, but it was also a relief to know I hadn't changed in his estimation. I couldn't have handled that. "Did you have a, friend?" He seemed to stumble on that word, and I laughed at him. I have one friend. My best friend, in fact. His name's Cole. We met in college. He was dating my roommate. He lives in Arizona, but he owns a condo in Vail, and sometimes, when he's up here skiing, he'll call, and we'll get together. Friends. Mac wrinkled his brow in confusion. No, I know. Cole and I are both. How can you be both? If you're best friends and you have sex, too, isn't that the same as being in a relationship? Not at all. We're not really each other's type. He's too flamboyant for me, and I'm too small town for him. We're friends first and foremost. The sex is occasionally mutually convenient, but it's just gravy. He frowned. Nobody else, though? Other than Cole? No, there's no one. But how do you meet people? I mean, others like you. I don't. Not anymore. I used to go to the clubs sometimes. There's one in Fort Collins, and a couple in Boulder, and a bunch in Denver. But, it's just like it is for straight guys. You might be able to get laid. Well, at a gay club, it's almost a guarantee that you can get laid, depending on your standards, but you're never going to find anything more than that. Is that what you want? Something more? Don't we all? That came out sounding way too pathetic. We definitely needed to change the subject. So, how's work? I could tell right away it was a bad question. His gray eyes darkened, no green visible at all, and his broad shoulders grew tense. Not great, he said. What's up? Is there a crime wave in Coda I haven't heard about? He loosened up a little. I've had to drag Dan Snyder away from Sherry's house 2 more times. The first time, he was drunk and throwing bottles at her house. The other time, he was inside, and she looked bad. I don't get it. She won't press charges, but it was pretty obvious he'd been beating on her again. He's a real piece of work. Dan was always a fuck-up, even in high school. Yeah. He fell silent, pulling at the label on his beer bottle. I'm getting a lot of shit from the other guys, he said quietly. He didn't look at me, and it took a second for me to figure it out. Because of me? A reluctant nod. Then what the hell are we doing here? I asked, incredulous. I had to tell myself to keep my voice down. You come to my house and bring me out to dinner? Of course they're going to talk. He just shrugged. It pisses me off. He didn't sound pissed, though. He sounded sad. They don't know what it's like. They're all married. The other night, when I saw you here, that's not the first time. They're always trying to set me up. I wasn't sure what to say to that. I work with them, so I want to get along with them. But at the end of the day, they go home to their families. And he went home alone to his prison cell of an apartment. He didn't say that part, but I heard it. Midway through our meal, Mr. Stevens, the high school band director, came through the front door of the restaurant. I waved hello. I figured he'd simply wave back, but instead he made a beeline for our table. Hello, Jared. It's good to see you. As far as I knew, Mr. Richards was the only other gay man in Coda. He was in his 60s and well-dressed. He seemed to always have on a bow tie. Hey, Mr. Stevens, how's life? You haven't been my student for a long time. You know you can call me Bill. He always told me this, but it's hard to call any former teacher by their first name. And I believe you're our newest police officer, he said to Matt. Yes, sir. Matt Richards. He shook Mr. Stevens' slightly limp hand. Mr. Richards, it's very nice to meet you. I'm so glad you've joined our tiny community. I hope you don't mind me asking, but are you out with the department? I tried not to smile. It was obvious Mr. Stevens assumed Matt was gay, but it was equally obvious, to me at least, that Matt had no idea what Mr. Stevens meant. I could tell by the look on his face that he was thinking, out where? But he nodded gamely and said, Yes, sir, I am. Now I was really having a hard time not laughing. That's fabulous. I'm glad to hear that our department is so progressive. Matt's demeanor barely changed. Mr. Stevens obviously couldn't tell how confused he was, and I realized I was becoming quite adept at reading his guarded expressions. Well, I'll leave you two alone. I want you to know that it makes me so happy to see you two together. He winked at me. It gives an old man hope. Thanks, Mr. Stevens. You know I wish you luck. When he was gone, Matt looked at me and said, What the hell? What was that guy talking about, and what's so damn funny? Don't you remember me telling you about Mr. Stevens, the band director? I watched him as he thought about it, and I saw the light come on. His eyes shifted from side to side as he replayed the conversation in his head, and a blush crept up his cheeks as the pieces fell into place. Finally figured it out, did you? Shit. He didn't seem mad so much as annoyed at himself. Sometimes I'm such an idiot. Well, I wouldn't worry about it. Mr. Stevens knows all about discretion. I guess that's probably true. Does it bother you that he thinks we're together? Does it bother you? Not at all. You and he never... I noticed he evaded my question, but let it pass. Never. I don't think either one of us has ever even considered it. There's a pretty big age difference, obviously, and he was my teacher once, so that would be pretty fucking weird. And I don't know for sure, but I suspect Mr. Stevens likes his men a little more feminine, if you know what I mean. His cheeks were bright red, but his gaze was level on mine. And how do you like your men? And boy, did that feel like the trick question of the month. Because, of course, I liked my men just like him. Tall and dark and muscular. The only thing I might have added was longer hair and tattoos. And I had to wonder if there were any under his shirt, but I couldn't say it. What I said was, filthy rich. He gave me the pseudo-smile. I had a feeling he knew the real answer. Chapter 10. Matt began stopping by the shop at closing time on a regular basis, and we had dinner together 2 or 3 times a week. Every time I asked him if it was causing trouble for him at work. At first, he'd just shrug, but by the 3rd week, the question was making him blush. That confused me. I don't understand. Does it cause problems for you or not? Well, it did, he said hesitantly. But I've made some changes that have helped. But he couldn't seem to make eye contact as he said it. Changes? Like what? He fidgeted with the label on his beer bottle like he always did when I made him uncomfortable. I started seeing Sherry. What? He glanced up at me and gave me the pseudo-smile. You heard me. You're dating Sherry. No, not dating. But you just said, what I said was I started seeing her. Not the same thing. He said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. He must have seen the confusion written all over my face because he rolled his eyes at me and said, let's just say we have an arrangement. Like you and your friend Cole. Ah, I see. Now I was having a hard time keeping a straight face. Occasionally mutually convenient. He shrugged. Well, convenient for me at any rate. I thought you valued your independence. I do, but I'm not exactly a fan of celibacy either. Who is? He winked at me. Exactly. Why her? I mean, not to be a jerk, but she's got, well, a reputation. He was back to picking at the label on the bottle. Right. I was relieved that it wasn't news to him. He shrugged. I wear a raincoat. That made me blush. Well, that's good, but that's not what I meant. She seemed like the best bet for a no-strings type of relationship. I have absolutely no interest in anything more serious. And she's actually in agreement with that? I couldn't claim to be an expert on women, but I'd always suspected no strings attached was a lot harder for them than for men. Look, and I could tell he was getting a little annoyed that he had to explain it to me. I'm not a total asshole. I have been completely honest with her. She knows we're not dating. There will be no romantic moonlight strolls or anniversary dinners. I'm not meeting her parents or buying her flowers or moving in with her or even meeting her friends. We fuck. That's it. She's okay with that? She says she is. He shrugged again. I'm sure she thinks I'll change my mind over time. I won't, and I've told her I won't. It's not my fault if she chooses not to believe it. I couldn't help but think Sherry might be right. I figured after a few weeks he wouldn't object so much to dating. I was pretty sure the way to a man's heart was actually a little lower than the stomach. She has requested only that I be faithful and not date or sleep with any other women while we're seeing one another. And that's acceptable to you? Absolutely. The whole point is to keep the complications to a bare minimum, and adding another woman to the mix would definitely qualify as a complication. Yes, I suppose it would. Plus, the arrangement has other benefits. He had the pseudo-smile again. Such as? He almost smiled. First, the guys at work are no longer trying to set me up, and more importantly, I am now free to hang out with you as much as I like, without having to put up with annoying accusations. So let me get this straight. You're willing to have sex, no strings attached, with a hot bimbo, just so you can hang out more with me?" His green and gray eyes sparkled, crinkling at the corners like he was about to laugh. "It is quite a sacrifice on my part, I admit. Don't say I never did anything for you." "Wow," I couldn't help but laugh. "You are a manipulative bastard." "I am, I can't deny that." His smile faded. "Are you thoroughly disgusted?" "By the idea of you fucking Sherry? A little. By the fact that you're a manipulative bastard? Not so much. She's a big girl, and if you really are being honest with her, I am, then it's just a matter of consenting adults." "Exactly." He seemed relieved to have that out of the way. "So, what about your friend Cole? How often do you get to see him?" "He's only here during prime ski season, but I usually see him 2 or 3 times between December and the 1st of April." "So never between April and December?" "Not often, no." "Wow." He shook his head sympathetically. "That's a hell of a dry season." "Tell me about it." Our food came then and put an end to that depressing topic. "Are you working next weekend?" he asked as I started to eat. "Yeah." "Can you get it off?" Getting the weekend off would be easy. Since it was summer vacation, Ringo was able to work full-time, plus Lizzie was willing to take more hours than usual because we both knew once the baby came in the fall, the tables would be turned. "Sure, what's up?" "I'll be working overtime on July 3rd and 4th, but then I have a 3-day weekend after that, starting Friday. I thought we could go camping. I bought a bike last week, too, so we could do some riding." Nothing could have made me happier. I always loved spending time in the mountains, but usually I had to go alone. Sometimes Brian and Lizzie would go with me, but between Brian's job and the shop, it was hard for us all to get away together. The idea of having company, especially Matt's company, was exhilarating. Still, I did my best to act casual. "That sounds great." "Should I pick you up?" "Yeah. Come by early on Friday. We can get breakfast first, then get our gear together and head up." "I'll be there." "Are you planning on inviting Sherry?" He shook his head at me as if I'd asked the dumbest question in the world. Why would I want to ruin a perfectly good weekend? Chapter 11. He pounded on my door at 7:30 on Friday morning. Of course, I was still in bed. Jesus Christ, I groaned as I let him in. When I said early, I didn't mean at the buck crack of fucking dawn. I'm not good at being cheery before 9 o'clock. He didn't quite laugh, but was obviously amused. His eyes crinkled at the sides a bit, and he smacked me playfully on the back of the head. "What are you talking about? The sun's been up for almost 2 hours now." Oh man, I hate morning people. I went into the kitchen and started making coffee. For the record, early means before lunch. That actually made him laugh. I had now heard him laugh exactly 2 times, and yes, I was counting. We went out for breakfast first, and then started getting our gear together. "Make sure you pack plenty of warm clothes," I told him. "What do I need warm clothes for? It's summer." "We're going to be camping at over 10,000 feet. It'll be cold when the sun goes down, believe me." "Where exactly is this campground?" Matt asked suspiciously. I laughed. I said we were going camping, but we're going somewhere better than any campground. By 11 o'clock, we were on our way. He followed my directions into the national forest, then onto a dirt road, and from there onto a rocky 4-wheel drive track, our ears popping as we climbed in elevation. The narrow trail switched back up the side of the mountain. The ground rose sharply up on our left and dropped just as quickly on the right. Matt glanced around us with obvious skepticism. "Are you sure you know where you're going?" I grinned over at him. "Trust me." I showed him where to pull off the side of the road. There was just enough room to get the Jeep off the trail, and we started unloading. He still looked skeptical. "We'll probably have to make 2 trips, I said as I handed him the cooler. "How far are we walking?" Not far. It's sort of steep, though, so don't try to carry too much at once. The shitty part is carrying it back up here on Sunday. He followed me down the hill, through bushes and trees. There wasn't much of a path, but I didn't need one. We went down about 100 yards to where the ground leveled off and then turned right until we reached a small clearing. Not many people knew about our spot. My family had been coming here since I was a kid, and the location was a secret we guarded jealously. We had teased Brian that we knew he was going to marry Lizzie when he finally brought her here the first time. We had a large fire pit with rocks Brian and I had collected, piled about a foot high around it. We had benches, made by my father and grandfather from old logs. Some families had second homes. This was ours. I dropped my gear and just stood there, soaking it in. One of the large rocky abutments, like the one Matt and I climbed the day we met, loomed to our right. To our left, the river. Well, in Colorado it's a river, and most of the rest of the country it would probably be called a stream. My grandpa called it a creek. He pronounced it crick. It's about 15 feet to the opposite bank, only 2 or 3 feet deep, but rushing fast over its rocky bed. In places, you could cross on the giant rocks without getting your feet wet, as long as you didn't slip on the wet stone. The sun blazed through the trees. The water splashed off the rocks, creating hundreds of tiny prisms over the river. Our side of the stream was mostly evergreens, but directly across from us stood a grove of aspens, leaves rustling in the breeze. I stood and let the feeling of that place fill me. I've often wondered if this was what religious people feel when they pray. It's a feeling of reverence and awe, serenity and belonging. The light breeze, the smell of the forest, the rushing water, the whispering leaves, they seem to fill me, like my soul is opening up and being swept clean. It's the only thing in my life I could call spiritual. Behind me, Matt said, "Jared, this is amazing. It's my favorite place in the world." I knew that sounded childish, but it was true. You were right. It's definitely better than any campground. We set up camp, then spent some time hiking and biking, and cooked hot dogs over the fire for dinner. As the sun went down, we built the fire up higher and started adding layers of warmer clothes. We never seemed to run out of things to talk about. Finally, long after sunset, we let the fire die down to crackling crimson coals and leaned back in our chairs, staring up at the billions of stars that could never be seen in town. The moon was barely a sliver, and the Milky Way was a bright, luminescent stripe above us. Matt's voice in the dark said, "Thanks for bringing me here." "Thanks for coming." We finally headed into the tent. We debated bringing 2, but they were all large tents, and in the end, space in the Jeep was limited, so we'd agreed to share 1. "This is always the worst part," I said as I stripped down to my boxers. "The trick is to get undressed and into your bag as fast as possible." "Are you crazy?" he asked. "It's so cold." "You'll be warmer in your bag without your clothes," I told him as I climbed into my bag. That way it's just your body warming the bag and the bag warming you. The layers of clothes get in the way. Of course, it's hell when you have to pee in the night, but you'll be warmer. Trust me. I was all zipped up now, starting to feel toasty, and already getting drowsy. "You can leave your thermals on if you want." I yawned. "Weren't you a Boy Scout?" "No, we never stayed anywhere long enough." He raised his eyebrows at me. "I think this is just a ploy to get me naked." I laughed. "You're right. In fact, it's going to be so cold tonight, our only hope for survival is for you to share my bag." He laughed a little at that, too, but then he pulled his shirt off, and it was all I could do not to stare. His body was amazing, just as I'd always imagined. Strong and lean and heavily muscled. There was no hair on his chest, but a little around his navel. From there, a narrow trail led south, disappearing into the waistband of his sweats. I could picture all too clearly the thick black hair that trail led to. Suddenly, the idea of him sharing my bag, although it had been a joke, was foremost in my mind. I couldn't help but imagine having his smooth skin against mine, letting my fingers follow that trail to the thicker hair below. My body was reacting in a way that would have horrified him, and I was glad I was hidden by my sleeping bag. I closed my eyes while he undressed the rest of the way. No need to torment myself any more than I already had. He climbed into his bag and zipped it up, and then the lantern went off. It was quiet for a moment, and then he said, "Jared." Good night." I had embarrassingly erotic dreams about him all night and woke up crazy horny in the morning. He was already up, and I took advantage of the empty tent to alleviate my predicament as quickly and quietly as I could. Once I was up and dressed and made it outside, I was happy to find he'd made coffee. He gave me the pseudo-grin as he handed me a cup of it. "What's so funny?" I asked him. "You talk in your sleep." Oh, shit. Of course, I knew I sometimes talked while dreaming, and I remembered all too clearly what I'd been dreaming about. I tried to sound casual as I asked, "What did I say?" I was hoping like hell it hadn't been about him. "You said, 'Let me follow it.' And I asked, 'Follow what?' And you said, 'The trail.'" I turned away so he couldn't see me blush. I was dreaming about mountain biking. Chapter 12. We spent several weeks riding easy trails while he got the hang of mountain riding. He was in good shape, and what he lacked in skill he made up for in endurance. Finally, in early August, we decided to try one of the more challenging trails. The day was sweltering hot, without even a breeze to cool us off. My t-shirt clung to my sweating back. The ground was baked to hard dust, the stream crossings dried to bare trickles. It seemed like we were the only things moving in the entire forest. All the little critters were smart enough to stay in their cool, comfortable burrows. We were halfway up the trail when he crashed behind me. By the time I stopped my bike and turned around, he was flat on his back on the dusty trail. Any worries that he might be injured were alleviated by the giant smile on his face. Not the pseudo-smile, but a true, genuine ear-to-ear grin. It was the first time I'd seen it, and it was like the sun finally emerging from behind the clouds. Holy shit, that hurt. "Are you all right?" "I'll live." He sat up with a groan. "I think I'm getting old." He eyed the huge scrape down the front of his shin. "Hey, look at that," he said in amazement. "I'm bleeding." I think the smile got bigger. "It's not a successful ride if you don't bleed." "Oh, really? Did you get that out of the Masochist Biking Club handbook?" "Sure did. It's rule number 3. I took advantage of the break to try and get my hair back into a ponytail. Curls were escaping all over the place and falling in my face. Matt stood up and inspected the damage to his leg. "The blood's running down into my shoe." "Rub some dirt on it." "What?" He laughed, still wearing that gorgeous smile, and looking at me like I was crazy. "Rub some dirt on it. It'll help stop the bleeding." "Is that out of the Masochist handbook, too?" "I think it's a baseball thing." "Okay, but if I end up with a raging infection and have to amputate my leg, I'm holding you responsible." "I'll pay for the prosthetic." We made it to the top and stood looking down at the valley below us. He turned to me with that brilliant smile that made twice I'd seen it, and it took my breath away. The bike was definitely a good idea. We spent the rest of the summer together. I couldn't remember ever being happier. It was nice to have a friend to hang out with. At times I couldn't help but wish that it was more, but it was never enough to dampen my enthusiasm for spending time with him. Finally, I wasn't alone. It was the best feeling in the world. We went camping and mountain biking and geocaching. We went out to dinner or had dinner with Brian and Lizzie or just sat on my couch drinking beer and watching bad TV. Some nights we even cooked dinner at my house, and then he'd help me do the dishes afterward. It felt strangely domestic. One afternoon, I found an old battleship game in the closet, and we spent several days challenging each other until he caught me cheating. And my family cheating was always part of the fun, but my blatant disregard for the rules appalled him. He wouldn't play again after that. Most of his evenings and days off he spent with me. I knew he occasionally went to Sherry's house after leaving mine, but true to his word, he didn't seem interested in pursuing anything else with her. He never mentioned her at all. The couple of times I half-heartedly suggested he invite her to join us, he looked at me like I'd suggested the unthinkable. I didn't mind. Chapter 13. I brought stuff to make nachos, Matt said as he came in from the kitchen and handed me a beer. You're making nachos? He gave me the pseudo-grin. I thought you were making nachos. I threw my bottle cap at him. He ignored it and looked over at the TV. Preseason football? What's the point? It's better than no football at all. You know, he said teasingly, I don't think gay guys are supposed to like football. I rolled my eyes at him. Yeah, I've heard that before, but so far nobody's come by to revoke my gay guy's membership card. He laughed and then turned back to the TV. The Cowboys and the Broncos? Damn, I might actually have to cheer for your Broncos on this one. I laughed. Really? I'm amazed. I always root against the Cowboys, just to piss my dad off. I forgot he was a Dallas fan. I'll have to cheer against him from now on too, just on general principle. Only one more week, he said, and I knew exactly what he meant. We were counting down the days until regular season started. He was the first person I'd ever met, not counting my father and Brian, who was as excited about pro football as I was. He grinned at me. And the week after that, we'll be watching my Chiefs kicking ass all over your Broncos. As division rivals, our teams would play each other twice during the season. We'll see. Loser buys dinner for a week. Deal. He held up his beer, like a toast, but winced a little as he did. Are you still sore from that bike crash last week? Yes. Which wouldn't be so bad, except now I can't sleep right. This morning I woke up with a huge knot in my shoulder. I think it's a sign of my impending old age. I said, without really thinking about it, I can help you with that, you know. His eyes crinkled at the corners, which meant he was almost laughing. With old age? No, smartass, with your shoulder. Oh. He sat forward on the edge of the couch, so it was easy for me to get up and sit on the back of it behind him. Take off your shirt. What? He twisted around and stared at me in horror, like I had just suggested he strip naked and dance for quarters. Settle down. I smacked him on the back of the head. I'm good at this. I used to do it for my mom. She'd get knots in her shoulder from painting for hours at a time. I'd rather not. Look, you don't need to feel weird about it or anything. He looked skeptical. I'm not making a pass at you, I swear. Okay. Maybe a little less skeptical now. It hurts, right? Yeah. So stop being freaked out and take off your shirt, you big baby. This will help. Trust me. There's nothing like calling a big tough guy a baby to get him to do what you want. He thought about it for a second, then shrugged a little. Okay. He pulled his shirt off and turned back to the TV. Nothing below the belt. He said it, so I knew it was at least halfway a joke, and I laughed. I promise. He was still sitting forward on the couch, not leaning back against me, which made it easier. His back was broad and muscular. It was certainly nothing like rubbing my mom's small, lax shoulders, and I quickly started to appreciate how strong a person's hands would have to be to do this for a living. He was tense at first, but as I worked, he started to relax. His head fell forward, and he made a low rumbling sound, almost like purring, as I worked at the knot, carefully avoiding the huge bruise on the other side from our last bike ride. There was an old scar midway down his back, from his left side to just past his backbone. I'd seen it before, but never asked him about it. I brushed one finger over it and felt him shudder a little. What happened? I was climbing through a barbed wire fence on my grandpa's ranch. He stopped short and I thought he was done, but a second later he started talking again. I was just a kid. It was Easter, and my mom had me dressed up in my nice clothes. I wasn't supposed to go into the pasture, but I wanted to see the horses. I figured she would never know, but I kind of tripped going through the fence and got caught on the wire, ripped a huge hole in my new shirt and got blood all over my pants. I thought for sure my dad was going to tan my ass for that one. He didn't? No. My mom sure was mad, but for some reason my dad just laughed. Really? Yeah. He was quiet for a second, and then said quietly, "It was a long time ago." And I knew by the way he said it that he didn't want to talk about his dad anymore. Brian and I once knocked over the entire rack of bulk nails at the shop. Hundreds of loose nails, all different sizes, all over the floor. Maybe thousands. I don't know. A fucking lot of nails, I know that much. Did he get in trouble? Dad was pissed as hell. But my parents were always big on the idea of punishment fitting the crime. So what happened? We spent the next 5 hours picking them all up and sorting them back into the correct boxes. Customers would come in and see us and start to help, and my dad would say, "They made that bed of nails themselves, they can clean it up themselves too." Matt laughed a little, and I kept rubbing. His skin was darker than mine, and, except for the scar, completely flawless. "Your grandpa has a ranch?" Had. Past tense. It belonged to my mom's parents, but they're gone now, and the ranch went to my uncle, and he sold it. I had so much fun there as a kid with my cousins, but we didn't go there often. My mom's family never liked my dad much. It seemed we kept coming back to his dad tonight without really meaning to. For 2 years, we lived less than 30 miles away from them, and I got to see them almost every weekend. But then we moved again. We never stayed anywhere very long. The longest we stayed in one place was 3 years. 9th grade through my junior year. And then we moved again 2 weeks into my senior year. I hated it. Is that why you didn't join the military? There was a brief hesitation, and then... Part of it. But I knew from his voice that topic wasn't going any further either. It must have been nice living in the same place your whole life. In some ways. But coming back here after college felt a little bit like failure. Like everybody else was moving away and I was just coming back to my parents. It seemed like only the losers were still stuck here. Like Dan and Sherry. I stopped short, realizing maybe I shouldn't have said that, but he didn't seem to notice, so I went on. I guess I got used to it. I love it. I love Colorado. I don't think I could ever live away from the mountains. Whenever I get far enough east that I can't see them, it just feels wrong. I can't explain it. It's like losing sight of home base. Like I have a compass inside, but it points west instead of north. I stopped short, wishing I hadn't said all that. There. Is that better? He leaned back with a sigh, his head on my thigh, and looked up at me. Yes, that did help. You were right. Told you. Thanks. But he didn't move. His eyes had closed and he seemed to be half asleep. His head was practically in my lap. It didn't seem to faze him, but it felt incredibly intimate to me. Suddenly, my heart raced and my mouth was dry. I couldn't take my eyes off him. Nothing else existed at that moment. I'd never seen anything as ruggedly beautiful as him. His jaw was strong and square, and at least a day's worth of dark stubble covered his cheeks. His lips were soft and full. He never wore sunglasses, and there were small squint lines around his eyes, slightly pale against his tanned face. His lashes weren't long, but they were thick and jet black. I could have looked at him all night. Some strange feeling seemed to suffuse my entire being. It was overwhelming, almost painful, yet not unpleasant. I felt like I must certainly be glowing with it. This current that flowed through me felt like a fever under my skin. Surely he could feel it where his head rested on my thigh. How could he be so close to me, touching me, and not sense what I was feeling? I'd always been attracted to him. I'd always enjoyed spending time with him. But I realized at that moment that at some point over the past few weeks, it had become something more. I loved him. It was a painful realization, so painful it took my breath away, discovering I was totally in love with this man who would never love me back. I wanted nothing more than to kiss him, and was both annoyed and relieved that I couldn't possibly do it from where I sat. I knew I wouldn't have been able to stop myself otherwise. My hand moved of its own volition and came to rest along his cheek, my fingertips just touching his jaw. His eyes drifted open. He stared up at me, his green and gray eyes looking into mine, and I knew he could see it in my eyes. There was no way he could look at me at that moment and not know what I was feeling. He slowly put his hand up, grabbed my fingers, and pulled them away from his cheek. He didn't let go of my hand. His voice was quiet, but gentle. "Are you sure you're not making a pass at me?" I couldn't even answer at first. It certainly hadn't been my intention at the beginning, but at that moment I didn't think I could bear to not have him. Would it work? My voice was barely more than a whisper. He hesitated for a second, but whether it was because he was unsure of the answer, or because he knew I wasn't going to like it, I didn't know. But then, just slightly, he shook his head. No. It was the answer I expected, and yet I couldn't believe how much it hurt. I couldn't look at him anymore. I had to close my eyes, had to remind myself to take a single, shaking breath. I could barely speak around the sudden lump in my throat. I guess it doesn't matter then, does it? I started to pull away, but his hand, still holding my fingers, suddenly gripped tight. "Jared?" When I looked back down at him, he said, "Do you want me to leave?" The question surprised me, and I answered honestly, "No, not at all." I pulled my hand away from his and stood up, not facing him, one hand over my eyes. "Matt, I wasn't sure what I was going to say, but what came out was, I'm sorry." "Don't be." He said it with such gentle honesty, and it made me feel a little better. It was a relief to know that at least my desire for him wouldn't cost me his friendship. But I still couldn't look at him. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him get up and put his shirt back on. He came over and put his hand on my shoulder, waiting until I finally met his gaze. He gave me an almost smile and said, "Come on, let's go make those nachos." We spent the last Sunday of August on my couch watching football. We were as excited as kids on Christmas to have the season underway. For the morning game, we cheered for the same team, but for the afternoon game, we rooted against each other. I'd never experienced such a perfect feeling of camaraderie. We laughed at each other and insulted each other and occasionally threw things at each other and drank too much beer. And near the end, he sighed happily, leaned back next to me on the couch, and said, "I'm definitely coming here every Sunday. Don't forget there's football on Mondays, too." Chapter 14. I ride my bike to and from work year-round, resorting to my car only when there's snow on the ground. I don't know for sure, but I've always suspected it's the main reason I've managed to stay thin. Most of the time I enjoy it, but not today. We were having one of our late afternoon thunderstorms, very common for Colorado in early September. The rain was chilly, and visibility was limited as I left the shop. I'd originally planned to stop at the grocery store on the way home since there was nothing edible in my house, but now all I really wanted to do was get home and get dry. Maybe Matt would come by tonight, and we could order a pizza. I had my head down and was pedaling down the sidewalk as fast as I could when a car hit me. It came out of a driveway, moving slow, which is probably what saved me. The driver was talking on his cell phone, not paying attention, just like Lizzie always predicted. I hoped she'd be happy. He hit me on my left side. The front of the hood hit my head, and I flew out into the street. Later, I'd realize how lucky I was that no cars were coming. I slid a few feet across the asphalt on my right side before coming to a stop in the middle of the street. "Oh, shit, I'm so sorry I didn't see you. Are you hurt?" The driver was already out of his car and leaning over me. I recognized him from around town. His name was Jason. Other than that, I didn't know anything about him. I think I'm okay. In truth, I had no idea. I was stunned, trying to survey the damage. Nothing hurt yet, but that didn't mean anything. I'd heard people could get shot and not even know it. He looked more scared than I felt. "I think I better take you to the hospital." "I think I'm okay." I was more worried about the state of my bike. "You're bleeding." Jason pointed toward my left ear. I put my hand against my head, and it came away covered in blood, which was quickly washed away again by the rain. Oh, shit. Now that I was looking for it, I found blood on my shirt and in the rainy water on the street. Jason was starting to panic now. "Let me take you to the hospital." The pain hit suddenly, as if seeing the blood was all my brain needed to catch up. It was either let him take me or wait here for cops and an ambulance. I got in his car. "The wound on your head looks worse than it actually is," the doctor told me. "Of course, if you'd been wearing a helmet, you'd be home by now with only a few bumps and bruises instead of bleeding in my emergency room." I knew he was right. Worse than that, I knew that Lizzie, Brian, and my mom were all going to give me the same lecture at least 100 times over the next few days. "There's no sign of concussion, so once we've got your wounds clean and bandaged, you'll be able to go home. Do you have somebody you can call to pick you up?" "Yes." "Good. I'm going to give you some oxycodone." I hate that stuff. It makes me itchy. That's a fairly common side effect. Would you prefer Vicodin? Definitely. I'm going to give you a little bit now. You'll probably be pretty sore in the morning, so I'll send you home with one extra dose. But after that, you'll need to make do with over-the-counter pain relievers. You bet. Every part of my body ached, and I knew it was only going to get worse. They gave the drugs a while to kick in, then closed the wound on my left temple with something that smelled suspiciously like superglue. Besides being covered with blood, my shirt had been shredded by my skid on the asphalt. They threw it away, painfully cleaned the giant patch of road rash on my right side, spread some kind of goo all over it and bandaged it, and then gave me a blue scrub shirt to wear home. Cops were in and out, asking me questions. Matt didn't appear to be on duty. Jason gave me his insurance information and promised to bring my bike by my house the next day. It seemed to go on forever. It was almost 9 o'clock when the doctor finally brought me the second dose of Vicodin. "Assuming there are no problems tonight, you can take these tomorrow morning with breakfast," he said as he handed them to me. I nodded, even though I knew I wouldn't wait that long. He handed me a cordless phone. "Call your ride now. I'll want to talk to them before you leave." I took the pills as soon as he left the room and thought about who to call. Lizzie would be a wreck, crying and trying to baby me. Brian would yell about me being an idiot. Mom would cry and give me a lecture on the same topic. I called Matt. "Hey, Jared," he said when he picked up. "Where the hell are you? I went by your house." "I'm at the hospital. Can you come and get me?" "What happened?" "I got hit by a car, but of course he didn't let me finish." "What? Jesus, Jared, are you okay?" "I'm fine, but they won't let me go unless I have a ride home." "I'll be there in 5 minutes." When Matt got there, the doctor took him into the hallway and they talked for a while. By the time we got in the car, I was already feeling better. I let my head fall back against the headrest. I could have fallen asleep there. Please don't lecture me. Just let it wait until morning. Okay. He said it like it hadn't even occurred to him. I could have kissed him. By the time we got to my house, I was dead on my feet. Between the Vicodin and the adrenaline crash, I felt like I could barely put one foot in front of the other. I fell onto the couch, leaned back, and closed my eyes. The cushion shifted as he sat down next to me. Nothing happened for a minute, or maybe it was an hour. The whole world was soft around the edges, not quite tangible. My body hurt, but I drifted somewhere above the pain, buoyed by the drugs, comfortable back in my own home. I might have slept for a bit. I couldn't be sure. At some point I became aware of him again at my side, and then a feather-light touch near my temple, where the cut was. I cracked my eyes open a tiny bit. He was leaning close, one leg tucked under him on the couch, examining the cut on my head. He brushed my hair back out of the way. My eyes closed again, and I drifted for a while, feeling his fingers moving in my hair. My head still hurt, but his light touch felt nice. Jesus, Jared. It wasn't his usual bantering tone. It was almost a whisper, tight and strained. I opened my eyes a tiny bit. He was so close, and the expression on his face was one I'd never seen before. His eyebrows were down, and his eyes, not very far away from my own, were dark and troubled. His fingers seemed to still be moving in my hair, against my scalp, almost like a caress, but my addled brain wasn't sure. You could have died. Even in my drugged state, I was surprised by how much raw emotion I heard in those 4 words. I had no idea what to say, but what came out of my mouth was, I'm okay. His eyes closed. His fingers were still in my hair, but not moving anymore. Thank God. I couldn't get my brain to work. Something about this was strange and wrong, but I couldn't figure out what it was. He finally opened his eyes, and I must have looked confused because he grinned. Just how much Vicodin did they give you? Enough. I could easily have slept there the rest of the night. I was especially reluctant to move away from where his fingers were tangled in my hair, just barely touching my head. He shook his head at me, still smiling a little, and said, Come on. Time for bed. He stood up, pulled me off the couch, and pushed me toward my bedroom. Once we got there, he said, Do you have any sweats that might fit me? That confused me, but I pointed to a drawer. Okay. He started digging through it. He glanced back over his shoulder. Jared, I'm not going to undress you, he said lightly. You'll have to do that yourself. I hadn't actually realized that's what I was supposed to be doing. I obediently took off my shoes and socks and pants, and I sat down on the bed. I wasn't sure what to do next. Mac came over and looked down at me with the pseudo-smile. Close enough. He pulled the hospital shirt off me. His expression darkened again, that strange look I didn't recognize, when he saw the bruises and giant bandage on my side. Then he pushed me gently backward on the bed. I turned onto my uninjured side and snuggled down into my bed with relief. He pulled the blankets up over me. When was the last time somebody had tucked me in? My eyes closed and I drifted again. Some time later, the mattress creaked. I opened my eyes a little. Darkness filled the room, but I could still see him, wearing a pair of my sweats, getting into the other side of the bed. You're sleeping here? I managed to ask, although I seemed to be slurring my words a little. I'm not leaving you alone tonight. The doctor said to call right away if you started vomiting. Will you be here when I wake up? I didn't know why that mattered, but some part of my brain apparently wanted to know. His hand wrapped tight around my wrist. I promise. I woke to the smell of bacon cooking. My stomach grumbled. My whole body hurt, my mouth tasted terrible, and my head pounded. I really wished I'd saved that second dose of Vicodin for morning like the doctor had told me. I made it into the bathroom, emptied my bladder, brushed my teeth, and started cleaning up. Between the road rash and the superglue, a shower wasn't even an option. The left side of my face was black and blue from my temple to my jaw. Yep, my mom was definitely going to freak. I would have preferred being hit by another car to facing her. My memory of the evening after leaving the hospital was a blur of hazy images. Pain, but also a light touch on my temple, a hand wrapped around my wrist in the dark. Did he really sleep in my bed with me? Talk about opportunity wasted, I thought as I took 2 each of Tylenol and ibuprofen. How do you feel? He asked as I came into the kitchen and sat down at the breakfast bar. Like I was hit by a Mack truck? Nope. He put a plate of bacon, eggs, and toast in front of me. Just a Toyota Land Cruiser. A glass of milk and a cup of coffee came next. It occurred to me that, with the exception of the coffee, none of this food had been in my house. He must have gone out early to get it. My stomach grumbled again, louder than before. Holy shit, I'm hungry. You had Vicodin for dinner. That explains it. I dug in. I called Lizzie and told her you'd be late. I groaned as I thought about what Lizzie was going to say about the whole thing. Did you tell her what happened? No. He sounded amused. You want me to get the full brunt of her freaking out when I tell her, don't you? Exactly. His eyes crinkled at the corners. Plus, I could tell she was dying to know why I was calling from your house at 7:30 in the morning. I thought it'd be fun to let her imagination run wild. That certainly would get Lizzie's bees buzzing, and I had to laugh. Mind if I use the shower? He asked. Help yourself. I was already most of the way through the plate of food. He didn't head for the shower, though. He stood staring at me like he had something to say, but didn't know how. It made me self-conscious enough that I stopped eating and looked up at him. What? He came around the counter to stand next to me. For a second or two, he didn't move. I waited, figuring the lecture was about to start. But then he leaned toward me. He put one hand under my hair on the back of my neck, pulling me toward him, and buried his face in my hair. He was shaking. He took one ragged breath. His lips brushed my ear as he whispered, Don't ever scare me like that again. I was stunned. I knew I was his only real friend in town, but it still surprised me how shaken up he seemed to be. I remembered his look from the night before, that strange expression I'd never seen before. I remembered the raw emotion in his voice when he said I could have died. I was overwhelmingly touched by how much he cared about me. It was hard to make my throat work, but I managed to say, I'll do my best. Good. He let go, grabbed my helmet off the counter, and shoved it into my stomach hard enough to make me wince. From now on, he said. It did not sound like a request. My first instinct was to protest, but then he gave me that look again, the one from last night. Could I really deny him anything? The answer was simple. No. I loved him too much. I promise. Chapter 15. True to form, my family freaked out about the accident, but once they learned that Matt had made me promise to wear my helmet, they let it go. Mom called it a blessing in disguise. I tried not to roll my eyes when she said it. I was also relieved to find out that my bike wasn't badly damaged, and so within a matter of days the incident was, for the most part, forgotten. And if I wondered a little about Matt's strange display of affection, I said nothing. You look like hell. I just opened my front door to find Matt leaning on the doorframe. I wasn't sure why he even bothered knocking anymore. He looked like he might have fallen asleep there if I'd taken any longer answering. I just pulled a double shift. I'm exhausted. He came in and threw himself onto the couch. Have you bought any food yet? I'm starving. You know I haven't. But I'm hungry too. Come on, let's go out. My treat. He groaned. Where are we gonna go? Mamacita's? No, Sherry might be there. Is that a problem? Yes. Since when? Since I quit seeing her 2 weeks ago. That surprised me, but I let it go. Okay then, how about Tony's? We can't go there either. Why not? That blonde girl, I forgot her name, she's always giving me her phone number. Maybe it's her night off. If it is, then that other one will be there. The one who wears too much of that stinky hippie perfume. She practically sat in my lap last time. I couldn't help but laugh. Is there any restaurant in town that we can go to? No. Must be tough being the town's most eligible bachelor. I'm glad you find it so amusing. And you're not interested in any of them? He looked right at me. He was so tired, all his defenses were down, and I knew he meant it when he said, No, I'd rather be here. God, that was good to hear, but I tried to keep my tone casual. You think if you hang out with the gay guy long enough, they'll finally start to leave you alone? That would certainly be an added bonus. His eyes were closed now. His breathing slowed. It doesn't seem to be working so far. Jared shut up and ordered a pizza. When the pizza arrived, I brought out a couple of beers and flipped on the TV. He was still quiet and strangely pensive. I checked the on-screen guide. We gotta set through the last 40 minutes of the Breakfast Club, but then Wrath of Khan starts. Whatever. I wasn't sure how to handle this side of him. Usually he was so solid, but tonight it felt like he was lost, like he was waiting for somebody to lead him home. He'd hardly eaten any pizza, although he was on his third beer. Are you working tomorrow? I asked. Day off. Let's go for a ride. We haven't been up in a couple of weeks. He brightened up a little. Sure. I could use the exercise. He'd sunk low in his seat, his long legs stretched out in front of him, his head back, his arms stretched out along the back of the couch so that one hand rested behind my head. Half the time his eyes were closed, and I thought he was drifting in and out of sleep. We sat in silence for a while, and then he said suddenly, I hate this movie. Because it's sentimental crap or because nothing gets blown up? It was supposed to be a joke, but I don't think he even heard me. None of them even know who they are. They're just acting out their roles, being what their parents made them, always trying to be what's expected. It's exhausting. Somehow I didn't think he was only talking about the movie. I think I envy you, he said. You don't ever get tired, do you? You don't care what they expect. Whose expectations are you worried about, Matt? Nobody's. Everybody's. Fuck, I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm so tired. His eyes were closed again. Don't listen to me. I was pretty sure he'd fallen asleep. I sat there, feet up on the coffee table, staring at the movie without seeing it, wondering what had happened to put him in this mood. Then I felt a small tug on the back of my head. Then another. It was his hand. He was feeling my hair, gently pulling on my curls. Did something happen today, Matt? He stared at his own fingers as they played in my hair, but I don't think he was really seeing them. It was possible he hadn't quite realized he was doing it. It felt nice, and I held perfectly still, afraid if I moved an inch, he'd stop. Is there something going on at work? The tug on my hair stopped. His jaw clenched, and I knew I'd hit on something. No. I know you're lying. There was no answer for a moment, but then that gentle pull in my hair started again. They're having a picnic. You know, a department thing, everybody bringing their families. He stopped, but I knew there was more. And you don't have a family? That's not the problem. He sighed and took a deep breath like he was going to tell me, then he stopped short, shaking his head. Never mind. He stopped playing with my hair and looked back at the TV like the subject was closed. Then what is the problem? It took him a while to decide to answer, but he finally said, in a quiet voice, "They asked me if I was going to bring a guest, and I mentioned you." I was shocked. "You shouldn't have done that." "No shit." "What did they say?" "They told me boyfriends aren't allowed." He sighed again. "I know you warned me. I know I should have seen it coming, but we're friends, right?" He didn't wait for me to answer. "I'm not allowed to have a friend? And what if it was more?" I just about choked on my beer when he said that, but he didn't seem to notice. "Why is it their business? They expect me to go sit at their fucking picnic alone and watch them with their happy fucking little families, and I'm supposed to pretend like the one person in this town I give a damn about doesn't even exist?" I couldn't really think of anything to say to that. I couldn't believe that he'd said any of it, and was pretty sure he wouldn't have on any normal day, but it didn't matter. He was still talking, and the pull on the back of my head had resumed. "And then my parents called. Talk about great timing. My mom's all in a lather because her sister has a billion grandkids and she has none. My dad was drunk, which is nothing new, and he's talking about duty. I don't know if he means being something more than a cop or if he means getting married and settling down. Both, I guess. And all I can think about is how much I wish I had a brother or a sister so they could shift some of their expectations to somebody other than me." The gentle tug on the back of my head continued. "Everybody wants something, and everybody expects something. They never ask how I'm doing or if I'm happy. They don't ask what I want." "And what do you want?" His hand and head both fell back onto the back of the couch. His eyes were on the ceiling. "I wish I knew." I wasn't sure what to say to that. I turned back to the TV, and after a minute the gentle tug on my curls resumed. "Jared, what do you want?" His voice was quiet, and when I looked over, his gray eyes locked on mine. "Tell me what you are expecting." My heart skipped a beat. Was he asking how I felt about him? I could tell him I had no expectations, and that was certainly true, but as to what I wanted, that was simple. I wanted him. But I was pretty sure he already knew that, and I didn't think verbalizing it would help anything. So instead, I said, "I'm expecting to kick your ass on the trail tomorrow." And just barely he smiled. "I better get some sleep." "Are you okay to drive home?" "I'm not even gonna try." Then 2 minutes later, he was sound asleep. By the time I got up, Matt had already showered, gone out for donuts, and made coffee. His strange mood seemed forgotten as he shoved me out the door. We had a great ride. I had one spectacular crash on the way up, resulting in 2 skinned knees and an oozing abrasion that ran from my shoulder to my elbow. Before I could even get up, I heard what could only be described as maniacal laughter. The part of my brain that wasn't thinking about how much pain I was in wondered who was laughing, because I'd certainly never heard anything like that come out of Matt's mouth. And then, before I knew what was happening, he jumped on me and pinned me to the ground. I'm close to 6 feet, but I'm not exactly a big guy. Matt outweighed me by 20 to 30 pounds, and he had no trouble holding me down. "My God, you're heavy. What the hell are you doing?" His body was all muscle and sweat, and his eyes flashed green as he laughed down at me. "Rubbing dirt on it." And he proceeded to grab a handful of it and smear it all over my arm. It hurt like hell, but at the same time, it was strangely erotic, having him on top of me like that. It left me a little aroused and a whole lot off balance. At the top of the trail, we took off our helmets, dropped our bikes, and stood on the summit, looking down at the valley below us. The sun was golden, the sky brilliant blue, the air heady with the smell of pine. A light breeze lifted goosebumps on my skin. Below us, the changing aspen created bright patches of amber, orange, and magenta within the green. It was a perfect moment, standing there next to him, covered in sweat and dirt and blood, seeing the glory of the Rocky Mountains around us. I turned to him, wondering if he felt it too, and found he wasn't seeing it at all. He was looking at me instead. He cocked his head to the side like something puzzled him. His eyes seemed to smile, even if his lips didn't. But the thing that really startled me was his eyes. If I had ever imagined him looking at me like that, it had only been in my sweetest dreams. He reached up over my shoulder to my hair. Was the whole world in slow motion? I had to remind myself to breathe. I felt a tug as he pulled the rubber band free. Then his fingers pushed up against my scalp and into my hair. My breath caught, and my eyes closed. I don't know how long we stood like that. It felt like forever. It felt like only a heartbeat. Lizzie's wrong. You definitely shouldn't cut it. He let me go, and when I opened my eyes, he was already halfway back to his bike. But he gave me his brilliant smile. Would I ever get used to seeing it? When he turned to look at me. Last one down pays for dinner. All right, Jared, spill, Lizzie demanded. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't give me that. You can't wander around here all day with your head in the clouds and a permagrin on your face and expect me to believe that there's nothing going on, so spill. She was right. I felt like I'd been floating a foot above ground all day. I'm just having a good day. It's Matt, isn't it? Yes. Well, no, not exactly. What is it then, exactly? I didn't know what to say, but I knew my ridiculous grin was bigger than ever. Please tell me he's finally coming around. Well, I don't want to get your hopes up too high, or my own. But I actually think there's a ghost of a chance. She squealed and threw her arms around my neck. She caught me off guard. I had one arm pinned to my side by her round belly and a mouth full of her hair. That's so great, Jared. The bell over the door rang and Matt walked in. What are you two so happy about? My face burned. My mouth opened, but no words came out. Lizzie, on the other hand, was smooth as always. Jared was just telling me he plans to babysit for us once a week after the baby is born so Brian and I can go out. Isn't that nice of him? Did I say smooth? I don't think that quite covers it. She managed to answer him without embarrassing me and had secured herself a weekly date night all in one stroke. You had to admire her. So, Matt, did Jared tell you about his birthday? No. He looked at me expectantly. It's still 2 weeks away, I told him. It's September 21st, Lizzie said. I'm making dinner. You'll come, right? He looked right at me and said, Wouldn't miss it. Chapter 16. My confusion only grew in the weeks leading up to my birthday. Matt spent every single evening at my house. He slept on my couch as often as he went home, although he was always gone by the time I dragged my lazy ass out of bed in the morning. He even bought a toothbrush to keep in my house. I told myself it was only because he didn't want to go home to his sterile, empty apartment. I mostly believed it. But was I imagining that he watched me more, or found reasons to touch me when he didn't need to? Many nights, as we watched TV on my couch, I felt that gentle tug on the back of my head as he played with my curls. It was a form of torture, but one I looked forward to every day. Matt worked on my birthday, but was done at 5. He picked me up and we went to Lizzie's house for dinner. It was a strange night. As the hours passed, he kept moving closer, a heat burning in his eyes that I had seen before, in other men's eyes, but not for a long time. It seemed like he couldn't stop touching me. Taken individually, they were just casual touches on my arm or my shoulder or my back. He touched my hair a lot, too, but it was feeling less casual by the minute. With anybody else, I would have known exactly what it meant. With him, I had no idea. Even my family noticed. I saw Mom's small, knowing smile, and Brian's uneasy bemusement, and how could I miss Lizzie's ear-to-ear grin or the goofy thumbs-up she gave me behind his back? But he still seemed to be blind to what he was doing. At the end of the night, Lizzie declared us both unfit to drive and gave us a ride back to my house. By the time we pulled up in front of my house, my head was spinning. I'd heard that term before, but I never really understood it until now. I wasn't sure what to expect. Probably he'd just drink another beer and then crash on my couch, but part of me knew we were on a precipice, looking down. We either had to turn around and walk away or take a deep breath and jump. My hands shook so hard it took me 3 tries to get the key in the lock. He hummed contentedly behind me, swaying on his feet a little, and I don't think he noticed. I finally got us inside and made a break for the kitchen, calling over my shoulder, "I'll get us something to drink." I got glasses out of the cabinet and beers out of the fridge, took an ice tray out of the freezer, and stood there, staring down at them, not really knowing what to do next. Normally I just grabbed 2 bottles of beer out of the fridge, but I was flustered and trying desperately to buy enough time to regain some equilibrium. I didn't hear him come in, just suddenly felt him behind me, his hands on my waist. It made me a little breathless, feeling him so big and solid against my back. Didn't he know what he was doing to me? But his voice in my ear wasn't the sexy drawl of a lover. It was the same casual, bantering voice he always used. "What are you doing in here?" He leaned against me harder as he reached out with one hand and picked up one of the bottles. "Who ordered beer on the rocks?" I couldn't see his face, but I knew he had one eyebrow cocked. I'm not sure." I stammered like an idiot, trying to think about football or mountain bikes or anything but how close he was. He put the beer down, and his right hand slid up and over to rest on my stomach, and my breath caught in my throat. "Hey." He actually sounded a little concerned now. "Are you okay? You're shaking." I laughed nervously. "No kidding." "No kidding. What's wrong?" I took a deep breath and said, "Matt, you may not realize it, but you're sending me some seriously mixed signals here. I'm not quite sure how you want me to react." "What do you mean?" And man, that really did sound like genuine confusion in his voice, but he still hadn't moved. "I mean this, Matt, the way you're touching me." Oh. I knew without looking that his cheeks were turning red. "Do you want me to stop?" "No, I don't want you to stop. But I think maybe you should." "What? Why?" Confused, but then as realization hit, "Oh." But he didn't move. A second passed, and then his hand moved a little higher, toward my chest. His weight against my back increased, and his voice had gone low and husky when he said in my ear, "Am I turning you on?" "God, yes, you're turning me on." That came out a little harsh, but I was relieved to get it out. "Is that what you want?" He froze for a minute, and his breath in my ear was a little bit shaky. "I don't really know." Another shaky breath, and his hands fell away, and he stepped away. "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to." But when I turned around, I found he'd only taken a half step back. He stood only a foot away from me, his cheeks flushed. He was obviously as shaken as I was. For a moment, neither of us moved. I was trying to catch my breath and convince my cock there was nothing of interest going on. It wasn't listening. My whole body shook, and my voice came out raspy. "Okay. Well..." He stepped forward again. My back hit the counter. My fingers had a death grip on its edge. He was so close. He stared at me, frowning, his head cocked a little to the side, like he was trying to figure something out. Like I was some kind of puzzle he almost had the answer to. Then, slowly, he put both hands on the countertop, one on either side of me, pinning me in. Matt. It came out barely a whisper. The green sparkled in his eyes more than usual tonight. They were full of surprise and confusion, but there was something else there, too. I guess I just want to touch you. One hand came off the counter onto my hip. I think... He sounded amazed. I really like touching you. His hand slid up my arm. His lips were only an inch away from mine. My whole body felt electric, like every nerve was straining toward him. Is it okay if I touch you? I gave up, closed my eyes, relaxed against his tall, strong body, and thought about nothing but how good his hand felt. Yes. He put his hand in my hair, pulling lightly on the curls. For a moment I only felt fingers moving through my hair. Then he grabbed a handful of it and pulled my head back. His breath warmed my exposed neck. Soft lips and rough stubble brushed up to my jaw. I was sure my heart was going to pound its way right out of my chest, or that my cock was going to burst through the buttons on my jeans. His lips brushed my ear. I just want to touch you a little more. I wanted to tell him that he never had to stop, but I couldn't speak. I was afraid if I touched him, the spell would somehow be broken. But I reached out and put one hand on his flat stomach. He responded by wrapping his other arm around my waist. His tongue touched my ear. His cheek was like sandpaper against my own. I pulled up his shirt, slid my hands underneath, and ran them up his back. Hard muscles tensed under my fingers, and he made a little moan against my neck that went straight to my groin. I hadn't thought there was any space left between us, but he managed to push closer, the entire length of his body heavy against mine. His arms tightened around me, one hand wandering up and down my back, the other still tangled in my curls. His lips never left my neck. Not just brushing over the skin like before, he was really kissing me now, nipping at my neck, his tongue flicking over my pounding pulse. He grabbed my hips with both hands, pulling my groin harder against his erection ground against my own. I moaned. Or maybe it was more of a whimper. Whatever it was, he obviously liked it because the gentle nibbles on my neck suddenly became something much more insistent. He put both hands into my hair, the entire bulk of his weight pinning me against the counter. He pulled harder on my hair, pushing his hips into mine. Whatever he was doing to my neck was bordering on painful, but I definitely didn't want it to stop. It took me a couple of tries, but I finally managed to whisper, "Do you want to go in the bedroom?" Me and my big mouth. He froze, a living, breathing statue with both hands tangled in my hair, his lips still warm against my neck. "Matt?" And then he let me go. Before I knew it, he was on the other side of the kitchen. I reeled, feeling as if half my body had just been ripped away. "Matt?" He sat down on one of the bar stools with his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. "Oh my God. What just happened? What the hell just happened?" He made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. "I don't know what's happening to me. I think I'm losing my fucking mind." I took a step toward him and reached out. "Don't touch me!" It came out as a snarl. He might as well have punched me, it hurt so much. "Matt, it's okay." "It is most definitely not okay. Oh my God, this is not okay. I wanted to... How could I want that? How can I want you like this?" Matt, I want you to. I have for a long time. There's nothing wrong with that. His only response was to shake his head in his hands. Matt, I know what you've told me, but be honest with me. This can't be the first time you've been attracted to another guy. He was silent so long I started thinking I'd taken a serious misstep. But then, very quietly, he said, "You're right. I've been attracted to other men before. Not many, but a few, but not like this. Nothing ever like this." He took a deep, shuddering breath. It was always just a physical reaction. Then I was able to ignore it. I told myself no, told myself that it was wrong. He looked up at me, and the pain and confusion in his eyes was enough to break my heart. Whatever this is with me and you, it's so much more. And I can't make it go away. How could those words make me so happy while hurting so much at the same time? Why does it have to go away? I'm so confused, Jared. Even now, all I can think about is how much I want to touch you. And I just have no idea what to do about it. I went to him. Sitting on the stool, he was a little shorter than me. His eyes were wary as I approached, but he didn't stop me. I stepped between his knees, took his face in my hands, and looked into his eyes. I do, Matt. I know exactly what to do about it. Come in the bedroom with me, and let me show you what we can do about it. I leaned in and kissed him, just barely brushing my lips against his. Trust me. Please. Don't turn away from this. There were tears on his cheeks. But it's wrong. You know I don't believe that. I don't see how it can be wrong. His eyes were closed, and when I kissed the corner of his mouth, I heard his breath catch in his throat. Does this feel wrong to you? I kissed the tears from one cheek. Because it doesn't feel wrong to me. The other cheek. Nothing in my life has ever felt so right. I pulled back and waited until he opened his eyes and looked into mine. I love you, Matt. How can that be wrong? How can love be wrong? But it was too much. When I said that word, the doors slammed shut. He reached up and took my wrists. He was gentle but firm as he pulled my hands from his face, shaking his head. He stood up, pushing me away as he did. I have to go. Matt, please don't. Please don't walk away from this. But he didn't even look back. The next morning I sat in the shop, contemplating a crack in the countertop. To be honest, I'd been contemplating that crack for over an hour. A couple of people had come in, but I let Ringo deal with them. I made sure to keep my hand over the marks on my neck while they were in the store. No need to give the town gossip something else to talk about. I couldn't remember ever being so depressed over hickeys before. The back door banged as Lizzie arrived. I wished I could hide from what came next, but there was no escape. Oh my God, look at your neck! Looks like somebody had one hell of a birthday. But when I looked up at her, she must have seen the pain in my eyes right away. Her face fell and she dropped onto the stool next to me. What happened? I don't want to talk about it. Oh, Jared. After yesterday, the way he was watching you and touching you, I was so sure. Still don't want to talk about it. Did the two of you have a fight? Not exactly. Did you break up? Lizzie, we would have had to be together in order for us to break up." "Then what?" So I told her, and the sympathy in her blue eyes was almost the worst part of it. She hugged me despite her bulging belly. "I'm sure he'll come around. He's obviously as crazy about you as you are about him. Just give him some time." But I couldn't believe her. Chapter 17. Losing a potential lover didn't mean much to me. I'd never expected anything in that regard anyway, but losing my one and only friend, that I hated. I called him a few times over the next week or two, but he never answered. I left messages. The first time, 2 days after my birthday, I tried to sound casual. "Matt, it's okay. We both had a lot to drink." I didn't think that had anything to do with what had happened, but I was willing to give him that as an excuse if he needed it. "It doesn't matter. Call me." 3 days later, I tried again. "Matt, you don't have to avoid me. Nothing happened. Let's just forget it. See you on Sunday, okay?" And when he didn't show up to watch football on Sunday, I called one last time. I carefully thought out what I was going to say after the beep, something glib about his Chiefs losing to the Raiders, but for some reason the words died on my tongue. All I managed to say was, "Matt, I miss you." I didn't call again after that. The next few weeks were miserable. Matt continued avoiding me, and worst of all, he started dating Sherry. Not just sleeping with her like he had over the summer, but actually dating. I knew what he was doing. He was trying to convince himself he could be happy with a woman. He was telling himself his feelings for me were nothing more than the result of having spent too much time together, and that if he just spent more time with Sherry, he could transfer those feelings to her. I didn't think it would work, and yet I was terrified that it would. I couldn't believe how lonely I was. I told myself my life now was just as it had been for years before he arrived. It didn't seem so bad back then. But now I felt crushed. My house felt like a graveyard. Every time the door opened in the shop, I hoped it was him, but it never was. Every evening, I hoped he'd knock on the door. Even football wasn't as much fun. The few Sundays we'd spent together watching it, our perfect companionship taunted me as I sat by myself, watching the games. Lizzie and Brian invited me over, of course, and I went, once or twice. But instead of cheering me up, it only served to depress Lizzie. So I quit going. "He's not even happy," she told me one day. "Brian and I saw them when we went out to dinner, and he looked miserable." And the worst part was that I thought she was right. The times I'd seen him, he did look miserable. Even his pseudo-smile hadn't been there. "Why are you telling me this, Lizzie?" "I think he misses you as much as you miss him. Why don't you call him?" "No." "Jared, no!" I stopped short. Lizzie didn't deserve for me to snap at her. She just wanted me to be happy, but if there was one thing I knew, it was that I couldn't be the one to make the next move. He was the one who couldn't face his feelings or what they meant. The only thing I could do was wait and hope. "Hey, Jared, can I ask a favor?" Ringo said one day in early October as we were unpacking cases of motor oil. "What's up?" "Do you think that you could tutor me again?" "With math?" "Yes. I'm taking calculus now, and it's kicking my ass." Of course. It was depressing how much I was suddenly looking forward to spending time with Ringo. Talk about a lame social life. "And you know physics, too?" "That's what my degree's in. You need help with that, too?" "If it's okay. Can I come by your house to do it? I feel bad taking up time here at the shop." "What about your dad?" "I think it'll be okay. I mean, he was really glad you helped me last spring. And I told him he needs to trust people. And he needs to trust me. I'll be 18 soon. I'm not a kid, and I'm not stupid." He stopped, his cheeks slowly turning red. "Except in math and physics, I guess." "You're not stupid. My house is fine." We arranged for him to come by the house on Tuesday and Thursday evenings. The first week, Ringo came alone. The second week, he showed up with a girl. "This is my girlfriend, Julie." She was cute, a little heavy-set, with dark hair and freckles she tried to cover with makeup. "Do you think you can tutor us both?" And soon I had 2 students that week. I ordered pizza and was glad to have the company, even if it was just 2 teenagers who couldn't figure out integration. For some reason, Julie had the same bad habit that Ringo had started out with. "Why do you want to replace the variable with numbers already?" "That's how you simplify." "Variables are easy. Numbers complicate things. Wait until the end. Here." I pointed to the physics problem she was working on. "Look at this one. What do you know about F?" "Force equals mass times acceleration." "Right. So what if we put m times a in place of F in this equation?" "But we're supposed to be solving for F." "Yes, but what do you see on the other side of the equation?" She studied it, and I saw the light come on. M and A. And then she was furiously scratching away with her pencil, talking as she went. "I can eliminate M, and then I have 2A, but then..." Scratch, scratch, scratch. "Now I have A." "Right. And you already had M, so now I just multiply them and I get F." "Exactly. It's like a puzzle." Her eyes were bright with excitement. That's one way of looking at it, yes. And the look of understanding and accomplishment on her face was a remarkable balm for the ache in my heart. It didn't stop there. The next week they brought another girl, and then she brought her boyfriend. By the end of the month I had 10 different students stopping by for help in math or physics on Tuesdays and Thursdays. They didn't all come each time, but there was always at least one, and usually as many as 4 or 5. My house was turning into some kind of brainiac high school hangout. It was only a matter of time before that caused trouble. Chapter 18. Anybody who's grown up in Colorado can tell you that there's one day of the year when we're guaranteed to have bad weather. Halloween. It looked like this year would be no exception. It was damp outside, and it just dropped below freezing when Brian called me the evening of October 30th. "Jared," he sounded frantic. "Lizzie's water broke. Get to the hospital now." Once I found my way to the maternity section, I paced outside the door of her room for a few minutes. I wasn't sure if I should knock or just go in. I didn't know if things were just starting or if she was already pushing. Would she have her feet up in stirrups? Would there be blood everywhere? I had exactly 0 experience with childbirth, and had no idea what to expect. I eventually caught one of the nurses as she went into the room and asked her to tell Brian I was waiting outside. Half a second later, he came flying through the door. "What the hell are you doing out here? Get in there!" He was obviously freaking out. I'd never seen him look so frazzled. His hair stood out every which way, and his eyes were huge. "Has she had the baby?" "No, but she's going to start pushing soon, and she wants you in there." "What?" I was having horrific mental images of Lizzie in stirrups, parts of her body neither of us wanted me to see, and lots of blood. "No, I can't be in there while she's having the baby." Brian grabbed the front of my shirt and got in my face like he hadn't done since we were both teenagers. He was really shaken up. "Lizzie wants you in there, and if that's what she wants, then that's what she gets, even if I have to kick your ass and drag you in there by the hair to get it. Understand?" "Okay, Brian, settle down. I'm coming." So Brian stood on one side and I stood on the other, holding Lizzie's hand while she pushed. It went on for more than an hour, and poor Lizzie was a mess by the end. I'd never been so happy to be male. Finally, the doctor stuck something on the baby's head that looked suspiciously like a funnel. Lizzie gave one last push, the doctor pulled, and the baby was free. A boy. He was bald and pink and wrinkly, his head shaped like the funnel, with an angry red triangle right above the bridge of his nose. I was horrified, but Lizzie assured me all of that would pass. "We're naming him James Henry," she told me proudly. James, my middle name, and Henry, my dad's name. I kissed her on the forehead. Brian brought him over and started to pass him to me. "What are you doing? I can't hold him. What if I hurt him?" He laughed at me. "Better get used to it, little brother." Lizzie told me about the weekly date nights you promised us." "You mean the weekly date nights she coerced me into?" But once he was in my arms, I saw that he really was beautiful and precious, and the horrible tightness that had held my heart since Matt left eased just a tiny bit. I laughed out loud. I'm an uncle. The first Tuesday in November, 7 different kids were around my dining room table when there was a knock on the door. Matt was the only person who didn't ring the doorbell, and I tried to beat back the ridiculous excitement that he was here. But when I opened my door, it was immediately apparent that this was not a social visit. It was Matt, in full uniform, a second cop at his side. Matt was clearly embarrassed. He had his hat off, held in front of him like some kind of shield, and he couldn't seem to look at me. I tried not to think about the way his lips felt on my neck, his hands in my hair, his body pressing against mine. "Sir?" It was the other cop talking, interrupting my treacherous thoughts, and I found it difficult to tear my eyes away from Matt and look at him. "We got a call that you have some kids here?" It took me a second to process his words. "Yes." I stepped aside so they could see the kids at the table. It seemed obvious to me what was going on. A bunch of kids, 2 pizza boxes, and at least a dozen open school books. The kids sat frozen, staring at the door, pencils and floppy pieces of pizza dangling from their hands. It looked like some crazy parody of The Last Supper. The cop, his tag said Officer Jameson, stalked past me to the table. "What's going on here? Which one of you is Aiden?" Aiden turned about 10 shades of red and raised his hand. "Is this everybody?" Jameson asked. He pointed down the hallway. "Are there any kids back there? Maybe in the bedroom?" "What?" I asked, appalled. At the same time, I heard Matt say, "Grant, don't." Grant just smirked at him. The implications of what was happening finally hit me. I took a deep breath and said, "No. There's nobody in the bedroom. How can you even ask that? I'm tutoring them." Jameson opened his mouth to say something, and I could tell it was going to be something sarcastic when Matt jumped in. "Jared," I could tell by his face that he hated saying it. "We got a call from one of the moms." I heard Aiden groan. "She was worried about her kids spending so much time here. She asked us to check it out. We're required to respond, even when we know it's bullshit." He glared at Jameson. "And it is bullshit, just like I told you it would be." Jameson smirked, ignoring him. "Don't you need permission from the parents to have these kids here?" "No, why would I?" My jaw was clenched so tight it was a miracle he could understand me. "I'm not doing anything wrong." "I know," Matt said, finally meeting my eyes. Jameson snorted. Matt threw him a dirty look before turning back to me. He put his hand on my elbow. "Jared, trust me. I know. I know you'd never do anything inappropriate, but like I said, we're required to follow up." He seemed to realize he was touching me right there for the world to see. He cleared his throat and took a step back. "But this mom, she was pretty upset. She's been making calls to some of the other parents. I'm sorry." He glanced over at the kids. "I think it might be best if you had them go home." "This is bullshit," Ringo snapped, jumping to his feet. "Jared's the only one who's been able to teach us this stuff. You can't make us leave." Jameson turned on him. "Look, kid, stop," I said. Amazingly, he did, and everybody looked at me. I turned to Jameson. "This is my house, and you have no right to come in here like this. I'm not doing anything wrong, and I'd like you to leave. Right now." I looked at Matt and said, "Both of you." Matt flinched and looked away. Jameson opened his mouth to speak, but I wasn't done. I turned to the students. "I certainly don't want anybody thinking I'm corrupting their kids." I tried not to sound too sarcastic when I said that. "I think the officer is right. You should all go home." This was met by loud protests from the kids, mainly voiced in the form of obscenities. "Jared, you can't quit teaching us now. We need your help," Ringo said. "Since you started helping us, we're all passing." One of the other boys jumped in. "Yeah, this is the first year I've been able to keep playing football. Every other year my math grades are too low for eligibility." "Listen, I'll keep teaching." "Sir, I don't think—" Jameson tried to cut in, but I just raised my voice and talked over him. "But anybody who comes back, you need to bring a note from your parents saying it's okay. Tell the others too. And I know your handwriting, so don't try to forge it." Everybody looked relieved at that, except Aiden. There didn't seem to be much I could do about that, though. The kids finally left, and Jameson headed for the car, but Matt hung back. He watched warily as I gathered up dirty paper plates and empty pop cans, doing my best not to look at him. "Jared, I'm sorry. I know you wouldn't do anything inappropriate." I didn't say anything. Whatever anger I'd started with was gone. Now, I just felt embarrassed and resentful. "This is why, isn't it?" he asked quietly. "This is why you aren't teaching. It's not really about the shop at all." Yes, and I hated how defeated I sounded when I said it. "I don't think you should let this stop you. It's just one mom. Stop." I didn't want to talk to him about it. Not now, with everything else lying unfinished between us. I looked up at him and said with more venom than I felt, "Will that be all, Officer Richards?" I could tell it hurt him, but I didn't care. He turned away. "That's all." I resisted the urge to slam the door behind him. Chapter 19. On Thursday, most of my students came back with permission slips. A few of the parents had even written encouraging notes telling me they trusted me and that they appreciated what I was doing for their kids. It made me feel better. And after that, the tutoring sessions resumed without incident. A few days later, Cole called. We'd been friends since college. Sometimes he called or emailed almost daily. Other times I'd go months without hearing from him as he gallivanted across Europe or Asia or some other continent I'd probably never see. No matter which way it went, I was always happy to hear from him. "Hey, sweets, are you lonely tonight?" Cole always talked in a flirty, flamboyant, lilting voice, and he never called anybody by name. "We'll both be lonely tonight if you call me that again." I knew he wouldn't listen. "Don't be such a killjoy." "Are you in Vail? The slopes aren't even open yet, are they?" "I'm at the Denver airport, just passing through, sweets. I thought I could head your way for the night, though. That is, if you're feeling accommodating." Maybe I should have said no, but why would I? I knew Matt wasn't celibate in his relationship with Sherry, and I certainly didn't owe him anything on that front. Plus, I don't get that many opportunities. There was no telling when Cole would call again. Maybe as soon as next month, maybe not until next year. And the thought of the months stretching out ahead of me with no company but my own hand decided it for me. Your timing couldn't be better. 3 hours later, Cole blew into my house like a whirlwind, which was par for the course with him. Good Lord, the traffic from the airport was a mess. He shoved a bottle of wine into my hands long enough to shed his coat. I always think I'll escape it, coming to the backwoods of Colorado, but it follows me here. Cole is shorter than me, whipped thin, boyishly cute with dark hair artfully cut to hang in his eyes. He did the kissy cheek thing. He spent way too much time in France before stepping back to look at me. He grinned, suddenly flirtatious. My goodness, sweets, I don't know how you do it. You're the only person I know who looks better now than he did in college. Flattery will get you nowhere. I'm willing to bet otherwise. He took the wine and headed for the kitchen. Tell me you still have a corkscrew around here somewhere. The one you brought with you last time, but I have no idea where it is. He rolled his eyes at me. You're dreadfully uncivilized. He began digging through the drawers. Do you have Thai delivery here yet, or are we stuck with pizza? I think the pizza place also delivers wings. He shuddered, as if I'd suggested we dig up worms for dinner. Good Lord, it's like I died and woke up in 1952. I ordered the pizza, Cole having resigned himself to something that wasn't artisan or hip. While we waited, he told me about his latest travels. He had inherited what must have been an exorbitant amount of money from his father, and he'd never been able to stay in one place for long. Paris, Florence, Prague, a few places I hadn't heard of and wouldn't have been able to find on a map to save my life, and in each place a casual lover to spend his time with. He'd long since given up on commitment. I didn't bother asking if there was anyone special. There hadn't been in years. "Only you, Jared," he always said. "You're all the special I need." Dinner arrived, and we settled on the couch, me with a beer, him with a glass of wine that probably cost a stupid amount of money. We sat close out of habit, turning toward each other, only a foot of space between us. In many ways, these moments together felt like the most intimate part of our relationship. The sex, as I'd told Matt so long ago, was just gravy. "You've hardly smiled since I got here." Cole had a way of getting right to the heart of the matter every time. "Tell me what's got you down." In general, I'm not the type of guy to sit around moaning about my feelings even after a few drinks. But Cole and I had always understood each other. Before I knew it, I was telling him everything. Matt, camping, my birthday, the weeks of loneliness since he'd left. We'd finished our pizza by the time I finished telling my sad tale. "Closet door shut tight, then?" Cole asked when I was done. "And dead-bolted." He shook his head. "Denial is a powerful thing." He sat back, studying me over the rim of his wineglass. "You're not even angry, are you? Most people would be, but you've already forgiven him." I had to think about that. He was right, I wasn't angry. I never had been. Hurt, maybe, and lonely as hell, but anger? No. "It's not like we were lovers," I said. If he called the next day and said he was drunk and hadn't meant it or didn't remember it, I would have been okay with it. I would have let him pretend it never happened. What happened that night means less to me than how we move forward. I shook my head, frustrated at my inability to explain it. "It's like with you and me. We're friends first and foremost, right? The sex is secondary." He squeezed my hand. "Always. I guess that's how I feel about this, too. He was my friend. The best friend I have in this shitty little town. Just about the only one outside of Lizzie and Brian." He nodded. "That's what you miss the most." I sighed, more miserable now than ever. "Yes." He set his drink on the coffee table. "I'd like to tell you it'll all work out, but in my experience, it never does. Love and romance are pretty lies we tell ourselves, but real life doesn't come with happily ever afters." Somehow, despite everything, Cole always made me laugh. Wow. Was that supposed to be a pep talk? Because I have to tell you, your bedside manner sucks. He grinned, turning flirtatious once again. "Bedside just isn't my forte. It's what happens in the bed that counts." He stood up and held his hand out to me. "Come on, let me show you what I mean." I was happy to let him distract me. By the time I got up the next morning, he was already dressed. I found him in the kitchen, staring mournfully into my refrigerator. "Good Lord, sweets, nothing but mustard and beer? How do you even survive?" "A lot of pizza delivery?" I yawned. "I should take you out for breakfast." "You should, but you won't. I know you." He shut the fridge and turned to pierce me with a withering stare. "God forbid anybody in this town find out you get laid once in a while." "I just don't want to give them reason to talk." "Why live here at all if you can't be out?" "I'm out. I'm just cautious." It was an old argument and one we never pursued far. "Cole, please." "Whatever." He waved away my excuses. "I'll wait here while you run out and get something. And don't even think about bringing me a donut. I want a cinnamon bagel with low-fat cream cheese and a vanilla latte." "I know." I kissed his cheek, a peace offering which he accepted with a tilt of his head. "Just give me 5 minutes to shower first." Just as I stepped out of the shower, I heard a knock on the door, and my heart sank. I knew it was Matt. Anybody else would use the doorbell. I struggled to get my sweats back on and get out there. although I had no idea how I was going to handle the situation when I did. I heard the door open. "Well, hello, officer," Cole said. If I'd known we had company coming, I wouldn't have gotten dressed so fast. Oh, shit. I made it into the living room, pants on, but with my hair dripping wet just in time to hear Matt say, "So, you must be Cole." "Well, my reputation precedes me." "I'm flattered." Cole threw a wink over his shoulder at me. "And you are?" Matt just stood there. He was in full uniform, and I'd never seen him look so angry. He glared at Cole like he was some kind of bug, and he couldn't decide whether to put him outside or to step on him. But Cole is not the type to be intimidated. If anything, he uses his flamboyance as a type of shield, a way to thumb his nose at people who look down on him. I watched him do it now. He put his hand on his hip, cocked it out a bit, looked flirtatiously up at Matt through his bangs, and even batted his lashes a little. "Is there a problem, officer?" Matt's cheeks started to flush, but I didn't know if it was embarrassment or anger. He was completely still and silent. When it became obvious he wasn't going to answer Cole, I spoke up. "Cole, this is Matt." Cole's eyes went a little wide, and then he was instantly in motion. "Okay, sweets, it's obviously time for me to be on my way. Give me 1 second." Matt and I stood there, arms crossed, watching each other warily while Cole bustled around gathering up his jacket and keys. He stopped next to me and put an arm around my waist. He leaned in to nuzzle my neck, and I tilted my head a little to give him better access. Matt went stone-cold rigid. I was still annoyed enough over the tutoring incident to take a little bit of pleasure in making him uncomfortable. "An absolute pleasure, as always, sweets. I'll give you a call next time I'm in the area." He intentionally said it loud enough for Matt to hear, but then whispered in my ear, "Go get him, Jared," before kissing me on the cheek and heading for the door. Matt and I stood there a little longer after he was gone, waiting to see who would speak first. It turned out to be him. "I didn't expect you to have company." Obviously. All this time I'd been hoping to see him, hoping he'd call, hoping he'd knock on my door just like he had this morning, and yet, now that he was here, all I could see was the judgment in his eyes. I turned away from him, went around the counter into the kitchen, and started making coffee. "What is it, Matt? Didn't you come here to talk to me or to tell me how disgusted you are by my lifestyle? Or maybe to make sure I'm not tutoring kids in my bedroom?" "Of course not. I wanted to see you, but I didn't expect to." He stopped, struggling to find the right words, struggling to get his rage back under control. "I didn't expect him. I didn't expect to find you with somebody else." "Why not, Matt? Why shouldn't I be with somebody else?" "Do you love him?" It was a question I hadn't expected. I countered with one of my own. "Do you love Sherry?" "No." A flat, honest answer. I tried to hang on to my anger because I knew if it left, I'd only feel dirty and depressed. "No, I don't love Cole. You know that. If I had things my way, it would have been you in my bed last night and every night, but you made it quite clear you want nothing to do with me." He glared at the wall about a foot above my head, and I knew he was struggling. He was angry and hurt and embarrassed, and I was pretty sure he was at least a little bit jealous, too. "I love only you," I said. "But if you expect me to apologize for going on with my life after you walked out of it without a backward glance, you can go to hell." He stood there a second, still not looking at me. Finally, he said, "I think I should go." "I think you should, too." The next evening, he was back. He knocked, and when I opened the door, he was there, leaning against the doorframe with a six-pack in one hand. He looked haggard and embarrassed and scared to death. "You look like hell." A hint of a smile flickered on his face and was gone. "Are you alone?" I was glad to hear there was no judgment in his voice. He was simply trying to let me establish a boundary if I wanted to. "I am." He sighed. "Can we try this again, please? Last time didn't really go the way I planned." And any anger or resentment I still had over those last unfortunate visits vanished. I was just glad he'd come back. Of course. I heard about the baby, he told me as he came in. I guess you were Uncle Jarhead now? I laughed, probably louder than I should have. He went in the kitchen to put the beer away, came back out with 2 open ones and handed one to me. And then there was a moment when we both just stood there. For my part, I couldn't get enough of looking at him, and it was all I could do not to throw my arms around him and hug him. It wasn't a romantic urge. Sure, I was crazy about him, but we hadn't been lovers. We were friends. And it was losing that which had hurt the most. Just having him walk back through my door without the thunderclouds raging in his eyes like last time made me feel like I could breathe for the first time in weeks. For his part, he looked scared out of his wits. His eyes flitted around the room, taking in everything but me. Thanks for letting me in. Why wouldn't I? He resorted to staring at the floor. You have every right to be mad at me. Maybe so, I admitted. But I don't think I am. I just wanted somebody to watch football with again, as stupid as it sounded. It's really good to see you, actually. He finally risked a glance at my face, as if he needed to confirm that I wasn't lying. I couldn't stop myself from grinning like a fool. He sighed with relief and clapped me on the back so hard I staggered a little bit. Let's go sit down. So we took our usual spots, me on one end of the couch, him on the other, like we had 1,000,000 times before. It felt so familiar. He leaned back with a sigh and sat there with his head back and his eyes closed. He was still wound up tight, but he seemed glad to be here. So how did you hear about the baby? He sat up and started fidgeting with the label on his beer bottle, another gesture that was achingly familiar. Sherry told me. Jealousy gripped me, hot and angry in my chest, and I tried to force it down, but my voice was sharper than I intended when I asked, How is Sherry? How is she? He made an angry laugh. Christ, Jared, she's awful. She's boring. She wears too much perfume. She hates being outside and hates the mountains. She babbles through the football games. She doesn't even know what a first down is, and she only talks about 2 things. How much she hates her job, and how much she hates her piece of shit ex-husband. I was fighting to keep the smile off my face. He was quiet for a minute, but then said, The worst part is, I knew all of that going into it. He glanced over at me. Aren't you going to tell me what an idiot I am? Would that make you feel better? He laughed without much humor and went back to picking at the label. These last few weeks have been miserable. That hit me. I was quiet for a minute, but then I managed to say, quietly, They've been miserable for me too. I'm sorry. I really am. I know I should have called or come by. He shook his head. I don't know what to say. I didn't even know how to face you. I understood that. I always had. Even if it hurt. It's okay. I wouldn't blame you for hating me. I don't. I couldn't, regardless of everything. He nodded, his gaze locked on the floor between his feet. I've missed you. It was barely a whisper, but when I started to reach across to him, he said, Don't. I pulled back, feeling stricken. I didn't mean it like that. He sighed and leaned back again. I'm not ready for that yet. I just need... He stopped, biting his lower lip. I know I have no right to ask you for anything after what I did. But can I just stay here for a bit? He took a shaking breath. I just want to be here with you. Please. Anything. So, I turned on the TV and we nursed our beers. We mostly talked football and easily fell back into our old banter. A little more awkward than before, but it still felt great. And I watched him slowly relax, layers of tension and sadness falling away. He even smiled once, if only for a second. Eventually, he leaned back, and within minutes, he was asleep. When I got up in the morning, he was gone. I hoped this time it wasn't for long. The next day, Ringo came into the back of the shop to get me. "Jared, Mrs. Rochester is here to see you." I knew by his voice he was concerned about it. It took me a minute to place the name. "You mean Alice Rochester?" "I don't know her first name." "The high school principal?" "Yes." Shit. After the incident with the police, all but 2 of my students had returned with permission slips, but it seemed that wasn't enough. Some parent had obviously called the school to complain. "Tell her I'll be right out." I spent a few seconds composing myself, getting ready for what I was sure was going to be an ugly confrontation. Mrs. Rochester was in her 40s. She was in good shape and wore a navy blue skirt and matching jacket. "Mr. Thomas?" She smiled as she shook my hand. She had teeth so white and perfect she could have been in toothpaste commercials. "I don't think we've ever officially met before." "Call me Jared." "Jared, you can call me Alice." She kept smiling. "You may not realize what a buzz you've created at our school." Her cheery tone was damned annoying. "I'm really sorry about that. I was just trying to help." She looked a little confused. "Why are you sorry?" "You're talking about the tutoring, right?" "Of course. I know this is unexpected, but I wanted to ask you if you'd be willing to meet with me and a couple of the teachers, just for a few minutes." Shit. But I said that out loud. "Excuse me?" "Nothing." I took a deep breath and made an effort to smile. "I'm sorry. Yes, I'll come, if you think it's important." "Oh, good." The toothpaste smile came back in its full glory. "This close to Thanksgiving is crazy for everybody. How about the first Monday in December? Could you come to the school at 3:30? "Sure." When she was gone, Ringo asked, "What was that all about?" That was probably the end of our tutoring sessions. Chapter 20. 2 nights later, Matt pounded on my front door hard enough to rattle the hinges. "I broke up with Sherry," he said as soon as he walked in. "Oh?" I hope the joy those words awoke in me wasn't too evident in my voice. "Why?" He glanced sideways at me, and there was anger in his eyes. Don't do that. You know why." "Matt." "No." I went silent, my heart in my throat. He paced back and forth in the tiny space, looking angrier with every pass. I was pretty sure anything I said would be the wrong thing, so I just waited. But instead of talking, he turned and drove his fist into the wall. "Feel better now?" I asked. "No." He leaned against the wall with his head in his hands. There was blood on the paint, and the drywall was going to need to be patched. "I feel like I haven't slept in weeks." It sounded like he might break into tears at any moment. "I'm so fucking tired. And I'm so confused. Part of me wants to kiss you, and part of me wants to just beat the hell out of you." I have to admit I was a little bit alarmed by that. "Do I get a vote? Because I definitely prefer one over the other." He didn't laugh. "I wish I could stop thinking about you. I wish I didn't miss you so much." His earnestness touched me. "I miss you too, Matt. I'd give anything for us to just be friends again." It took him a moment to answer. "Would that work for you? Could you be happy with just being friends?" "It wouldn't be my first choice, but yes, if that's what you want." It was the truth. Better that than to be alone again. Another short silence, and then quietly, he said, "I don't know if I can do it, Jared. I wish I could, but I don't think I can go back to that. He took a deep, shaking breath. I miss you so much, but I wish I didn't want you the way I do. Why do you have to fight it? Why can't you just accept that you're as attracted to me as I am to you? It was the wrong thing to say. He grabbed my arms and slammed me against the wall. You think it's so easy? I've spent my whole life denying these feelings. I don't know if I can accept them now. I don't know if I want to accept them. His face was only a foot from mine. The look in his eyes was torture. It was pain and fear and loathing and desire, all fighting for dominance. I couldn't look at him. I couldn't bear to see it. But when I dropped my gaze, I stopped short. In looking down, away from his face, my gaze had inadvertently landed on his groin, and I was surprised to see a telling bulge inside his jeans. A simple biological response, but it spoke volumes. Matt wasn't a violent person in general. Months of friendship had taught me that. His erratic behavior now was a result of being conflicted to a degree he never had been before. Maybe getting him through the conflict had nothing to do with talking. Knowing I was possibly making a huge mistake, hands shaking in both fear and anticipation, I reached out. He still had my arms pinned to the wall, and I could barely reach, and started to unbutton his pants. He went completely still. He might not even have been breathing. Then, "What are you doing?" I didn't look at his face. His hands were still on my biceps. He could easily stop me if he chose to. Taking a chance. My hands shook a little less now. I waited for him to step away, to yell, maybe even to punch me. The last buttons came undone, and his erection, covered in the smooth black of his briefs, bulged through the flaps of denim. "I don't think you should be doing that." But his voice had gone low and husky. "I'm sure you're right." I brushed my fingertips lightly over the fabric that still covered him. His breath caught, but he didn't move. I flattened my hand against him, felt the whole length of him against my palm, and squeezed a little. He gasped, held his breath, then gave a small sigh of surrender. He took a last tiny step toward me, his forehead hitting the wall above my shoulder. His hands slid down from my arms to rest on my waistband. I rubbed him harder, pushing my fingers down inside of his jeans. I could tell by his breathing that he was becoming more aroused. Was he even leaning into my hand, or was that my imagination? I didn't want to push him too far, and yet, maybe. I stopped, wondering what exactly I was expecting, and then, barely a whisper I heard in my ear, "Jared, please don't stop." I didn't hesitate. With one hand, I pulled the waistband of his briefs down out of the way. When my right hand closed around him, he groaned low in his throat. I started stroking him, softly at first, but then harder as his breathing quickened. His fingers gripped my side so hard I was sure I would have bruises. His head rested against the wall next to mine, his face in my hair. Soft lips and sandpaper stubble both brushed my skin. He didn't kiss me, didn't even move, but I could feel his breath hot against my neck, and it felt wonderful. I grabbed his shirt with my free hand, turned and pushed him against the wall. I dropped to my knees in front of him and took him into my mouth as deep as I could. He actually stopped breathing, held his breath for a few seconds, and I thought he was going to stop me, but then it all came out in a low moan, and he relaxed against the wall. I kept one hand around the base of his cock as I worked my mouth up and down, trailing my tongue in a circle around his head every time I reached the top. I couldn't remember ever being more turned on in my life. I was dying to kiss him and pull all his clothes off him and fuck him, or have him fuck me. I didn't care which, but he certainly wasn't ready for that yet. So I just kept sucking and licking and pumping a little on the bottom of his shaft with my fist. He was definitely responding, pushing into me and moaning. His hands kept reaching for me, but then he'd pull them back and clench them at his sides again. Finally, one landed on my shoulder and touched my hair. A little. I remembered my birthday, the way he had held me against the counter with both of his hands in my hair, and I knew what he wanted. I stopped just long enough to say, "You can grab. Just don't push," before returning to sucking him. He gasped out, "Oh, Jesus, thank you," and his hands both gripped tight into my hair. He didn't push. He didn't have time. As soon as he grabbed me like that, he groaned and he started to come. Despite being caught off guard, I managed to swallow fast without choking and kept sucking until the tremors had stopped. Only then did it occur to me that I didn't really know where to go from here. My own erection was begging for some attention, and I tried talking it down. What had happened felt less like sex and more like stress relief, like letting steam out of a pressure cooker. I knew I couldn't expect any kind of return. His fingers pulled out of my hair, but before I could stand up, he slid down the wall to sit in front of me with his face buried in his hands. He leaned into me just barely. I started to put my arms around him, but that made him tense up immediately, so I settled for one on his shoulder, the other on the back of his neck. I felt like I had to say something, but had no idea what. "Matt?" And then I heard his breath catch again, not like before, a torn, shuddering breath. And I realized he was crying. "Hey, it's okay." Whatever I'd been expecting, it wasn't this. "I'm so ashamed." His voice was so quiet I could barely hear him. My heart fell a little. My intention had certainly not been to shame him in any way. "Look, I'm sorry. No." He took a deep breath and then said in a rush, "I'm ashamed of how much I liked it. How good it felt. How much I wanted it. How I want it to happen again already. Nothing with any girl has ever felt as good as that. It was..." His arms slid around my waist and held me tight. "Oh, God, Jared." The despair in his voice was enough to break my heart. But there was something else in his voice, too, something that sounded like awe. "We don't need to talk about that right now. You're exhausted. I shouldn't have pushed you like that. I think what you really need is some sleep. What do you think?" I spoke like I might to a scared child, but it seemed to work. He took another deep, shaking breath, let go of me, and stood up, turning away from me while he got his pants back in place. He wouldn't look at me, but there was no anger in his face, only sadness and confusion, and just maybe relief. "Yeah, I think I could sleep now." But he wasn't moving. I pushed him gently toward the bedroom. He went, but then he stood there looking at the bed with something like terror in his eyes. "Take the bed," I said gently. "I'll sleep on the couch tonight." I tried not to feel hurt at how relieved he looked. He stripped down to his briefs and climbed into the bed. Once again, I felt like I should say something, but I had no idea what he needed to hear right now. That I loved him? That my heart was breaking for the pain he was in? That I was sorry for pushing him, or that I wanted nothing more than to climb in beside him and make love to him all night? What I settled for was, well, good night. I was at the door, heading for the couch, when he stopped me. "Jared." He lay facing the wall, unable to turn around and look at me.
Will you stay? I don't want you to go.
I'll do anything you need me to do, but... I hesitated. Are you sure that's what you want? I hardly dared to hope.
I'm sure. Just lie with me, nothing else. I really just want you close, that's all.
Of course. That left me with the quandary of what to do about my clothes. Undressing would add a level of pressure I was sure he didn't need right now. On the other hand, sleeping fully clothed was going to be damn uncomfortable. I stood there for a second, telling myself I was a fool for worrying about it. I finally pulled off my shoes and socks and t-shirt, but decided to keep my pants on, and climbed in beside him. I lay facing his back. We would have been spooning except for the foot of empty space between us. He sighed. Even from where I was, a foot away, I could feel some of the tension leaving him.
Just a little closer, okay? I just want to know you're here.
I inched closer so that I was almost against his back, our skin barely touching. My own body responded to the nearness of his smooth back, but I made sure that part of me wasn't against him. He didn't need that right now. I put one arm over him. Sleep now, okay? We can worry about everything else later. His breathing was already slowing down, and I thought he might already be asleep, when he said quietly,
"Thank you."
What I thought was, "I hope you still feel that way in the morning." What I said was, "Anytime." I lay awake long after he was asleep, wondering what would happen in the morning. Then, in his sleep, he shifted closer, leaning back against me. He made a contented sigh that made my heart break all over again. I wrapped my arm tightly around him and told myself to take my own advice. We could worry about everything else later. I awoke once in the night and got up long enough to use the John, brush my teeth, and take off my damn jeans. When I got back into bed, he immediately moved back into my arms, although he didn't say a word. When I woke in the morning, he was still there. He was normally such an early riser, I'd fully expected him to be gone by the time I woke up. The slight tension in his back and the sound of his breathing told me that he was awake. He had to be able to feel my morning erection pressing against his backside, but he didn't move away.
"You were talking again."
I laughed. What did I say this time? He hesitated for a moment.
"You said my name."
Still, he hadn't moved. "How do you feel?" He sighed.
"Better."
"And how do you feel about this?" I tightened my arm around him a little to let him know what I meant. Then I knew he was smiling, although his voice was very quiet, when he said,
"Okay, I think."
My heart skipped a beat. "Really?"
"I've been awake for a while thinking, and I realized a few things."
He stopped for a moment, and I waited.
I dated quite a few girls over the years. I was attracted to them, and I even cared about a couple of them. But I never loved any of them. And the relationships just weren't ever very satisfying. They always seemed like more trouble than they were worth. And so I gave up. I decided I wasn't cut out for it, that I liked being a bachelor, and that I wasn't ever dating again. And my life got a lot easier after that. And sometimes I'd be physically attracted to other men, but it wasn't ever anybody I really knew, so I ignored it. I didn't want those feelings, and I buried them down deep inside of me until they were gone. and things were okay for a while. But you know how it is. Pretty soon all of my friends were married, and I always felt like a fifth wheel.
Yes, I did know how that felt.
The only time I wasn't the odd man out was when they were trying to hook me up with someone, and that was worse. So I started making excuses. Quit hanging out with them, and one day I woke up and realized they were gone. So I changed jobs. I moved here, and I met you. I was so tired of being lonely, and I was so glad to finally find somebody to just hang out with.
I squeezed him when he said that and whispered, "Me too."
All summer, we had so much fun together. I was so happy to have you, and that happiness just kept growing. It got bigger and bigger until it was all I thought about. Every day when I woke up, I couldn't wait to see you again. It was such a great feeling. I guess I'm an idiot, because I truly didn't recognize what it meant.
He stopped, but I knew he wasn't done.
And that would have been okay too, except then, just out of the fucking blue, there were the urges that went with those feelings. Strong urges. And that was something I honestly hadn't expected. They caught me completely off guard. Well, I don't think I need to tell you. It freaked me right the fuck out.
Yeah, I noticed.
I'm sorry about what I did. The way I behaved after your birthday. God, I did everything wrong. I wish I could go back and undo it all. But I can't. I was just so scared.
At least he could admit he'd screwed up. And how about now? Does it still freak you out?
A little. Not as much. I've had a lot of time to think about it the past few weeks. It's been hard for me to get used to the idea of being with another man, but...
He stopped for a second, and I could hear a smile in his voice when he went on.
I think last night helped quite a bit.
I smiled, too. I'm glad I took that chance, then.
Me too.
I could tell by his voice that he was blushing.
But I don't mean just that. I woke up a couple of hours ago, and my first thought was that I should leave before you woke up. Not to be an asshole, even though it would have made me one, but just because it seemed easier than facing it. Easier than facing you. After everything I've done. But I realized I didn't want to leave. I realized...
He paused, took a deep breath, and said,
I really like being here.
You're always welcome at my house, you know that.
No, I mean...
And I felt his hand on my arm, where it was wrapped around him.
I like being here.
Oh. Here in my bed, in my arms, was that really what he was telling me? My heart was suddenly racing.
You make me happy,
he said, his voice full of amazement.
Happier than I've ever been. And I'm tired of running away from that.
Once I thought I could keep my voice level, I asked as casually as I could, trying to hide the insane hope that was suddenly flooding through me. Are you saying that you want to be with me? A pause, and then...
I think maybe I want to try.
I held him tighter, my forehead against the nape of his neck, and tried to just concentrate on breathing. He lay against me, so big and strong and yet so vulnerable. Could this really be happening? Could I trust him not to walk out on me like before? I wanted to cry. I wanted to tell him I loved him, or to beg him to reassure me. I wanted so much to kiss him, to touch him everywhere, to shed what little clothing was between us, to spend the whole day in bed with him. But I also knew this was a big step for him, and I didn't want to push him, especially if it meant losing him completely. My erection, which had gone down as we talked, was suddenly back, and I didn't know if I should be trying to hide that fact from him or not.
Jared, say something.
My voice was shaking. I'm afraid it will all go wrong, and you'll leave me again. His back stiffened, his shoulders suddenly tense.
Are you saying you don't want to try? That I'm already too late?
Was that what I was saying? God, no. I just worry you haven't thought it through. He chuckled.
Are you kidding? I've thought it through plenty. It's the only thing I've thought about for months. I'm sorry it took so long to figure it out. I'd understand if you were still angry.
I'm not. I never had been, really, and now I was amazed and overwhelmed at his sudden surety. He touched my wrist but didn't turn to face me.
Jared.
What?
I've told you what I want. But what do you want?
Matt. I tightened my arms around him, kissed his neck, and slid one hand up his smooth stomach to his chest. All I've ever wanted is you. He sighed and relaxed into my arms. I kissed his neck some more and let my hand explore his chest and then his stomach. I found that amazing trail of hair leading down from his navel and let my fingers follow it. His breath caught, but he didn't stop me. I reached down and put my hand over the bulge in his briefs, felt his erection jump against my hand, and suddenly, before I even knew it, he jumped out of bed like he was spring-loaded and started putting his pants on. My heart sank. Shit, Matt, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
His cheeks were red with embarrassment, but he looked right at me, so I knew he meant what he said.
You don't need to be sorry, just... Not yet, okay?
The words, not yet, sounded so much like a promise that I smiled, my misgivings melting away like ice cream on a hot August day. Okay.
I'll make coffee. You can have the shower first.
There was a cup of coffee waiting for me on the counter when I emerged from the shower. He stood staring into the fridge with a frown on his face.
Why do you have so much mustard anyway?
It's Eddie Mac mustard.
What?
You know, Ed McCaffrey. He used to play for the Broncos. He makes mustard now, and the money goes to some charity. I was trying to do my part. He gave me the pseudo grin.
You're such a philanthropist.
He closed the fridge.
Seriously, what do you have to eat? I'm starving.
There are Pop-Tarts in the cabinet and Fruit Loops, although I wouldn't use the milk if I were you. And I have some peanut butter, but I'm out of bread. He leaned on the counter, looked in my eyes, and said,
We'll definitely need to do something about this kitchen. Are you working today?
Yes. I get off at 5.
Do you have an extra house key?
Yes.
Can I have it?
Of course.
I need to go home and change, and then I'll do some shopping and meet you here after work.
And that sounded a little bit like a promise, too. Chapter 21. When I got home, he was in the kitchen putting water on the stove to cook spaghetti.
Here.
He tossed me a yellow bell pepper.
Cut that up for the salad, will you? I got an avocado for you, too.
He hated avocados. What are you gonna do? He winked at me.
Supervise, of course.
He leaned against the counter next to me, and I started chopping.
I feel like I owe you an apology for the whole tutoring thing. I heard the dispatcher give the call to Grant. I knew you'd never do anything inappropriate, but if a call comes in, we have to respond, even if we know it's bullshit. I knew Grant would be a dick about it, too. I thought I'd help by coming with him, but in hindsight, I might have made it worse. I understood.
I was more annoyed at the mom who'd made the complaint than I was at him. It's fine. You were just doing your job, as wholesome as that might be.
You're still doing it, then? The tutoring, I mean.
I am. I told him about Ringo and the encouraging letters I'd received from parents, and about the visit from Alice Rochester. I don't cook, so it took me a ridiculously long time to cut up the pepper and avocado. I noticed he was moving closer as I talked, but I kept my eyes on the cutting board in front of me. Then I felt that gentle tug on the back of my head, and it felt like my heart stopped beating. Such a tiny, innocent thing, as he pulled gently on my curls, but it hit me all at once that he really had come back to me. I realized I'd stopped talking, stopped moving. Maybe I'd even stopped breathing. I almost wanted to cry, but fought it. I made myself take a breath and found that I was shaking.
"What's wrong?"
he whispered, almost in my ear. "I missed this," I said quietly.
"I missed you."
He stepped closer.
"Jared, I want to try something, like an experiment. Is that okay?"
Last time you asked a question like that, it ended with you not speaking to me for almost 2 months. I tried to say it lightly, but I didn't quite pull it off. He lightly wrapped his arms around me and put his face in my hair.
"I know. I'm sorry."
I thought about it for a minute. I had an idea what he had in mind. "I don't want to be alone anymore. Whatever you want this to be between us, whether it's just friends or something more, I can handle it. Just don't leave me again."
"Never. I promise. I learned my lesson."
I took a deep breath, tried to slow my speeding heart, and turned to face him. "Okay." He pulled me close, then took my face in his hands and looked into my eyes. I started to pull my arms around him, but he tensed up.
"No, don't do that."
"I'm not allowed to touch you?"
"Not yet."
"What do you want me to do then?"
"Stop talking."
He was so serious I might have laughed if my heart wasn't pounding so hard. I closed my eyes and tried to relax. He combed his fingers through my hair, and I remembered my birthday. His hands in my hair, and his weight against me, his lips against my neck. And then, him walking out the door.
"Relax, Jared,"
he whispered like he was reading my mind.
"I was drunk that night, but I'm not now. I won't leave you like that again, no matter what."
I pulled my mind away from that night. It would not end like that. I chose to believe he'd keep his promise. He leaned closer. His breath warmed my lips, and then the faintest brush of his, soft and warm against mine. It was all I could do to keep my hands at my side. Then he actually kissed me, firm but gentle. His lips just barely parted.
He never said I couldn't kiss back.
I opened my mouth, leaned into him, and brushed the tip of my tongue against his lips. Whatever wall he'd been trying to keep between us crumbled away at that slight touch. He moaned, And suddenly he was really kissing me, his arms tight around me, his tongue touching mine, his body pressing hard against me. This time, he didn't object when I put my arms around him. An eternity later, he pulled back a little. One hand was tangled in my hair, the other arm around my waist, his forehead resting against mine. "Was that the result you were expecting?" I asked breathlessly. He closed his eyes but didn't pull away. He took a deep breath and just barely shook his head. "No." "You didn't think you'd like it?" This time a slight nod. "At the very least, I thought it would be like some of the women I've kissed. Pleasant, but uninspiring." That made me smile. "And instead—" "Oh, God." His breath was shaky. He looked into my eyes and smiled back. "Very inspiring." I pulled him to me and kissed him again, and his response was fierce and urgent. It felt almost like an attack that I couldn't quite fend off. His tongue pushed into my mouth. He had a handful of my hair, gripped so tight I couldn't move my head without hurting myself. The counter behind me dug painfully into my backside. I put my hands under his shirt, started to feel the hard muscles on his chest. He stopped kissing me just long enough to pull his shirt off, and mine off as well. Then his arms went around me, one hand back in my hair, his mouth warm and insistent against mine. His skin was smooth and feverishly hot, his body strong and solid and perfect under my hands. I couldn't remember the last time a kiss had felt so passionate and arousing. His hands moved to the fly of my pants. He tore them open and shoved one hand inside. His grip was hard and rough, not quite painful, and I wanted more of it. I gasped, arching against him, hoping I wouldn't embarrass myself by coming before we even got our clothes off. "Jesus, Jared." His voice in my ear sounded a little frantic. "I don't really know what to do." I laughed a little at that. I should have realized I'd need to take the lead. I unbuttoned his pants and slid them down just far enough to free his erection. He followed my lead and did the same to me. He was taller than me, so I wrapped one arm around his neck, pulling myself up a little, while pulling him down until our cocks were even. Then wrapped my hand around both of them and started to stroke us off together. The look on his face might have made me laugh any other time. He looked so surprised as he looked down at my hand pumping away on both of us. "I wouldn't have thought of that." I really did laugh then. But then his hand stopped mine. "I want to do it." Not like I was going to argue. I wrapped my other arm around his neck, which allowed me to hold myself up at his height a little easier, propped against the counter. I kissed him again and let his big, strong hand start to work. I really wished we had our pants off, that we were somewhere other than in the kitchen with the counter digging into me from behind, but there was no way I was going to stop him now. He was moaning into my mouth, his fist moving faster, and his phone rang. The whole world stopped. "Shit," he whispered without pulling his mouth from mine. "Matt?" His hand was still in the same place, although it had stopped moving. "Please tell me you're not going to answer that." It rang again. He'd left it on the coffee table in the living room. Technically, it was the property of the Coda Police Department. I'd only seen him use it a couple of times. "Oh, I have to." He rested his forehead on my shoulder, trying to catch his breath. "You're the only person besides the department who has that number. And since it's obviously not you calling..." Another ring. "Shit." He took a deep, shuddering breath and pushed his face into my hair for just a second, and then he seemed to tear himself away from me. He went in the living room to take the call. I didn't listen. I stayed in the kitchen, trying to get my breathing back under control. I pulled my pants back up, although I hoped they weren't going to stay there for long. Water boiled madly in the pot on the stove. Half of it had boiled away, and we'd been too distracted to even drop the noodles in. Were we still planning on eating dinner? Or would that come later? But when Matt came back, I knew we wouldn't be eating dinner, or continuing with the distraction caused by his experiment. He was deathly white, and his hands shook as he put his shirt back on and started searching for his keys. "Matt, what's wrong?" "Sherry's dead." His voice came out flat and emotionless, as if it was just business, but I could tell by the tension in his shoulders and around his eyes that he was upset. "What?" "She was murdered. Somebody shot her last night. I have to go." I was stunned. People aren't murdered in Coda. People die, of course. We had our share of teenagers killed in drunk driving accidents or middle-aged men killed in hunting mishaps, but murder? That didn't happen. But how? I don't know. I don't know much, actually. I have to go in for questioning. What? I couldn't believe how calm he was. As far as any of them know, I'm her boyfriend, remember? Even if they knew I broke it off, which they don't, I'd still be a suspect. Holy shit. Jared, listen to me. I told them I was here last night with you. One of them will be by to talk to you to confirm my story. He stopped now, looked right at me, and I knew what was coming. Don't tell them everything. I had a hard enough time convincing them that we weren't lovers last summer, and now they'll all know I spent the night here too. Just tell them I came here after we broke up, and I had one too many, and that I didn't want to drive home, and so I crashed on your couch. He looked so scared, and part of me understood, but part of me resented him for it. Please. But then I realized Sherry is dead. Sherry, who obviously wasn't my best friend or anything, but still I'd known her most of my life. And suddenly it felt awfully petty to begrudge him a little privacy from his co-workers. I promise. It turned out to be the chief of police who came to question me. So that's it. Officer Richards arrived at your house at around 9 o'clock, had a few beers, didn't want to drive home, and slept on your couch the rest of the night. It was funny that he was saying that's it. He'd been questioning me for more than 2 hours. That sums it up, yes. So he slept on the couch. I hated the stupid smirk on his face when he asked that question. What I really wanted to say was, what does it matter if he was here? What does it matter if he was on my couch or in my bed? But I'd made a promise. Yes. He looked a little disappointed by the flatness of my response. Okay, well, I guess that's everything then. Thank you for your time, Mr. Thomas. You don't really think Matt had anything to do with Sherry's death, do you? He pursed his lips, maybe debating how much to tell me, but then he sighed and said, No, not really. One of the neighbors heard a shot, and when she looked out, she saw somebody running away. She thinks it was Dan Snyder, Sherry's ex-husband. It was dark, and she couldn't tell for sure, but certainly the description she gave matches Dan more than it does Officer Richards. I thought of Dan, who was shorter than me and had a beer gut, and I thought of Matt's tall, muscular body. It'd be hard to mistake one for the other. That, along with Dan's history of violence toward his ex-wife, makes him a much more likely suspect. Then why go to all this trouble? The fact that Matt and Sherry were dating means I have to question him. If I didn't, it just wouldn't be due diligence. And the fact that he's also a police officer means I have to be extra careful so as not to show favoritism. I don't want anybody saying he got away with murder just because he's an officer of the law. What about Dan? I assume you're questioning him, too. We will, as soon as we find the worthless SOB. He got up to leave, but stopped at the door, one hand on the knob. Son, I know it's none of my business. Oh, shit, nothing good ever came after an opening like that. I don't know what's going on with you and Matt. I don't know, and I don't really care. But let me tell you, not everybody sees it that way. I was on the force in Denver for 15 years before I came here. I've seen other gay cops. And it's never easy for them. We're just friends, I said, hating the lie. It doesn't matter. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't think you realize how much that boy has gone through for you. He had a hard enough time before this, everybody calling him a queer just because he'd been seen around town with you. But now, it's going to get worse. A lot worse. I had no idea what to say. I could continue denying how we felt about each other, but he was right, it didn't matter. They were going to think it, whether it was true or not. Why are you telling me this? I just thought you should know. A time might come when Matt has to make a choice. If you care about him, and I think maybe you do, you won't do anything to make that choice harder on him than it already is. Chapter 22. Sherry's funeral was a couple of days later. Matt insisted on going together. Are you sure that's a good idea? I asked him. I hadn't seen him since he rushed out of my house after hearing about her death, and I hadn't told him about my conversation with Chief White. He just shrugged. In the movies, it always rains for funerals, but the day of Sherry's funeral was beautiful. Colorado averages over 300 days of sunshine per year, and this was one of them. The temperature was in the 60s. Only the bare trees and the dead leaves skittering across the ground gave away the season. Matt stood with me through the funeral, and either didn't notice or didn't acknowledge the smirks on the faces of some of his fellow police officers, including Officer Jameson. When it was over, he said, "Let's go say hello." Are you crazy? Jared. His voice was calm and reasonable. Just come over. Let me introduce you. Shake hands and we'll go. No. You go. I'll be in the car. It annoyed him, but I didn't care. How could I smile while he introduced me when I had just seen them elbowing each other over my presence at his side? We drove back to my place in silence. I thought he was mad about my refusal to meet his coworkers, but as I was about to get out, he said suddenly, "It's my fault she died, isn't it?" "It's not." He stared straight out the windshield at the brilliant Colorado sky. "It is. I was dating her, and he was jealous, and he killed her. And the worst part is I didn't even care about her. I was using her, being a stupid, selfish bastard, and it got her killed." We both knew Dan's violence toward Sherry had been increasing for years, and I thought it might have ended the same way with or without Matt. But I also couldn't deny that having Matt as a rival would make any man feel threatened. "What about Dan? Do you have any idea where he is?" He seemed to shake off his momentary depression and turned to face me. "No. That bastard never seemed very smart, but he's managed to avoid us so far." He still hadn't moved to turn off the Jeep, so I gestured toward my house with a nod. "Aren't you coming in?" "Not tonight. I have to go. I had to trade a shift to get the morning off for the funeral. I go in at 2, I'm off at 10, but then I have to be back in at 6 tomorrow." "Oh." I tried to sound casual, but I felt like he was avoiding being alone with me. "I'll see you later, then." He must have heard something in my voice because he grabbed my arm, forcing me to look at him. "I know what you're thinking, and you're wrong." "Am I?" He gave me one of his beautiful smiles and said, "I promise." The next night was Thursday, our last tutoring session before the Thanksgiving break. Only 4 kids showed up. I ordered pizza again. Between them, they had managed to come up with about $7, which they handed to me proudly. At this point, I didn't have to help them much. It had become more of a supervised study group, but I was there if they got stuck. I was pretty sure a few of them only came for the social aspect, but I didn't mind. We were just getting started when Matt knocked on the door. "You don't have to knock, you know," I told him after I let him in. He gave me the pseudo grin.
I'll remember that.
He glanced into the dining room at the kids gathered around the table and scowled.
I forgot it was Thursday.
There's pizza on the way.
How long do they stay?
I was surprised by how annoyed he seemed to be.
They'll be gone by 9.
He looked over at them again and then pulled me into the hallway, where we were out of sight. He wrapped one arm around my waist, pulled me against him, and whispered into my ear,
Can't you make them go home?
The implications of his questions finally dawned on me, and my body instantly responded. He was holding me tight enough against him that I knew he could feel the effect his words had on me. He moaned a little and backed me against the wall.
Jared, please.
But just then the doorbell rang and 4 teenagers shouted in unison, Pizza!
They have a test tomorrow.
He kissed my neck just below my ear and then let go of me.
This is going to be a long 2 hours, isn't it?
But he was smiling as he said it. He sat in the living room reading while I helped the kids. I wondered if they could tell how distracted I was. Half the time I was thinking about what we'd be doing once they left, but I hadn't forgotten the warning Chief White had given me, and I was worried that Matt wasn't thinking about the consequences of being with me. Then I'd started thinking again about how much I wanted him, and that would make me feel guilty that maybe I wasn't thinking about the consequences of his actions. The kids finally started packing up their books, getting ready to leave. Matt saw and headed for the bedroom, winking at me as he passed. I knew I was blushing and had to make sure my shirt hung down far enough to cover any signs of my arousal. Luckily, teenagers are remarkably self-absorbed. They were oblivious. I got them out the door and headed for the bedroom. I couldn't believe how nervous I was. My heart pounded, my palms sweaty, and my stomach in knots. I stopped first to go to the bathroom and brush my teeth. Whether that was stalling or advanced planning, I wasn't sure. Whatever happened, I was determined to let him set the pace. It would be his first time with another man, and I knew there would probably be limits to what he was ready for. As soon as I walked into the bedroom, he was on me. He kissed me once urgently, and then he pulled my shirt off and started undoing my pants.
Matt, are you sure you want to do this?
I had to say it once now before the other parts of my body tuned my brain out. His eyes came up and met mine.
You're asking me that now? I just want you to be sure.
His eyes crinkled at me, then he took my face in his hands and said quietly,
I'm sure.
He kissed me, quick but soft, then pushed me playfully back onto the bed and pulled my pants off. He took off my boxers and lay down on top of me, still fully clothed. I smiled up at him and tugged on his shirt. This isn't quite how it works. He smiled back. Shh. His hand wandered down my side as he kissed my neck.
I still can't believe this is happening.
He didn't sound confused or troubled, just surprised.
I can't believe how much I want you, Jared.
My name was a quiet whisper against my skin. His lips were soft and warm, and his chin and cheeks were rough with stubble. He moved down to kiss my stomach, moving slowly toward my hip, alternately kissing and biting gently. His mouth never touched my cock. The fact that he was close enough to feel it along his cheek as he kissed me seemed incredible. He worked his way down the sensitive line where my leg met my pelvis, and then all around my patch of hair, tender kisses, and his warm tongue leaving a small wet trail that had me panting beneath him. He moved back up and kissed my lips once, deep and slow and gentle, and then stood up and began to get undressed. I sat up on the side of the bed to watch. I wondered if I'd ever get used to how beautiful his body was, strong and muscular, his skin smooth and tan. Next to him I felt scrawny and pale. He must have seen something on my face because he cocked his head at me and said teasingly, "Now what?" I'm suddenly feeling
terribly inadequate.
He smiled down at me.
Are you kidding? Don't you have any idea what you do to me?
I smiled back. There was certainly no doubt, now that he was naked, that this was what he wanted. I can see, actually. I grabbed his hips and pulled him closer. I kissed his stomach first, as he had done to me. The trail of hair leading down from his navel was the sexiest thing I'd ever seen. I remembered that night in the tent, months before, when I'd been so turned on by the thought of it. Tonight, I followed it, first with my fingertips and then with my lips and tongue. I leaned into that patch of thick, jet-black hair at its end. He smelled amazing, musky and masculine and intoxicating. He made a low moan deep in his chest, almost like a purr, and grabbed a double fistful of my hair. I put my tongue right at the base of his shaft and slowly ran it up his length, all the way to the salty drop at its tip. I teased my tongue over his slit, and then closed my lips over his head, just where the ridge was, and sucked hard. His fingers twitched in my hair, and he moaned. I worked my tongue over his slit again, around his rim one more time, and then grabbed his ass with both hands and pulled him toward me so that his cock pushed deep into my mouth. His breath caught, and his hands gripped my head hard, holding me in place for a second, his cock almost gagging me, and my nose buried in his thick hair. I thought he was going to come, but suddenly he pulled away, pushing me back gently at the same time. I looked up, alarmed. "What's wrong?"
Not that way.
He pushed me onto my back and climbed on top of me.
I want something for both of us this time.
He kissed me. It started out tender. His tongue touched mine and he sucked at my bottom lip. But it quickly grew more urgent, hungrier. One of his hands went into my hair and he pulled hard, angling my head back so he could get to my neck. I ran my hands over his body. First, the soft yet prickly stubble of his military short hair, then his strong shoulders and arms, down his back, and around to his stomach, which was perfect, hard and ridged with muscle. My fingers found that tantalizing trail of hairs leading down from his navel.
I couldn't stay away from it.
His lips stayed on my neck, licking, kissing, and biting a little. His free hand roamed over my stomach, down my thigh, then between my legs. His fingers felt everywhere, alternately stroking me and exploring until I thought one more touch might be enough to send me over the edge. His erection ground hard against my leg. I reached into the drawer of the bedside table and found the lube. He pulled back, watching. But when I reached back to apply some to my rim, he frowned, suddenly looking unsure.
I didn't mean that,
he said quietly. You don't want to? I said it as casually as I could. I didn't want to push him.
I'm not saying I don't want to, but will that be for both of us?
I realized what he was asking. Would I enjoy it too? And kissed him.
Yes.
Trust me. He relaxed again and went back to my neck. His fingers moved down on my body, past my perineum, gently exploring the area, moving in soft circles around my rim. I wrapped my arms around him and arched into him, moaning.
Oh,
he said in my ear, clearly surprised at my response.
Tell me what to do.
I'd never really been one for giving orders in bed, but I managed to say, harder. The pressure increased, and it felt great, but I really wanted more. I pushed against his hand, wanting to feel his fingers inside me.
More, Matt. Please,
I whispered, but he tensed a little at that. He shook his head and moved his hand away. Apparently, I'd found the end of his current comfort zone. I don't want to push you, I said to him. Tell me what you want.
I don't know.
I almost laughed at his frustration, and I saw my own amusement mirrored back at me in his green and gray eyes.
I want you. Jesus, Jared. I've never been so turned on in my life, but I just have no idea what to do. I feel like I'm in high school all over again.
He grinned down at me.
At least there's no stick shift in the way.
I laughed at that. He kissed me, slowly running his tongue over the roof of my mouth and then over my lips.
Tell me what to do. Tell me what you want.
I knew exactly what I wanted, but I didn't want to freak him out.
You can say no.
I hated to sound like bad porn, but he'd asked, right?
I want you to fuck me.
He groaned. His hands tightened on me, and he nodded. I pushed him up, took the pillow from behind my head, and put it under my hips. I maneuvered myself in a position, still on my back. He watched me, stroking himself slowly. He definitely didn't look like he was bothered by the idea. He put on the condom I handed him without comment. He came easily back into my arms, kissing me hungrily. But when I started to push against him, trying to initiate penetration, he hesitated.
Will I hurt you?
He asked, and I was moved by the concern in his eyes.
No, just go slow at first.
That seemed like the right thing to say, but I didn't really expect him to be able to hold back once he started.
I was right.
As soon as my body closed around the head of his shaft, his eyes shut and he shuddered. With a groan low in his chest, he pushed the rest of the way in, not hard enough to hurt, exactly, but I was glad it wasn't my first time. He froze there, holding his breath.
Oh, Jesus, I'm sorry.
Don't be. I arched into him, amazed at how well we seemed to fit together. My orgasm was already much closer than I would have liked. He held perfectly still, trembling with the effort of it.
Oh my God, that feels incredible. For me too. Jesus, Matt, I need you to move. I can't hang on much longer. If I move an inch, I'm going to come.
I think that's the point. He smiled a little at that and opened his eyes to look down at me. Still, he didn't budge. I took one of his hands, moved it between us to my cock, and pushed against him. That deep purring sound started again in his chest, and finally he moved, rocking against me, slow and gentle, his hand working between us. That exhilarating friction in his strong, rough hand around me, it was amazing. I reached up and grabbed the headboard with both hands so I could push back, and then closed my eyes and let myself get lost in the sensation. It only took a few strokes for me. As soon as my muscles clenched around him, he grabbed me and slammed in hard one last time with a cry that was as much surprise as anything else. For a minute, he stayed there, still inside me, feeling my body spasm around him. Then he pulled out and collapsed on top of me. Dead weight. For a fraction of a second, I thought he'd fainted, but then I heard him whisper,
"Oh, God, Jared. Wow. Jesus."
I turned my chin, kissed his ear, and then managed to gasp out,
"You're heavy. I can't breathe. Sorry."
I pushed hard, and he rolled lazily off me and lay spread eagle on his back.
Wow.
I laughed and made my way on wobbly legs to the bathroom. I cleaned up and brought the towel back into him. He still hadn't moved. He looked astounded, blinking at the ceiling as I wiped him off.
"Can we do that again?"
He sounded so earnest that I had to laugh. "What, already?"
"God, no. I mean, once I can move again."
"When do you think that will be?"
"Maybe by Monday."
I laughed and lay down on my back next to him, but with my head on his shoulder. "I'll give you till morning."
I didn't realize it would feel so different.
"Does it? I wouldn't know."
It was...
He was obviously struggling for a word, but settled on
intense.
intense in a good way.
In a very good way.
I laughed again. I'm glad you approve.
And it's good? I mean, when, the other...
Are you asking me if it really is good to be on the receiving end?
Yes.
Obviously relieved that he didn't have to elaborate more.
It can be, yes. It was just now.
I shivered a little, remembering. Are you worried about it?
A little. Well,
he laughed nervously.
More than a little, to be honest. But I trust you.
There's no hurry. But now the rational side of my brain was starting to make noise again. Matt, are you sure this is what you want?
Why are you asking that now?
Isn't it what you want? He sounded mostly amused, but also a tiny bit exasperated. You know it is.
Then what's the problem?
So, I told him about my conversation with Chief White, but when I was done, he just shrugged. I couldn't see it, but felt his shoulder move under my head. You're not worried? A few days ago, you didn't want them to know.
I know. But I realized something.
They all assume we're lovers anyway. That's what they've thought for months now. You have no idea how many times since your birthday they've teased me about our lovers' quarrel. The fact that I was here the other night only reinforced it. The only way to make them not think it would be to never see you again, and that's not an option. So if they already assume it's true, and I want it to be true, and you want it to be true, well, I guess I just couldn't see any reason anymore why it shouldn't be true. I love your logic.
I thought you would.
I could tell he was smiling, even though I couldn't see his face. So the chief's wrong? You don't have to make a choice? He turned toward me, nudged me onto my side so that he was tight against my back, and wrapped himself around me like a blanket.
I've already made it, Jared. He thinks I have to choose just one, either you or my career, but I don't. I choose both.
He kissed the back of my neck.
I'm not giving you up for anything, but I'm not quitting my job either.
Is that really possible?
Trust me.
Chapter 23. After that, Matt made no effort to hide our relationship. He still had his apartment, but more and more of his things found their way to my house, and he spent every night in my bed. I certainly had no complaints about that, but for reasons I couldn't adequately explain, I was suddenly the one who wanted to avoid being seen together in public. When we weren't lovers, and I knew people might think we were, it hadn't mattered. But now that it was true, I was suddenly embarrassed. I was sure everyone was staring or whispering about us. I knew it was childish and completely illogical, but I couldn't stop worrying about it. And it wasn't hard to convince him to stay home with me those first few days. The biggest point of contention, however, quickly became his coworkers.
Jared, I just need you to meet them,
Matt said on more than one occasion. Why would I want to meet them? I know what they think of me.
I know it'll be awkward at first, but it'll help in the long run.
No. I couldn't believe he expected me to subject myself to their derision. That exchange began to take on the repetition of a broken record. Of course, we went to Lizzie and Brian's for Thanksgiving dinner. The minute Matt walked in the door, Lizzie flew at him and threw her arms around him with a squeal. "Oh, Matt, it's so good to see you."
"You too, Lizzie."
"I told Jared you'd pull your head out of your ass eventually." He turned bright red, but said,
"Right, as usual."
She beamed at him. Brian brought James in and started to hand him to Matt. Matt's reaction was the same as mine had been.
"I can't hold him. What if I drop him?"
"You won't." James looked tiny in Matt's big hands. Matt sat on the couch, holding him for a while. He unwrapped him and checked all of his fingers and toes. He brushed his fingers over James's cheek and smiled when James turned his head toward them, his tiny lips making suckling sounds.
He's so tiny.
Yep. Lizzie rubbed her hand on the top of Matt's head. Are you going to help Jared watch him on our date night?
You bet.
Then I hereby name you an honorary uncle. Uncle Matt. He gave her his dazzling smile.
I like the sound of that.
The day of my meeting with the high school committee arrived. I made an effort to look a little more respectable than usual. I spent a ridiculously long time trying to get all of my curls back into a ponytail, and wore the one pair of slacks I owned with the button-down shirt and tie.
Wow,
Matt said when I came out of the bedroom.
You're really pulling out all the stops. Are you nervous?
Very.
It'll be fine. I'll have a beer open for you when you get back.
I felt like I was going off to war, and I was armed for battle. I'd thought it over and decided I was going to fight them. I took a copy of my teacher's certificate with me, and the supportive letters I'd received from some of the parents. If they wanted me to tutor their kids, why did the school have to get involved at all? Walking into the high school was strange. I hadn't been there since I was a student 15 years earlier, but it seemed like nothing had changed. The mural on the wall was the same, the strange speckled linoleum was the same, even the weird smell was the same. I felt sure I could walk up to my old locker and open it, and my books would still be sitting there waiting for me. It brought back all those feelings from my high school years of trying to hide who I was. It didn't help my confidence any. The committee consisted of 4 people. Mr. Stevens, the band director, was one of them. Alice Rochester started to make introductions. It seemed like we were already on a first-name basis. This is Anne, our math teacher. Alice indicated a small blonde woman, younger than me, who probably had every one of her male students wrapped around her finger. And Roger, our science teacher. About my age, but short and pudgy. And I think you know Bill, our band instructor. Of course, he was wearing a bow tie. I shook hands all around and then sat in the chair they had left for me. Jared, Alice began, we've been hearing a lot about you lately. Several of our students have been talking, and we've had a few calls from parents, too. Look, if this is about the tutoring, I have notes from the parents, and I have my teaching certificate. You brought it with you? Oh, good, I meant to ask. So I take it you know why you're here? I assume it's because somebody thinks I can't tutor a few kids without acting like a damn pedophile and groping a few of them. But I assure you... Suddenly there was a lot of fidgeting and throat-clearing and paper rustling. Everybody stared up at the ceiling, flustered and uncomfortable. Everybody except Mr. Stevens.
Jared,
he said kindly,
I'm afraid you have greatly misconstrued the purpose of this meeting.
I have?
Would I be here if the agenda was simply to persecute you for your sexual orientation?
I felt like an idiot. I looked around at everybody. Alice and Roger were still fidgeting and looking somewhere over my head, but Anne smiled at me. Jesus, I'm sorry. Why couldn't I ever keep my mouth shut? I could have just waited to see what they had to say. Instead, I started raving at them. I took a couple of deep breaths, and when I looked around again, I was relieved that they had started looking at me again. Boy, this is embarrassing. Listen, how about I just shut up and we can start over? Alice gave me her toothpaste commercial smile again. Jared, I had no idea you were expecting to be attacked when you came in here, although it does clarify parts of our conversation the other day. Just when I thought I couldn't be more embarrassed. I should have been clearer. The reason we asked you to come here today is because we'd like to offer you a position at the school. And if she had told me that she was going to strip naked and do the hula on top of the building, I wouldn't have been more surprised. You mean, like a job? Yes, like a job. Her mouth twisted into a lopsided grin, and I think she almost winked when she said that. The truth is, Jared, most of our teachers are overloaded right now. They're teaching more subjects than they can handle, and many of them are teaching subjects they never specialized in. The higher math and science classes especially have been a little bit problematic. What Alice is too nice to say, Anne cut in, is that Roger and I don't know what the hell we're doing. Alice started to protest, but Anne cut her off. It's true. I never intended to be a math teacher. That's just how things ended up. I can teach the lower-level classes fine, but the truth is, advanced algebra and calculus are over my head. She looked over at Roger. He nodded. It's true. I'm a biologist, and I can manage with chemistry, but physics is beyond me. Anne and Roger have been doing their best, Alice said, but the fact is, it's a terrible disservice to the students. They all nodded, but it was Anne who spoke next. We don't have that many students who can make it to calculus or who want to take physics, but there are a few. So many of them struggle, and I've never been able to help them much. I remembered Ringo saying his teacher didn't know anything. I hadn't realized he was right. But all of a sudden this year, students started getting A's. They started catching me making mistakes. Her cheeks turned red, and she laughed nervously. That's not fun in a class of high school kids, let me tell you. And it wasn't long before we started hearing all about you. So, you want me to teach? I knew it was a stupid question, but I couldn't seem to wrap my brain around it. I'd been so sure I was walking into a battle. I still hadn't quite recovered. The position would start in January at midterm. I've put together a package for you with information on benefits and pay. We can't pay you much. You could make more teaching in Boulder or Fort Collins, but since you already have a home here in Coda, we thought maybe we could convince you. She handed me a folder filled with papers. Take some time to think about it and talk it over with your family. Feel free to call me with any other questions in the meantime. The fact that I'm gay isn't a problem? It was Mr. Stevens who answered, and I realized he had probably been included in this meeting specifically for this reason. It's not a problem as far as the school is concerned. Some parents will complain. They always do. But like band, physics, advanced algebra, and calculus are all electives. So parents can decide. If their personal prejudices are more important than the furthering of their children's education, well, frankly, it's their problem, not ours. I'm not going to lie to you, Jared. It's not always easy. Kids can be mean, and so can their parents. But it can also be very rewarding. I wasn't exactly being articulate. I'm really sorry about earlier. I had no idea. I really don't know what to say. Alice smiled at me again. Well, we hope you'll say yes. Chapter 24. Some rational part of my brain knew I should be thrilled about the job, but the rest of my brain, which seemed to be the bigger part, felt nothing but anxiety. I couldn't really put my finger on the source of that anxiety. Partly it was the shop and knowing it had put Brian and Lizzie in a bad spot. Part of it was the knowledge that some parents wouldn't like it. Part of it was my own memory of the things that had been said about Mr. Stevens by some of my fellow students back when I was in school. Was there more to it than that? I wasn't sure. I only knew that the very thought of taking the job had me breaking out in a cold sweat. Matt was overjoyed when I told him. He actually picked me up in a bear hug that had my ribs aching. That's amazing. And you thought they wanted to chew you out? Are you going to call Lizzie? The thought of telling Lizzie was nauseating. Not right now. Can I call her? I couldn't even look at him when I answered, no. His happiness gave way to confusion. Why not? Because I don't know yet if I'm going to take the job. What? Which part of that sentence confused you, Matt? I meant that as a joke, but it came out sounding snarkier than I intended. Fine. And now I'd hurt him and made him angry. Let's just make dinner, okay? Can we talk about it later? I was still avoiding going out with him. He flinched a little every time I insisted on making dinner at home, and his eyes got a little darker, but we never argued about it. We did, however, argue again about his co-workers and my continued refusal to spend time with them. And that night over dinner, he dropped the Christmas bombshell on me. "The department's hosting a Christmas party in a couple of weeks, and I really want you to come with me." He didn't expect me to agree. I could tell he was already braced for a fight, and with good reason. I kept my eyes on my plate. No way. "That's it? No way? You won't even consider it?" I could tell he was fighting to keep his voice even. He never yelled. I think he consciously chose to not act like his father, but his voice would get low and dangerous when he was angry. "I don't need to consider it to know I'll be miserable." "I'll be miserable too." "Exactly." I forced myself to smile, hoping he'd stop being angry and agree. "So let's stay home together." "Jared, that's not the answer. We can't hide from everyone. We have to make them face it. Eventually it won't seem like such a big deal to them anymore." "Do you really think shoving it in their faces is the solution?" "Nobody's shoving anything in anyone's face. You think I'm going to fuck you on the buffet table or something?" His voice was quiet and tight, like he was carefully controlling every consonant, every syllable a struggle. He was seriously pissed at me now. "I'm not an idiot. All I'm saying is, they have to get used to seeing us together." "So I'm supposed to stand there, pretending to have fun while they point and laugh?" "Maybe, yes." "No fucking way." That was the first night we went to bed angry. I lay on my side of the bed, miserable, listening to him breathing on the other side. I knew he was still awake. I wanted so much to touch him, to bridge that gap, but there was nothing I could say that would fix it, short of giving in, which I wasn't prepared to do. They went on for days. I knew in the back of my mind this should have been a happy time for us, and at times it was. We watched football and we made love, but most of the rest of our time seemed to be taken up by arguments over those 2 points of contention, my job offer and his fellow police officers. Round and round we went, and we didn't seem to be getting anywhere. It all came to a head one night at Lizzie's house. She had invited us over for dinner. We argued for an hour before we got there about whether or not I should tell Lizzie and Brian about the job. Of course, he thought I should, but I didn't want to cause trouble until I'd made a decision. We were snapping at each other from the minute we walked in the door. Everybody tried to pretend like they didn't notice, but I knew they did. Dinner was quiet and awkward. We were just finishing up when Brian said, "Jared, we need to talk about the shop." He looked nervous when he said it. Lizzie stared intently at her plate. Matt perked up, but didn't say anything. "Sure. What's up?" "Now that Lizzie's been home with the baby for a few weeks, she's having second thoughts about coming back to work." "Oh, okay. I know it's been tough for you without her. You're working long hours and Ringo can't help much except on the weekends. It's not a problem." "Tell them," Matt said, quietly enough that only I heard him. I ignored him. "I can handle it." "No, you can't, Jared," Mom said gently. "You can't do it by yourself." "You'll want days off and vacations," Lizzie interjected. "Ringo will graduate next spring," I started to say. "Tell them," Matt said a little more forcefully. Lizzie's eyes darted to him, but nobody else seemed to notice. "Jared," Brian interrupted. "He's not going to stay, you know that. He'll be going off to college. We could hire another high school student to help out, but it still won't solve the problem." "Then what do you suggest?" I asked him. "Well, we can look at the possibility of letting Ringo go and hiring a full-time employee. We can't afford that, especially since a full-time employee would expect benefits." Lizzie and Brian exchanged a weighted look. Brian took a deep breath. "Maybe It's time to think about selling it. I shook my head, feeling the weight of Matt's stare on me. I don't want to do that, but Jared, tell them. This time it was loud enough that they couldn't ignore him. I glared at Matt. No. Tell us what, Jared? Lizzie asked with a challenge in her blue eyes. It's nothing. I turned to Matt. Not now. We'd been arguing about it for days, and the fact that he'd tried to force my hand pissed me off to no end. I'd never been so angry at him. But he looked just as mad, and I knew he wasn't about to back down. It's not nothing. He kept his gaze level on mine and said to the table at large, Jared has been offered a full-time teaching position at the high school next semester. What? Brian said. Mom clapped her hands. That's great! Why didn't you tell us? Lizzie asked. I barely heard any of them. You incredible fucking bastard! I can't believe you just did that. Why not? I've been trying to get you to tell them for the last week. What? Lizzie sounded pissed now, too. You knew. I didn't want to say anything. My voice was getting louder. His, on the other hand, got lower. His words clipped short as he grew angrier. And you don't think your job offer is relevant to this discussion? You had no right. I had no right. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? You had no right because it's none of your goddamn business. Everybody froze. I saw, in his steel gray eyes, all of the doors slam shut in a way I hadn't seen in months. His gaze turned icy, his face guarded and expressionless. He pushed away from the table and stood up as if to leave. So that's how it is. I can't believe I didn't realize sooner. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I made an effort not to yell, tried to keep my voice level, almost succeeded. Brian squirmed, clearly uncomfortable. Lizzie looked pissed as hell, and I had a feeling it was at me. Couldn't tell what Mom was thinking. It means I should have realized what was going on. You've drawn a line, haven't you? And I'm not supposed to cross it. And apparently that line is just outside the bedroom door. Brian jumped up and grabbed whatever dishes were closest to him and bolted for the kitchen. Mom and Lizzie didn't move. Matt wasn't done. You talk a pretty good game, but the fact is, you're still ashamed of who you are, and you're ashamed to be seen with me. I'm not. You are. Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. You think I haven't noticed that suddenly we can't even go out to eat anymore? Sure, you're fine with being gay, but only because you live your life in a fucking bubble. As soon as it comes down to actually facing people, you bury your head in the sand. That's not fair. Fair? Do you have any idea what I put up with at work for you? Have you ever even thought about it? Do you think that's fair? I ask you to make just a little bit of effort for me, and you won't even consider it. And you have the nerve to talk to me about fair. You said this was what you wanted, but now you're the one who can't face it. Wait, I was backpedaling now, but he ignored me and kept talking. And now, this job. I've seen you with those kids. I know how much you love teaching them. But you're going to pass up a chance to teach full-time just so you can avoid having to deal with a few bigoted parents or a few asshole teenagers. You're going to keep working at that shop for the rest of your life just so you don't have to face the rest of the world. You can tell yourself that it's because you have to, that it's because your family needs you to, but it's bullshit, Jared. The real reason you won't consider it is because you're scared. I sat back, stunned and angry. Are you done? Yeah, I'm definitely done with this whole fucked up situation. He stalked out of the room. A second later, the front door slammed behind him. Lizzie jumped up and threw a roll at my head. Her aim was impeccable. Asshole! She ran after Matt. Only Mom and I were left. I put my head and my hands on the table. I was shaking, terrified. His last statement meant he was leaving me for good. I wanted to chase after him, but then what? I couldn't do what he wanted me to do, but I couldn't bear to lose him either. I was torn between heartbreak and anger, fighting hard to keep from bursting into tears. Mom sat there for several seconds, but I knew she'd say something eventually. If she didn't have something to say, she would have left the table already. Finally, she took a deep breath and jumped in. Jared, let me say 2 things, and then I'll never mention this ugly incident again. Do I have a choice? No, you don't. The first is this. You can't control what others think. The only thing you can control is yourself. Some people will look down on you for your choices in life no matter what they are. You can't do anything about that. The only thing you can do is decide how to live your own life. And to hell with everybody else. The second is this. I know being in a committed relationship is new for you, but trust me on this. You can't pick tiny pieces of yourself to share and keep the rest to yourself. It doesn't work that way. It's all or nothing. Third, you said there were only 2 things. I lied. The third thing is simply this. She put her hand on my shoulder, and that gentle touch made me lose my battle to keep the tears back. I let them come, and was childishly relieved that only my mother was there to see it. Her voice was soft when she continued, That boy loves you. Don't be such a pig-headed fool that you can't see it. She kissed me on the back of my head and left. Lizzie gave me a ride home in stony silence. I had no idea what had passed between her and Matt after she followed him out of the dining room. I only knew that she came back hurt and angry, and he didn't come back at all. She parked in front of my house, but when I started to get out, she finally broke the silence. Why didn't you tell me? I rested my forehead against the cool glass of the window. I couldn't look at her. I don't know. I thought we were friends. We are. Really? She sniffled a little, and when I looked over, there were tears on her face. I couldn't remember ever feeling like such an ass. Yes, Lizzie, of course we're friends. I reached over and took her hand. You know I love you. I don't know why I didn't tell you. I know that's a lame-as-hell answer, but it's true. I just didn't want anybody to know. The thought of taking that job ties my stomach in knots, and I can't really explain why. Maybe he's right. Maybe I'm just scared. Now, having said it, I had to really examine it. I didn't like what I saw. She squeezed my hand. Jared, don't worry about the shop. We'll figure something out. Take the job. I don't know, Lizzie. Take the job and pull your head out of your ass. You owe Matt an apology. It wasn't until I got in the house that I realized Matt wasn't there. I called his apartment, but hung up when his voicemail picked up. I debated driving over, but decided that would just be asking for trouble. He was obviously still angry. I was too, but only a little. Mostly I was hurt and ashamed. I knew if I tried to talk to him now, he'd still be in attack mode, and I'd be defensive, and in the end we'd probably end up saying things we didn't mean. The next morning I called again and got his voicemail. This time I left a message. Matt, I'm sorry. Please come home. I kept remembering what it had been like after my birthday, leaving messages for him and never hearing back. I spent the whole day at work trying to convince myself that he wouldn't do that to me again. I was hopelessly relieved when I got home and found him waiting for me. He was sitting on one of the stools at the breakfast bar. He looked scared, but also determined. My first instinct was to rush into his arms, but he held up his hand to stop me.
Stay over there.
He wouldn't look at me, and his voice was firm. Why?
I have something I need to say to you. If you're here, where I can touch you.
He took a deep breath and then looked up at me.
I'll lose my nerve.
My heart dropped. There was only one thing that could make him sound so cold and so final while looking so scared. I leaned against the door, tried to steady my breathing, and waited for him to tell me he was leaving me forever. Leaving me alone again. I steeled myself for what was coming, hoping I could keep myself together, hoping I didn't burst into tears like a little kid while he ended things. I'm listening, although my voice broke a bit as I said it. He took another deep breath and started talking.
I don't do things halfway. Once I make a decision, I generally don't waste time second-guessing myself. And with the exception of one very bad decision I made a couple of months ago.
He blushed when he said this, and I knew he was talking about his decision to leave me and date Sherry.
It's always been for the best.
He stopped for a second, but I knew he wasn't finished, so I waited.
When I made the decision to be with you, I just assumed that what you wanted and what I wanted were the same thing. But I realize now that I should have asked you.
My mind scrambled for purchase, trying to see where this was headed. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he wasn't breaking up with me. I hardly dared to hope. You knew what I wanted. I barely managed to get the words out. He shook his head.
I thought I did. I assumed I did, but I never asked. I assumed that this,
he indicated the two of us,
was going to be something serious. I basically moved in with you, and I never stopped to question if that was what you wanted.
It was, Matt. I hated how desperate I sounded. It is.
Are you sure, Jared?
I started to answer, but he held up his hand to stop me.
Don't talk. Let me finish. This relationship isn't easy for me. It's going to take time for the guys at the department to get used to the idea of me being gay. I mean, I'm still getting used to the idea myself. I've spent the last few months denying that we were lovers. And now suddenly I'm not denying it, and they know I've been living here, and I have to take a lot of shit for that. I'm willing to deal with it, because of the way I feel about you. Because I'm not happy unless I'm with you. But I'm not sure I'm willing to deal with it if all you're interested in is sex. I know that sounds like an ultimatum, and I don't want it to. But I have to be honest. I want us to be together, but like I said, I don't do things halfway. So if we're together, I need it to be for real. I need you to be sure.
He stopped short like he wasn't done, but wasn't sure what else to say. I put my face in my hands, sagging with relief. Once I had my balance, I looked back up at him. He was still sitting there, looking lost, looking like he needed to say more but didn't know how. When it became evident he wasn't going to say anything else, I asked, "Can I talk now?" He almost smiled.
Yes.
Do I still have to stand by the door? That got me a grudging chuckle.
I guess not.
I went to him, putting my arms around his neck, leaning my forehead against his, even though he held himself stiff and distant. Matt, this is what I want. I do want you here, with me. It's not just about sex. I'm crazy about you, and there's nothing I want more than for us to be together. He looked relieved, but still didn't reach for me.
I don't want to fight anymore. We need to decide now how we're going to handle this.
I took a deep breath. This was the part I wasn't sure about.
Okay. I know you're embarrassed.
Not of you.
He ignored my interruption, and I understand to a certain extent. But I think you're going about it wrong, trying to hide it. We can spend our lives holed up here in this house trying to pretend like we're not together, but in a town this small, people will still know, and they will talk. And it seems to me that acting like criminals will only give them more to gossip about. I'm not saying it's easy for me either, Jared, but I don't want to hide any more. I will not spend the rest of my life being ashamed of my love for you.
That was the first time he'd ever used that word. Only a few minutes ago I'd been sure that he was leaving me, and now he was saying he loved me.
Jared, please say something.
My voice shook. You love me? He put one hand in my hair and pulled me closer, smiling and shaking his head at me.
Do you really have to ask?
Some knot in my chest that I hadn't quite realized still existed loosened up and was gone. He loved me. And he was happy with me, despite everything it cost him with his co-workers. Was it really so much to ask for me to try to make it easier? I was causing all of these arguments, but why? Because I was too proud to face his co-workers? It occurred to me how proud I should be that he wanted me with him. I closed my eyes and concentrated on not allowing myself to cry in front of him, but I couldn't stop my breath from shaking.
What is it, Jared?
His voice was so gentle.
Talk to me.
You were right. I am scared, but... I opened my eyes again and looked into his. I don't want to fight anymore either. I'll do whatever you want me to do. He smiled again and then kissed me gently.
Will you go riding with me tomorrow?
That simple request surprised me.
Of course. 2 of the guys from the station will be there.
Oh.
But you'll go.
This was it. I couldn't turn back now. If you want me to.
Will you go to the party with me on Saturday?
My pulse raced. Butterflies burst to life in my stomach just thinking about it. I will. I'll hate it, but I'll go if that's what you want.
It is.
He tightened his arm around me and kissed me again, and then the hand in my hair pulled a little like I knew it would, angling my head to the side so he could kiss my cheek, then my jaw, and then my neck. His voice was low and full of a promise that made my knees go weak as his lips brushed my ear.
Will you come in the bedroom with me?
I laughed with relief. God, yes. Happily. He led me to the bedroom and slowly undressed me, kissing me everywhere. He took nothing for himself, gently turning away all of my efforts to please him, and used his hands and his mouth on me, teasing me into the most amazing orgasm I'd experienced in a long time. Afterward, he kissed me gently, holding me tight.
I do love you, Jared. It frightens me sometimes how much I love you.
I couldn't stop the tears this time. I was relieved it was dark in the bedroom so he couldn't see them. I put my arms around him. Bad. He silenced me with a finger on my lips. He wrapped himself around me, chest to chest, legs tangled together, one hand moving through my hair. He kissed my forehead.
No more talking, Jared. Just let me hold you.
Any doubts I might have had were gone. He loved me. Nothing else mattered. Chapter 25. The next day, just after lunch, we loaded our bikes onto the Jeep and headed for the trailhead. I leaned my forehead against the window and watched the trees fly past, trying to steady my nerves and convince myself that I didn't really need to throw up. I hated myself for being so nervous. "Are you okay over there?" Matt asked lightly. "No. I'm trying to remember why I agreed to this." I tried replaying our conversation from the day before, hoping to reclaim the surety I'd felt then, but in the harsh light of day it was hard to hang on to. I forced myself to remember his whisper in my ear, his arms tight around me as he told me that he loved me. That's why I was here. I was doing this for him. Still, it did nothing to alleviate the knots in my stomach. "It's going to be fine." That's easy for you to say. Logically, I knew he was right. It was just riding, which I loved. I probably wouldn't have to talk to them much at all, and in a few short hours we'd be back home. I took a deep breath. Who are these guys? What should I expect? Grant Jameson and Tyson McDaniels. It took me a second to figure out why that name sounded so familiar. Grant Jameson? That asshole that came to my house and asked if I had kids in my bedroom? Grant is an asshole. I won't even try to deny it. He's a sexist, homophobic jerk. But he's a jerk I have to work with almost every single day. What about the other one? Tyson's an okay guy. Mostly he just follows Grant's lead. I think if he knows you better, maybe he'll quit listening to Grant so much. Grant will probably always harass me about it, but it's starting to be more like friendly harassment. Most of the time, at least. And I think it's important for them to realize that I'm not ashamed to be with you. So they accept you now, but not me, even though they know we're together. For the most part. Once they realized calling me names wasn't going to change anything and that I could still hold my own against any of them, they got over it. He shrugged. Mostly. Some of the older cops will never accept me, and I can deal with that, but Grant and Tyson are the ones I work with the most, and I need for them to get used to it. They're starting to accept it, especially Tyson. They know me, and I don't fit their stereotype. You don't fit it either, but you refuse to prove it. That's really all it takes? I was still skeptical. I think that's a lot of it, yes. I shook my head. I think you're kidding yourself. He didn't answer, and we drove a while in silence. I was confused when he passed the turnoff for the trail we usually rode. Where are we going? Johnson's Rock. Really? Johnson's Rock was the toughest trail in the area. Matt could almost keep up with me on the easier trails, but the one time we had tried Johnson's Rock, he'd struggled more than usual. Why? It seemed like a good idea. Are these guys that good? He smiled over at me. Not even close. You do realize you're making no sense at all, right? I told them the other day that you and I were going riding, and Grant asked, wouldn't I rather ride with somebody who could keep up with me instead of a fucking fairy? So I suggested they come with us. That's why we're going to the toughest trail in the area? Exactly. I still don't see how this will change anything. It's all about competition. They have respect for people who can beat them. The light came on. I think it's all making sense now. It'll bring Grant down a notch to eat your dust all day, and it will prove to them both that you're not what they expect. You're one manipulative bastard. I am. And the smile that he gave me made up for it all. Grant and Tyson were waiting for us at the trailhead. Tyson nodded and shook my hand when Matt introduced me, although he seemed unwilling to meet my eyes. Grant didn't even acknowledge my existence. We mounted up and were just ready to start out when Grant said, "Are you boys and girls ready?" Tyson turned away, obviously embarrassed. Matt ignored him completely. I felt myself go red up to my hairline. Blood pounded in my ears, but I kept my eyes on the ground and said nothing. "Okay, then," Grant said when it became obvious nobody was going to respond. "I'll wait for you at the top." Matt smiled at him.
"We'll see who's waiting for who, asshole."
He said it jokingly, and Grant and Tyson both laughed before starting out, leaving Matt and me at the trailhead.
"You ready?"
he asked me. I couldn't even look at him. "I'm trying not to hate you right now." He put his hand on the back of my neck and waited until my eyes met his. "I know." Then he leaned over and kissed me lightly.
"Thank you for trusting me."
I shook my head but let it go. I didn't want to fight with him at all, but especially not here. "Do you want me to wait for you? And them?"
"Only if you want to."
We finally started out. I left Matt behind me and passed Grant and Tyson within minutes. Once I was off on my own, my bad mood evaporated. I love it all too much. The mountains and the riding and the challenge of making it up the trail. The sun was shining, the temperature was in the low 50s, but the breeze had a hint of frost in it. Among the towering evergreens were patches of aspen, their white limbs bare. Sheltered patches of ground that never saw the sun had snow that wouldn't melt until next spring. I found that I couldn't hang on to my anger. I turned around and rode back down to them. Matt was riding with them now.
"Hey,"
he said happily as I reached them.
"Is it a successful ride? Are you bleeding yet?"
I laughed. "Not yet. Are you?"
"Only Tyson so far. We were just talking about a bet. Whoever crashes the least has to buy dinner."
I couldn't help but smile back at him. "You're on." I rode with them for a few minutes until we got to the next hard section, where I ended up ahead of them again without meaning to. The rest of the ride was like that. I'd ride ahead for a while on my own and then turn around and ride back down to meet them. We'd ride together for a while, but I always seemed to end up out front on my own after a while, whether I meant to or not.
"Jesus, Jared,"
Tyson said once as I rode back down to them.
"You've probably ridden twice as far as us. Aren't you exhausted?"
"No, but I'm pretty fucking hungry. I wish you guys would hurry the hell up." Tyson laughed. Grant just shook his head at me. Matt smiled at me like I'd had hung the fucking sun and moon, which somehow had me annoyed at him but ridiculously pleased at the same time. Eventually, Matt left them too, and rode with me to the top. We took a short break and then headed back down. We found Grant and Tyson resting on the side of the trail.
"Aren't you guys going up?"
Matt asked. "Hell no," Grant said. "We're beat." It was easier to stay together on the way down, and I only finished a few minutes ahead of them.
"Good ride, guys,"
Matt said when they finally reached us.
"Next time we'll pick an easy trail so you pansies can keep up."
Tyson laughed.
"Looks like dinner is on Jared."
"I crashed too," I said. Since I'd only been with them about half the time, I wasn't really sure who'd won the bet. "Don't think you can get out of it by acting humble," Grant said. Not only was it the first time he'd spoken to me directly, but he even sounded halfway civil. "You rode circles around us all day. You're buying."
"Yes, he is,"
Matt answered for me.
"We'll meet you at Tony's."
And if his smile got any bigger, I thought I might have to punch him. "Will you please quit looking so damn pleased with yourself?" I said as we drove down, although I found that I was smiling a little too.
"Eventually. Admitted it was a good idea."
"I guess."
"It's okay to admit that I'm right, you know."
He winked over at me.
"Just say it. Say, 'You're right, Matt.'"
I rolled my eyes at him. "You really, truly are a manipulative bastard. And you might be right. That's all you're getting." He laughed. So, we had dinner with Grant and Tyson. Mostly the three of them talked shop while I drank. They were still looking for Dan Snyder, but after checking with all of his relatives, they had nothing to go on. We talked about football and mountain biking a little. Tyson was friendly from the beginning, but by the end even Grant had loosened up, and when we started to leave, he stopped me. He waited until Matt and Tyson were a few steps ahead, giving us some semblance of privacy. "Look, no hard feelings, okay?" He held his hand out, and I shook it, hoping I didn't look as amazed as I felt. Matt and I drove home in silence. We'd barely made it through the front door of our house when he tackled me and pinned me to the floor. It didn't take much effort on his part, and I wondered just how good he had been at wrestling in high school. "Oh my God, you're heavy. Get off." "Say it again. I just want to hear you say it one more time. You're heavy." "Not that. Come on now." "You're a manipulative bastard. Try again." "Ugh. You were right. Is that what you wanted to hear, you huge oaf?" "Exactly." He gave me that amazing smile that could still make me melt. "You should be getting used to that by now." "How long are you going to gloat?" "I haven't decided yet." He still had me pinned, but it had turned into more of an embrace. He reached down, his hand working between us to undo my pants. He kissed my neck, and I slid my hands under his shirt, up his back. "Now what about the job?" he asked quietly, his lips soft against my skin. "Will you take it? I'm right about that too, you know." I sighed. I knew I'd have to face it soon, but not quite yet, not this moment. All I wanted at this moment was him. The fumbling below had shifted, and I knew he was undoing his own pants. "I'll think about it. Is that enough for now?" He smiled. "For now." I slid his pants and briefs down over his hips. I couldn't get them far, but they were at least out of the way. He reached into my boxers and pulled my cock out so it was lined up against his, wrapped his hand around both of us, and started to pump his hand slowly up and down. Despite his enthusiasm for sex that first day, we'd only fucked one other time, and even then only because I wanted it. At first I thought he was embarrassed, but then I started to realize that the act itself made him uncomfortable. When I tried to ask him about it, he simply said, "It isn't fair to you." I tried to convince him that I didn't mind bottoming every time, at least for now, but it didn't help. "Do you think less of me for letting it be done to me?" I'd asked him. "No, not at all." I wasn't sure if it was true or if he only wanted it to be true. "Then what?" "How can you not think less of me afterwards?" That didn't make any sense to me, but I didn't push. After all, it had barely been a month since his first sexual experience with another man. I figured whatever his hang-up was, he'd get over it in time. For now, we had other ways of pleasing each other. For whatever reason, this was what he liked best, holding our cocks together and beating us off at the same time. He said it was because he could watch me. I tried not to be self-conscious after that, but I also thought it was because he could kiss me easier. Whatever his reason, I wasn't going to object. I put my hand over his and urged him to pump faster. He'd developed a sort of twist at the top of each stroke that caused the heads of our cocks to rub sideways against each other just a tiny bit, and it was fantastic. Still, he had taken care of me the night before. For him, it had been several days, and it was only a minute or two before his fist was slick with his own cum. He moved down then. Whatever his hang-ups about anal sex, he had none whatsoever about getting cum in his mouth. I put my hands on his head while he sucked, doing my best not to push, but I couldn't stop my hips from thrusting upward as I came. He didn't seem to mind. I was still reeling from my own orgasm when he moved up and kissed me. "I hope you know," he whispered into my ear as he nuzzled my neck. "That was only a warm-up." Chapter 26. The Christmas party turned out to be not as bad as I expected. A couple of the older cops pointedly ignored us, but Tyson and his wife seemed to make an effort to stand by me most of the evening. And while Grant wasn't exactly friendly, he wasn't a complete jerk either. The next week, I had one last tutoring session with the kids. I had a full house, as they were all preparing for finals. Several of the parents had sent money along to cover the cost of the pizza. When the doorbell rang, Matt didn't answer. Instead, he came into the dining room and said to me, "You better get that." I heard him talking to the kids, but didn't think much of it. I paid for the pizza and then stopped in the kitchen for paper plates and napkins. As soon as I stepped back into the dining room, the kids erupted into cheers. Two of the girls jumped up and threw their arms around me. One was squealing into my ear so loud I feared I'd have permanent hearing loss. Matt ducked his head and quickly left the room. The rest of the kids were coming over now and shaking my hand or hugging me or pounding me on the back. "What's this about?" I asked as I tried to pry one of the girls off me. "We just heard you're going to be our new teacher next semester," Ringo said, and then they all started talking at once. "It will be so great! You're the best! Why didn't you tell us?" "Wait, what?" Of course Matt's odd behavior made sense now. Talk about throwing me to the wolves. I had to wait a second for all the commotion to die down before saying, "I haven't accepted the offer yet." "But you will, right?" "We'll see." They all started to talk again at once. "Stop! Whether I take the job or not, you guys still have finals to study for, so get back to work." I found Matt in the kitchen staring at the floor, cheeks red, looking incredibly guilty. He kept his head down, but glanced up at me. "Are you mad?" "I should be." "But are you?" I thought about it and realized that I wasn't at all. What I felt was actually more like relief. At some point over the last week, I'd made the decision to trust his judgment, and I felt good about it. The nagging anxiety that had been eating away at me ever since that fateful meeting earlier in the month had faded to nothing more than a few frantic butterflies in my stomach. Mom's advice about deciding how to live seemed to magically make a little more sense. And the reaction of the students, my students, had decided it for me. "I'll call tomorrow and accept the job." That made him smile. "You really are a manipulative bastard. I've told you that before, right?" He grabbed my shirt and pulled me over to him. "Just say it one more time." "You're a manipulative bastard." "Not that. You know what you're supposed to say." "You were right." He laughed. "I'll never get tired of hearing that." A few days later, Cole called. "Hey, sweets," he said in his lilting, flirtatious voice. "I'm back in Vale. Want some company tonight?" "Sorry, Cole. I can't." Matt was on the couch reading, and his head jerked up when I said that name. "You can't tonight, or you can't because of a certain tall, dark, very angry-looking police officer." "The latter. Closet door wasn't locked after all? I guess I found the key." Matt looked confused when I said that, and I smiled at him. Cole was quiet for just a second, and then he said, "That's wonderful news, Jared." It wasn't his usual flamboyant voice, it was his real voice, soft and quiet. "I'm really happy for you." Chapter 27. "I got the beer," Matt called as he came in the door. "It's about time you missed kickoff." It was Sunday, 8 days before Christmas. We'd been looking forward to this day for weeks, when our two favorite teams would be playing each other again. "Anybody score yet?" "No, but it's only a matter of time before the Broncos pound your pathetic Chiefs into the ground." He laughed. "We'll see, jarhead. Loser buys dinner." It was a close game. We had a blast harassing each other as first one team took the lead and then the other. With 2 seconds left, the Broncos were up by 1 point. The Chiefs lined up for a field goal. If they missed it, I won. If they made it, he did. It's the folly of sports fans everywhere that we think we can affect the game from our living room. I was yelling, "Miss it! Miss it!" Matt had a white-knuckle grip on the coffee table in front of him. The kick was good. I groaned. Matt let out a victorious whoop and turned and pounced on me from the other end of the couch. It was embarrassing how quickly he could pin me. He grabbed my face and kissed me. Not a romantic kiss, but a big, loud, triumphant smack on my lips, and then pulled back to look at me with a huge smile on his face. "So what are you buying me for dinner? A lean cuisine? You're heavy." The phone rang, and I reached over my head to grab it off the side table behind me. "Hello?" He hadn't moved off me, but had moved down. He had my shirt pulled up and was trying to distract me by kissing his way down my stomach. "Matt?" a woman's voice asked. "No, this is Jared." "Jared? Do I have the wrong number? I'm trying to reach Matt Richards. He told me this was his new number." He'd pushed my sweats lower, and his lips brushed the top of my patch of hair. The attempt to distract me was proving successful when I said, "He's on. Hang here." He started laughing against my stomach as I handed him the phone. But the happy look left his face pretty fast once he started talking. I figured out right away that it was his mother. I was surprised he'd given them my number. Then again, he'd barely been to his apartment in weeks, so maybe it made sense. He sat on the edge of the couch, shaking his head as they talked. "No, Mom, I wish you wouldn't. We're really busy right now. It's just not a good time." Oh, shit. I knew by the look he was giving me that his feelings were the same. "Are you renting a car, or do you need me to pick you up?" He put his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. The remainder of the conversation was nothing but one-word answers on his end. Yes. Yes, right. Okay. Bye." He dropped the phone and his head fell almost to the level of his knees. "Fuck, Jared, this is bad." Despite his obvious distress, I found I wasn't worried about any of it. It'd only be for a few days, and then we'd be back to normal. And lately, normal for us was unbelievably good. Now that we weren't fighting anymore, everything felt perfect. Nothing could darken my mood much. So my voice was light as I asked, "They're coming to visit?" "Yes." "For Christmas?" "Yes." "When do they get here?" "The day after tomorrow." "How long will they be here?" "A week." Neither of us spoke for a minute, but finally I said, as gently as I could, "You don't want them to know, do you?" "I'm sorry." It came out a whisper. "After all that shit you gave me about being willing to face people?" But I said it teasingly. I knew what his father was like. I knew how hard it would be for him. I couldn't be mad at him for wanting to avoid it. "I know," he said quietly. "Your dad's gonna totally ruin Christmas." I was still teasing, trying to cheer him up. "I know." I was happy to hear that it seemed to be working. "And Lizzie is going to blow a fucking gasket." "I know." There was at least a hint of laughter in his voice now. But he still hadn't looked at me. I got down on my knees in front of him and put my hands on his shoulders. I waited for him to look up at me. "It's okay," I told him. He shook his head. "It's not okay. I'm being a hypocrite. Why aren't you pissed at me?" "Because your dad's an angry, belligerent, antagonistic asshole?" He laughed just a little. First time I've ever had reason to be happy about that. I rubbed the top of his head playfully. "Cheer up, it's not so bad. It sucks so we can't spend Christmas together, and I'll hate not seeing you for a week. But we'll get through this. It'll be fine." Finally, he relaxed. He even smiled a little. "You're really okay with this?" "I promise." He pulled me against him tight enough to take my breath away. "Thank you." I kissed his cheek before pulling back so I could meet his gaze. "I assume you're going to stay at the apartment while they're here?" His lease wasn't up yet, and although it sucked that he still had to pay the rent, it was definitely going to make things easier.
They'll have to. The hotel they use is right across the street. I don't know what to do about the phone, though. I gave them this number. But if they try to call me from the motel,
I'll forward the phone to your old number.
It wasn't like anybody ever called for me anyway.
That meant we only had 2 nights together before we'd be sleeping alone again for a week. You wait here, I told him. I went back to the bedroom and got the lube, and then came back and knelt again in front of him, between his knees. He raised an eyebrow at me, half a grin on his face.
What are you up to?
I pushed him back on the couch and started to undo his pants. I thought I'd give you a reason to hurry home.
You think I don't already have a reason?
He asked with some amusement, but he lifted his hips and let me slide his pants off. I smiled at him. Now you'll have 2. I pulled him toward me, so his ass was almost hanging off the couch. Always I had to start at the amazing, alluring trail of hair leading down from his navel, kissing it and tasting it. His hands immediately found their way into my curls. Have you always had a hair fetish? I asked him without looking up.
No.
He pulled on it a little, playfully.
Only with you.
That made me smile, and I ran my tongue again up that trail, and then started to work my way back down.
I should ask you the same question,
he said teasingly. Only half of my brain was thinking about his words. I was thinking about the close-cropped hair on his head. What are you talking about? You don't have any hair. He laughed, sort of a low rumble that caused his stomach to tremble beneath me. Then one hand tugged on my hair, pulling my face away from him, and his other hand moved to cover his stomach, from his navel to his crotch, covering that beautiful trail of hair. Hey! I looked up to see him grinning wolfishly down at me.
Now, do you know what I'm talking about?
That made me laugh, and I pushed his hand away and kissed him there again. Ever since our first camping trip.
Do you remember me talking in my sleep? About mountain biking?
Right, I said sarcastically.
You said something about follow the trail.
Right, I said again and traced my finger down it. He laughed again.
I thought you were acting funny that morning.
I woke up with such a hard-on for you. I had to jack off in the tent before I could face you. He moaned when I said that, and his erection, which had been lying against my cheek as I kissed him, jumped against me. When I looked up, he was giving me a wicked, sexy grin.
That is hot,
he said huskily.
I have a sudden urge to pitch a tent in the backyard tonight.
I laughed and put my tongue on the base of his cock. His eyes drifted closed. A shudder ran through him as I ran my tongue up the length of his shaft. I did it again, and his hips lifted toward me as I pulled away. His eyes opened again, and he watched me as I teased my tongue over his slit, and then took him in my mouth. He groaned. His fingers clenched in my hair, but he didn't push. He never pushed, until he came. Then he'd lose his iron control a little bit, and I loved that I could do that to him. I grabbed the base of his cock and started rubbing my thumb down his perineum. I'd been slowly working my way toward his hole over the last few weeks, and he'd finally stopped tensing up, and I'd even started to enjoy it the last couple of times. This time, he tensed again, but only for a second. He sighed, relaxing into it. I increased the pressure, and he groaned, pushing against me. I quickly uncapped the lube and spread a little on my fingers. You can tell me to stop at any time, I told him, and I started to suck him again before he could respond. Then, very gently, I started to rub one finger up and down the crack of his ass. Light pressure, no penetration, just slowly rubbing from his balls down past his hole, and then back again. At first, he started to tense up again. I kept moving up and down, still sucking at the same time, just letting repetition soften him up. After a few passes, he relaxed again. A couple more passes, and I heard his breathing start to change. And soon after that, the rhythm of my finger rubbing him had him moaning and moving his hips a little to prolong the contact on the best spots. "Doing okay?" I asked quietly.
"Yes."
It came out a long moan. I circled my finger around his rim and applied the slightest bit of pressure. He responded beautifully, moaning and pushing down against my hand. I slipped one finger inside of him and heard his breath hiss out between his teeth. Very slowly, I moved in and out. He made soft whimpering sounds now, pushing toward me, his fingers tight in my hair. I reached just a bit and brushed my finger over the bunch of nerves I had been carefully avoiding so far. His reaction was almost enough to make me come. He bucked underneath me, his hands pulling hard on my hair.
"Holy fuck, what was that?"
I pulled back away from it again, just to watch him writhe at the unexpected pleasure of it, just to hear the low whimper in his voice. "You didn't know about that?"
"No."
And that, too, was a moan. "Do you want more?" I asked. I didn't look up at him, just went back to sucking him as soon as the question was out of my mouth.
"No."
It was sort of a whimper. I kept sucking, kept my finger moving slowly in and out. And then a second later, in barely a whisper, he said,
"Yes."
I slid a second finger in, and he moaned again, pushing against me so that my fingers went in faster than before. 2 or 3 strokes in and out, and then I reached up for his prostate. I felt him jump, heard him gasp out,
"Jesus Christ, that's amazing."
And then suddenly he was pushing me away, pushing me hard onto my back on the floor, pulling my sweats and boxers off of me frantically. He lay down on top of me, his hand groping between my legs, his fingers pushing against me.
"Tell me how. I want to do it to you."
"Lube?" I managed to squeak out just as he started to push in. He laughed shakily, sat up and put some on his fingers, and then was back on top of me, his eyes intense on mine.
"Tell me."
"It kind of feels like a lump on the front wall. You'll know." And then his fingers slid into me and I couldn't talk anymore. My hips rose to meet him. My back arched, my eyes closed. His questing fingers were torturously slow, in and out, in and out. After all of that time sucking him and teasing him, I was ready to explode. I started to stroke my own erection with one hand and his with the other, but he pulled away.
"Too close,"
he whispered, and then his fingers found what they'd been searching for. That incredible shock of pleasure hit me. I groaned and arched against him, and he moaned in response. I opened my eyes and looked up at him. His eyes looked greener than usual, heavy-lidded, sensual, and unbelievably sexy. And he was smiling at me a little.
"God, I love to watch you,"
he said, and then he touched it again.
"Is this what you feel?"
he whispered as he touched it a third time.
"Is this what you feel when I'm inside of you?"
I couldn't possibly formulate a rational response at that moment. All I managed was some kind of whimper. He didn't seem to mind.
"Jared, Jesus, I really want to fuck you right now.
Just hearing him say those words was almost enough to make me come. I managed to say, "I thought you never ask." He smiled, sat up, and started digging through the drawer in the coffee table looking for a condom. Funny how we seem to have them stashed all over the house now. I started to turn over, but he stopped me.
I want to see you.
He hooked one of my knees in his elbow. His cock pushed against my rim, and then slowly, very slowly, he pushed in deep, watching my face the entire time. The intensity of his gaze always unnerved me. I closed my eyes and relaxed into that tight, full feeling of having him crammed into me, that gentle friction moving in and out. He was going so slow, but I was peaking fast. Part of me wanted him to tease forever, but part of me felt like I had to come soon or I'd lose my mind. He pushed my leg up onto his shoulder, and then used that hand to start stroking my cock while he thrust in and out. Jesus, when did he get so good at this?
Jared,
he said softly,
I want to be where you are.
He was still thrusting, still stroking.
I want to know what you're feeling right now. I want to know what it's like to have you inside me.
His words were definitely pushing me over the edge. I tried to find something to hang on to, and my hands found the legs of the coffee table. His thrusting and the stroking were both speeding up.
Oh, Jesus, Jared.
I opened my eyes then, looked into his, and saw surprise and confusion and a whole lot of raw desire.
I think I really want you to fuck me.
The thought of him on his hands and knees in front of me popped into my mind, and that was it. Everything exploded. I came, and so did he.
Well,
he said quietly, his lips brushing mine.
Maybe next time.
Next time turned out to be the next night. I was dozing on the couch when he got home from work. He smiled down at me.
Bedtime,
he said before pulling me off of the couch and pushing me toward the bedroom.
I was still half asleep.
I got undressed, got into bed, but instead of getting in behind me and wrapping around me like he normally did, he got into bed on the other side and slid over so that his back was against my stomach. I drowsily wrapped my arm around him, slid my hand down, and discovered that he was completely naked.
I started to wake up a little more then. Hope you're not too tired,
he said lightly, pushing his hips back against me. Suddenly I was wide awake, and my cock was about to explode just at the thought of what his words meant.
Are you sure?
You don't have to.
Shut up, Jared.
He rolled onto his stomach.
I'm sure. I'm still nervous as hell, but I'm sure.
Maybe you should be on top. Then you'll have more control. He thought about it for a second, but then shook his head.
Okay.
I wriggled out of my boxers and then sat across his ass. He immediately tensed underneath me. Just relax. I'm not going to do anything yet. I needed to loosen him up like I had the night before. I scrounged through the drawer of the bedside table and found a half-forgotten bottle of scented massage oil. Perfect. I started on his shoulders, which were so big and tense that I feared my hands would be tired before I got any further. But I kept rubbing, squeezing his shoulders and then rubbing along his biceps, then up and down his back, until he finally started to unwind. Slowly the tension began to leave him. Still I rubbed, feeling the smooth muscles loosen under my fingers. His body was so beautiful and perfect and strong, and I still couldn't quite believe that he was really mine. I don't know how long I massaged him. My hand started to burn, but he was so relaxed that I actually thought he might be sleeping. I moved down and knelt between his legs. He tensed a little when I touched his ass, but only for a second, and then he made an obvious effort to relax again. I rubbed his legs a little, although I found the sensation of the hairs and the oil against my hands a little strange. Then I slowly moved back up. For a minute, I just looked at him, that amazing body glistening from the oil. Hard muscle and smooth, tan skin, legs spread wide, looking unbelievably sexy, waiting for me to fuck him. It made me a little giddy. He turned his head a little and looked back at me, one eyebrow up. Jesus, Matt, I think I could come just looking at you. He laughed. You better not. I took a second to don a condom and applied plenty of lube. I leaned over him so that most of my weight was against his back. My cock, which was definitely wide awake and wondering when the party would really get started, was wedged down along his crack, pointing toward his scrotum. He barely flinched at all when I put my fingers against his rim and started rubbing gently, just as I had done the night before. He slid one hand underneath his hips to stroke himself. I rubbed around his rim while he pumped until his breathing was frantic. I increased the pressure a little. He strained hard against me. I pushed in just the tiniest bit, and then pulled back out. Jared, he sounded desperate. Please don't tease me. I slid 2 fingers into him, and I swear the timbre of his moans dropped an octave. Jesus, I still can't believe how good that feels. I went faster than I had the night before, moving my fingers in and out, biting a little at his shoulders. He pushed his ass up into me, gasping and whimpering, and it made me crazy. I was dying to finally fuck him, thinking that if I had to wait much longer, I couldn't even make it past penetration before I came. And like he was reading my mind, he suddenly said, "Now, Jared." I kept my fingers moving in and out while I moved myself into position. Then, as smoothly as I could manage in my extremely aroused state, I pulled out my fingers and slid my cock in without breaking rhythm. It worked well. It was all the way in before he realized and tensed back up. This time, I didn't think it was an objection, just reflex. I froze, waiting for it to pass. Are you in pain? A heartbeat, and then, No, not pain. Good. I used the hand that wasn't propping me up to gently rub his shoulders some more. I know it feels strange right now. I know it feels like there's no room for me, but there is. Just try to relax, like you were a minute ago. He took a couple of deep breaths and finally relaxed around me. Good. Still, I didn't move, although it was one of the hardest things I'd ever done. Tell me when you're ready. I knew exactly how, after a few seconds, that feeling of fullness and discomfort and slight pain would become pleasure. I kissed the back of his neck. He shifted a little, trying to accommodate me. Then his breath caught. He let out a soft moan. Then his whole body went lax. He pushed his ass up, letting me push deeper. That was good enough for me. Very slowly I started to move. Only 2 or 3 strokes, and he was with me, panting, arching his back against me. I knew I wouldn't last much longer. I slid my hand underneath him. His hand was still there, although it wasn't moving. I pushed it away and grabbed his cock, started to pump it in time with my thrusts. He lifted his hips up off the bed, which gave my hand more room to work and allowed me to penetrate a little deeper at the same time. Oh, Jesus, Jared. It was almost a sob. Jesus, I can't... Can't what? He didn't answer, just shook his head. What's wrong? Nothing seemed to be wrong. He was definitely pushing against me, breathing hard, his erection thrusting in and out of my hand as I pushed in and out of him, and I knew he had to be close. It's too much, he managed to gasp out. Do you want me to stop? Fuck no. Thank goodness for that. I wasn't really sure I could have stopped myself if he said yes. I was speeding up now, both my thrusts and my hand pumping on him. "Stop fighting it, Matt," I said slowly. "Just let go." And amazingly, he did. He went rigid and made a low, guttural cry into the pillows. He tightened around me, his whole body clenched and shaking underneath me, and I came too, hanging onto him as tight as I could and hoping I didn't actually leave teeth marks in his shoulder. For a minute, we stayed that way, me on top of him but no longer inside of him, both of us breathing hard and trembling from the strength of our orgasms. And then he suddenly pulled away from me, turned around, and grabbed me. He rolled me so that he was on top of me and crushed me hard against him. He was still shaking. I ran my hands up and down his back, feeling the tremors finally die away. We stayed like that for a while, just holding each other and running our hands over each other and letting our breathing get back to normal. He kissed my neck a little, but he didn't say anything, and the longer we went without talking, the more I worried about it. "Matt, are you okay?" I finally asked. He laughed shakily. "Are you serious?" "Yes." I pulled back, grabbed his head, and pulled him away from my neck so I could look into his eyes. "I'm serious. I want to know if you're okay with what just happened." He smiled down at me, and I didn't see any shame or regret in his eyes. He looked tired and sated and completely at ease. "Jared, I am somewhere way beyond okay." He kissed me and pulled my hair so he could kiss my neck. "That was amazing. Although..." That made me worry all over again. "What?" "The aftershock is kind of strange." I relaxed again in his arms and laughed a little. "I know. I felt sort of, I don't know, soft." "I know what you mean." "It feels that way for you?" "I always feel like my legs aren't quite attached right anymore. Like they're somehow loose in my hips. Like I'm a Barbie and somebody pulled my legs off." "No!" He growled fiercely into my ear, his hand pulling hard on my hair. "Not a Barbie." "Okay." I laughed, surprised at his response. "Ken, then." He relaxed a little, but it felt forced, and when he looked down at me, he seemed troubled. "You could pass for Ken. Long hair hippie Ken." He pulled one of my curls again, but not as hard this time. I could tell he was trying to joke, but it didn't quite come out right, and suddenly it wasn't funny anymore. "What is it, Matt? Do you think it makes me a girl if you fuck me?" He sighed and flopped down on his back next to me and stared up at the ceiling. "No, not a girl." "But less of a man?" He didn't answer, which of course was an answer in and of itself. I tried not to be bothered by it. After all, I'd lost my virginity 15 years earlier. 15 years and a half-dozen different relationships in that time to explore the dynamics of top or bottom. In most cases, it hadn't mattered, but in some it definitely had. I knew that it could become a power issue, and I tried to be grateful that he was being cautious of it. Still... "Jared." He was on his side now, facing me, his head propped up on his hand. "Are you mad?" "I'm not sure yet," I answered honestly. He pulled me back into his arms. "Please don't be. It's not even so much that I think of you that way, as that I worry that you'll think that I think of you that way and you'll resent me for it. Does that make sense?" I was trying to unravel that, but he didn't give me time to answer.
Anyway, I feel better about it now.
And it was true that he didn't look troubled anymore at all, and his voice sounded determined.
I feel better about what just happened than about the other way.
I still wasn't sure it made much sense to me, but so what? We'd been together just over a month. Not long at all for a guy to go from insisting he was straight to where we were now. We had all the time in the world to make him more comfortable. And in the meantime, if he preferred bottom to top, I'd have to be an idiot to object to that.
Jared, are you okay?
He asked. I smiled up at him and repeated his own words back to me. I'm somewhere way beyond okay. Good. He kissed me then, and it was slow and deep and passionate, and his hands wandered down my body in a very familiar way. He was growing hard again against my leg. I laughed. Already? I'm not sure I'm capable.
Sometimes,
he whispered jokingly into my ear.
You just don't know when to shut up.
He rolled back on top of me, lining us up the way he liked to do, and reached down to wrap his hands around both of us. He was fully erect again, and I was getting there. He kissed me, his strokes slow and deliberate. I wrapped one arm around him, put my other hand on top of his as it moved on us, closed my eyes, and gave up to the sensation of what he was doing. Fucking him had been incredible, but this was something else entirely. Sexually, maybe it was less, but emotionally, it meant more. I knew he was telling me something. It was in the slowness of his movements, the way he gripped me tight against him, the gentleness of his tongue running over my lips, the way he whispered my name. It amazed me that I could make him this way. Nothing else mattered, not his parents, not having to spend a week apart, not even Barbie and Ken. Chapter 28. 2 days before Christmas, Lizzie and I were working in the shop. Brian was working on selling it, but until then, it was still ours. I hadn't seen Matt for 4 days. My house felt terribly empty, but knowing it was temporary made it bearable. I'd been spending a lot of time at Brian and Lizzie's, and had even done one night of babysitting with little James. Lizzie was counting out change and talking about her favorite topic, my hair. Jarhead, you can't teach like that. What will the kids think? That I'm hip? You are not hip, you're scruffy. Not the same thing. I thought girls liked scruffy guys. Oh? She grinned at me playfully. Are you trying to attract girls now? Is there something you're not telling me? I tried to throw a pencil at her, but missed by a mile. Matt walked in at that moment. He was in uniform, but what struck me most was how haggard he looked. Hey, Matt, I'm trying to convince Jared to cut his hair. He didn't even acknowledge her. He came straight to me. Can we go in back for a minute? I was surprised, but said, Sure. I followed him into the back room. He sat down on the edge of Lizzie's desk. He stared wordlessly at the floor. Sitting on the desk, he was shorter than me, and all I could see was the top of his head. I could tell by looking at him that he was wound up tight. His shoulders were tense, his hands white-knuckled on the edge of the desk. He'd asked to be alone with me, but now he didn't seem to know what to say. How's it going with your parents? I asked.
Fabulous.
His voice was low and tight, full of sarcasm and anger. He didn't look up and didn't seem inclined to say anything else. The silence stretched on. It felt like he was getting ready to share bad news with me, and I tried to keep my pulse from racing. What's wrong?
I just wanted to see you.
That made me relax a little, but I knew there was something else going on. That's all? He nodded, his eyes still glued to the floor. I moved closer, put my hand on his bicep, but he flinched away. I had the feeling he'd bolt if I made any sudden movements. Matt, look at me. It took him a second, like he had to work up his nerve, but When he glanced up at me, I saw it all in his eyes. He was barely holding himself together. Coming to me hadn't been a whim, it had been an act of desperation. He didn't just want to see me. At that moment, he actually needed me, although he could never have said that. He looked sad and terrified and lost. I could tell he was embarrassed for me to see him this way, but desperate for me to help him somehow. I put my arms around him, and he grabbed on to me like he was drowning, and only I could save him. He buried his face in my shoulder, shaking, his breathing ragged, maybe even crying, but trying hard not to. At that moment, I hated Joseph more than I ever had before. I hated that he could break Matt, who was usually so strong and confident, in only a few short days. I don't know how long we stood like that, several minutes at least. I just held him, rubbing his back and shoulders a little, making calming sounds until his breathing was steady again, and he finally relaxed.
"I'm sorry,"
he finally whispered. "Shh, don't be silly. You have nothing to apologize for." I kissed the top of his head. "What happened?"
"Nothing, really.
I'm just losing my fucking mind." He laughed, but it was harsh and humorless.
"I can't stand it. I can't stand him."
He took a couple of deep breaths, and then said, in something closer to his normal voice,
"I miss you. I hate that we have to be apart right now."
"Me too. Why don't you come over tonight? They don't have to know."
"I'm on nights this week."
So he was working nights and spending the days with his parents and probably barely sleeping in between. That explained a lot about his present state of mind. He pulled back, stood up, and turned away. Even with his back to me, I could see him putting himself back together, wiping his eyes, standing straighter, squaring his shoulders, putting on that carefully controlled, guarded expression.
"He's drinking, Jared.
A lot. And he never knows when to keep his mouth shut.
This is the worst it's ever been."
Just then, Lizzie poked her head around the corner. "Can I come in?" she asked quietly. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to get into the safe." Matt took a deep breath and then turned around. He was still tense, but he had most of his usual confidence back. To anybody else, he probably looked as calm and in control as ever, but I could still see the anger and sadness in his eyes.
"Of course," he said. "It's your office."
She headed for the safe, but watched him out of the corner of her eye the whole time. She got what she needed out of the safe and started out, but then stopped short in the doorway. "How bad is it, Matt?" He shrugged.
"Pretty bad."
She thought about it for a minute, and then said, "Why don't you all come to dinner on Christmas?"
"No."
He shook his head.
"I couldn't do that to you, not after the way he behaved last time."
She put a hand on his arm, looking way up into his eyes. "We're family now. You should be with us on Christmas, and if that means we have to put up with your father, then we will." He glanced my way.
"He doesn't know."
"I figured as much," she said. "We'll be careful."
"Really?"
He sounded hopeful. "Really." He smiled and hugged her, much more gently than he ever hugged me. She looked so tiny in his arms.
"Thanks, Lizzie."
She started to head back out, but he said,
"Oh, Lizzie, one more thing."
"Yes?"
"Jared can't cut his hair. I wouldn't have anything to hang on to. It gives me good leverage."
I'd never seen Lizzie turn quite so red so fast.
I knew I was blushing, too.
Matt laughed at us both, and hearing his laugh at that moment was worth all the embarrassment in the world. I was in the kitchen with Mom and Lizzie when Matt and his parents arrived on Christmas Day. Matt came in immediately and said quietly,
"He's drunk, Lizzie. I hope you don't end up regretting this."
Before she could say anything, Lucy came in. She obviously felt awkward after the debacle of their last visit, but she thanked Lizzie for inviting them, and then Brian brought James in, and the three women were immediately talking about sleeping patterns and nursing habits. Matt, Brian, and I cleared out in a hurry. We made it most of the way through dinner before the shit hit the proverbial fan. "I'm surprised there's no snow," Lucy said. "I figured we'd have a white Christmas in Colorado." Brian laughed. "Snow in December usually melts in a day or two, and getting it on Christmas is rare. Our heaviest snowfall is usually February or March." Suddenly, Joseph looked around the table and said, "Don't you have anything to drink?" Lizzie's smile was all innocence. "What would you like? I have iced tea, Sprite, Dr. Pepper, milk." "No, I'm talking about a drink." "Oh." She looked genuinely dismayed. "I meant to get some wine to have with dinner, but I got so busy yesterday and I forgot to go to the liquor store. And of course, they're closed today." She looked around guiltily and giggled a little and shrugged, and she really did come across as somebody who just couldn't quite keep too much in her head at once. "I'm such an airhead sometimes. Brian's always teasing me about it." Of course, that wasn't true at all. Nobody would ever accuse Lizzie of being an airhead, least of all Brian. I also knew that there was plenty of alcohol in the house. "You mean you don't even have any beer?" "We finished it off on Sunday watching the game," I told him. Also a lie. "Well, with the way those Cowboys are playing this season, I can understand that." Of course, the Cowboys game hadn't even been shown that week in Colorado, but we didn't say anything. I was glad football had come up. Such a nice, safe topic. "Can you believe the Raiders fired their head coach again already?" I asked the table in general. I could tell Matt was wound up too tight to respond, but this was the one topic I could count on Brian for. He laughed. "Hey, as long as their general manager keeps being an idiot, the Raiders keep sucking. He's actually my hero." But Joseph ignored us and moved on to his favorite subject. "Matt, I still can't figure out why you're not dating anyone. When we were here last summer, we couldn't go anywhere without some young girl giving you her number. You should be playing the field." "Dad, can we please not discuss this again?" "Why not? You're never going to find the right girl if you don't date a few." "Joseph, I'm sure you heard that Matt's girlfriend, Sherry, was killed a few weeks ago," Lizzie said, smooth as ever, and Matt looked at her gratefully. "It was very traumatic. I know her death was hard on him." "Horse shit. We never even heard about the girl." As if they talked every day. As if Matt would have shared it with his dad, even if he had cared for her. "What about that looker we saw yesterday at the pizza place?" Matt's jaw clenched, his hands gripping each other tight on the table in front of him. "Dad, enough." "What? It's a simple question." "It's a simple question. One you've already asked me 12 times. The answer is the same. I'm not interested." His voice had that low, controlled tone, which I knew meant he was furious. Joseph either didn't notice or didn't care. I suspected the latter. "How can you not be interested? If not her, what about that redhead? Your mother wants grandkids and you're not getting any younger. Are you ever going to stop being so damned selfish and do your duty?" "Lucy," Mom jumped in suddenly, "didn't you tell me last time you were here that you were planning a trip to Florida?" Lucy seemed flustered, fidgeting with the scarf around her neck. I think she could sense disaster in the air, but couldn't quite figure out which way to dodge. "Yes, that's right. We went to Orlando." "I want to know," Joseph's voice was much louder now, "I want to know how you can go around with this... He was gesturing at me and obviously couldn't think of a word bad enough. "This pansy, like it doesn't matter. It's no wonder none of the girls want to date you." "Joseph, that's enough," Lucy said quietly, but he didn't listen. "Have you thought about that? Have you thought about what people are going to say about you?" Lizzie stood up now. "Mr. Richards, I think I'm going to have to ask you to leave now." "I'm not going anywhere. I want to know why my son is still hanging around with a fucking faggot. Don't you care what people will say?" "Joseph?" My mother stood up, and her voice was sharp enough to cut glass. That is my son you are talking about, and I don't give a rat's ass. Mom turned around and slammed her way through the swinging door into the living room hard enough to rattle the pictures on the wall. Joseph stood, swaying a little on his feet. Matt hadn't moved an inch. His hands were clenched in front of him, and he stared straight ahead, which put his gaze somewhere over his mother's head. Lucy had her hands over her face. Brian had the classic deer-in-the-headlights look. Lizzie was still standing with her hands on her hips, glaring at Joseph with murder in her eyes. Joseph wasn't finished. "You should be ashamed to be seen with him. Don't you know what that could do to your career? Are you so fucking stupid that you can't figure out what people will say?" "I know what people say, Dad." His voice wasn't as quiet now. He didn't sound angry anymore at all. Just resigned. "So you know that they're going to assume you're a faggot, too?" "Yes, Dad. I know that." "They're going to assume you're his boyfriend." "I know that, too." "They're going to assume that the two of you are fucking each other." His voice was stronger this time. "I don't care." "How can you not care?" Matt's hands suddenly unclenched. His head came up and his shoulders relaxed. He'd made a decision, and I wasn't sure it was the right one. I reached out to grab him, to tell him to stop. I even started to say, "Don't," but he shook me off. He sat up straight, squared his shoulder, looked right at his dad, and said, "Because it's true." "Oh, no." Lucy's voice was a whisper behind her hands, and she put her head down on the table. Nobody else moved. Nobody else spoke. The silence seemed to go on forever. Joseph finally said, his voice low and deadly, "Are you telling me?" "Yes." Matt stood up now, back straight and head up. I couldn't believe how calm and sure he looked, as if, having now set his feet on the path, he had no reason to look back. "I'm telling you that I'm gay. That apartment you saw, the day I took you there, was the first time I'd been there in weeks. I live with Jared." I would like to say that I was holding my head up as proud as he seemed to be, but the truth is, I was doing my best to stare straight through the dining room table in case there was a hole underneath it I could climb into. Another deathly silence, and then Joseph said, "You are not my son." Matt actually smiled at that just a bit. "I don't remember the last time I agreed with you more." Lucy was really crying now. Nobody moved to comfort her. "Here." Matt tossed a set of car keys onto the table. "Take your rental car and go home. I'll be going home, to my home, with Jared." Joseph looked like he was about to say something, but he never got the chance. Suddenly, Mom burst back into the room. "Matt, you need to come. There's something going on." Matt, Mom, and Brian went first. Joseph and Lucy followed. Lizzie was still standing in the same position, hands on hips, staring at the empty place where Joseph had been standing. I was in shock. I felt like the whole world had been turned upside down. I was waiting for somebody to jump out and yell, "Surprise! You're on candid camera!" Instead, Lizzie turned to me and said, "Well, that went better than I expected." And just like that, I was laughing. She came and pulled me out of my chair. "Come on, let's go see what's going on." When we got into the living room, nobody was there. The front door was open and there were people all over the front lawn. At the curb were several police cars with lights flashing. It was dark outside, and the only light came from the red and blue strobes on top of the cars. Matt stood in the center of the yard talking to Grant, Tyson, and a third cop I didn't know. "What's going on?" I asked Matt. "We need to talk." "Do you have your weapon?" Grant asked him. "No." "There must be a spare in one of the trunks." Grant headed off to the cars. Matt led me over to where Brian, Lizzie, and Mom were standing. Mom had James in her arms. "Somebody broke into my apartment earlier," Matt explained. "They broke all the windows and trashed the place. The neighbors noticed the broken window and called the police. He was speaking quickly and quietly. When they got there and realized it was my place and that I wasn't there, they went to our house. He looked at me as he said this, and they found the same thing there. What? Our neighbor heard a commotion and watched out the window and saw Dan Snyder leaving. Holy shit. When they didn't find either of us at either place, they got worried and called in everybody. Why didn't they call you? He suddenly looked sheepish. The battery on my phone is dead, and the charger is at home. By which I knew he meant at my place, where he hadn't been all week. I felt my eyebrows go up, and he gave me the pseudo-smile. I know, I'm an idiot. I'm going to catch hell for it later. Right now, they want me to go and help with the search. He reached out and grabbed my wrist. Jared, stay here. Don't go anywhere until you hear from me. Then to the rest of them, in fact, you should all go inside and lock the doors. If he knew to go to Jared's house, then he might know to come here next. Lizzie's hand flew up to her mouth, and Mom clutched James to her like she thought Dan was going to jump out of the bushes and try to snatch him out of her arms. We're leaving an officer here to watch the house, just in case. Grant returned, a bit breathless from his dash across the lawn. I found a gun for you. It's in the car. Are you ready to go? Matt looked over to where his parents were standing. Joseph had his arms crossed and was staring at the sky, while Lucy talked quietly to him. They didn't seem to notice the chaos around them. Give me 1 minute, Grant. Hurry. Grant turned and went back to his car. The other cops were all back in their cars, too. Some of them had left already. The ones that remained were waiting on him. Matt took a deep breath and walked over to his parents. His dad turned his back on him and walked away, but Lucy listened as he started to explain what was going on. Lizzie, Brian, and Mom went up the steps back into the house. I watched until they were inside and then turned back to where Matt was talking to his mom. That's when I saw Dan. He stepped out of the dark shadows next to the garage. We were 3 points of a triangle, Dan on one point, me on the second, and Matt with his mom on the third. I saw his hand come up. I saw the gun. It was pointed right at Matt. Everything popped into slow motion. I ran toward Matt, yelling his name. He and Lucy turned to face me just as I reached them, and that was when I heard the gun go off. Something slammed into me. Matt pushed past me and ran full speed straight at Dan. Dan squeezed off another shot, but he was obviously thrown off guard by Matt bearing down on him, because the shot went wide. Matt barreled into him in a tackle worthy of the NFL, knocking the gun out of his hand and had him pinned on the ground in record time. I reeled, feeling a little wobbly, and turned to find Lucy was hanging on to me. I'm so glad I'm not the only one he can do that to. For some reason, she didn't laugh. Her eyes were wide with fear. Jared, I think you need to sit down. Except she wasn't hanging on to me. She was trying to hold me up. And then I hit the ground. Matt! Lucy yelled, falling to her knees. The whole thing had only taken seconds. The cops were just now getting out of their cars and rushing toward us. Matt had Dan pinned to the ground. He looked over, and his face went white. Somebody bring me some fucking cuffs! I'm okay, I said, although my limbs didn't seem to be obeying my brain. Lucy leaned over me. Out of nowhere, I remembered she'd been a nurse once upon a time. She was all business at the moment. Jared, you've been shot. You need to be still. She pulled the scarf from around her neck and held it against my side, and suddenly, it hurt. A lot. The ambulance is on its way, somebody said, and then Matt was next to me, holding my hand and looking down into my face. Hang in there, Jared. He shot me? Yes. His eyes left mine as he glanced down to where his mom was pushing hard on my side. There's a lot of blood. Rub some dirt on it. He's delirious, Lucy said, but Matt shook his head, a tiny hint of a smile in his eyes. No, he's not. He's going to be fine, right, Jared? Yeah, I feel great. What's for dessert? He squeezed my hand. Somewhere out of my line of vision, Dan was yelling, although I couldn't tell what. Cops swarmed around us, leaning over us like trees over a running stream, and there was so much noise. I could hear Lizzie and Mom crying, and now it was really starting to hurt. "Stay back," Grant said. "Give them some room." "It's just like the movies," I said to Matt. His eyes narrowed, obviously reevaluating his denial that I was delirious. "Jesus Christ, Matt, it hurts."
"Hang on."
I felt lighter than air, like I might float up off the ground. It seemed good that Lucy was holding me down, although I wished she didn't have to make it hurt so much. There seemed to be lights floating around that I couldn't focus on. Lucy shook her head. "He's going into shock."
"Jared?"
And now Matt sounded scared.
"Jared, don't you dare die on me."
I tried to put my hand up to touch his face, but I couldn't quite get it there. My vision was starting to fade. "Matt, I think I'm going to faint now."
"No, Jared, stay with me."
I didn't hear anything after that. Chapter 29. The first few times I woke, I was heavily drugged. I was vaguely aware of a parade of faces, one gray-faced doctor and an army of nurses, all interchangeable in their blue scrubs. Lizzie, Brian, Mom, Matt, Lucy? My molasses brain caught on that one, ripples of confusion before flowing along into oblivion. I was vaguely aware that there were often people in my room, but I never seemed to be able to open my eyes enough to see them. They talked a lot, but only random phrases stuck with me. "Replace the window," and "like a nanny," but I couldn't make any sense of them. Tiny things crawled all over me, but nobody seemed to notice. I finally managed to catch one of the nurses and said, "Bugs on my skin." She patted my hand and said, "It's the oxycodone." I heard the words, but had no idea what they meant. I was trying to break the sentence down. It was definitely in English. I fell asleep again before I got any further than that. The time finally came when I woke up, and the world made sense again. The fog in my brain had receded and become only a cloudy blotch in my memory. I was relieved that, at that moment, the only person in the room with me was Matt. He stood leaning against the wall, looking out the window. "Oxycodone makes me itch," I said. Well, maybe there was still a little bit of fog left. I wasn't exactly sure why that was the first thing to come out of my mouth. His head whipped in my direction. "What?" "The painkiller they were giving me. It makes my skin crawl." He smiled and came to sit on the bed. "That explains a lot. You kept saying bugs. Next time I get shot, tell them I want Vicodin instead." "I will." But then his face became serious. "You look like hell. How do you feel?" "Like I need a shower?" I glanced around and was surprised to find flowers everywhere. "Who are all those from?" "Mostly your students and various members of the Coda Police Department, the school, Mr. Stevens. A lot of them are from people I don't know. You're a hero, you know." "Do I get a cape?" "I want red." "The way the story goes, you bravely jumped in front of Mom and me in order to save our lives." His eyes crinkled at me and his voice was light. "You took a bullet for us." "What am I, the Secret Service? I was just trying to get your attention. I wasn't planning on getting shot." He smiled. "Your secret's safe with me." We didn't talk for a minute, and I started thinking about the scene at the table before the incident in the front yard. Matt had actually told his dad about us. "Why did you do it?" He must have been thinking about it too, because he didn't have to ask what I was talking about. That day, I just kept thinking about the choices I'd made in my life. Some of the hardest ones were decisions I knew he would hate if he knew about them. But they all turned out to be good. First, I decided not to join the military, and I think that was the right choice. Second, he ticked them off on his fingers as he talked. I decided a few years ago to quit dating,
I've already told you that my life got a lot easier after that. Then I decided that your friendship was more important to me than what my coworkers were saying, and that turned out to be a good decision. And then when Sherry died, I decided to accept the fact that I wanted to fuck your brains out.
And that, I interjected, was a very wise decision. He smiled and winked at me.
It was.
His face grew serious again.
So, we were all sitting there at the table. I wanted to punch him for the things he was saying about you, but he just kept screaming. And I suddenly thought of all those decisions I'd made over the years, and how they'd brought me to this place in my life where I was really, truly happy, for the first time ever, all because of you. So I asked myself, what's the worst he can do to me? And I knew the answer right away. He could disown me, and I wasn't really sure anymore why that seemed like a bad thing. It was like the solution was right there in front of me, and I was just too fucking stupid to see it.
He looked down at where our hands were clasped together on the bed by my side.
It's a relief, to be honest. I don't have to waste another second in my life trying to make him happy.
You told him you're gay. But really, I think you're bi.
Maybe you should have gone with that. Maybe that'd bother him less. He shook his head. If I said bi, he'd hear girls were still an option. He'd think there was still a chance of me settling down with a woman.
And there isn't? He shook his head, crinkling his eyes at me.
Are you kidding? There's no chance of me settling down with anybody but you.
I smiled. I'd known already, but it was nice to hear him say it out loud. What about your mom? He brightened a little.
Once she calmed down, she told me that she had suspected all along.
Funny how that works, I thought, remembering my conversation with Brian so many years ago.
I can't really say that she's happy about it, but she knows I'm happy, and that means something to her, I think.
I thought she was here.
She was. She delayed her flight and spent a couple of days here. Turns out, with Dad gone, she and Lizzie and your mom are like 3 peas in a pod.
She's gone now?
She is, but she'll be back.
His eyes tightened a little and he frowned.
She's leaving him. She went home to get her things in order. Lizzie offered to let her live with them for a while. She said she could use help with James anyway.
Like a nanny, I said quietly to myself as one piece fell into place.
Yes,
he smiled.
She's so excited to have a surrogate grandchild. I think she'd leave my dad for James alone.
We fell quiet again as I thought about all that he had said. Matt, I'm so sorry. You lost your family all because of me. He looked at me with alarm.
What? No, you've got it all wrong.
He put his hand on my cheek.
I didn't lose my family because of you. I have a family because of you.
I leaned into his touch. I want to go home. When are they letting me go?
Tuesday afternoon. I worked the 2 to 10 that day, but I'll get it off.
Don't. Mom or Brian or Lizzie will give me a ride.
Are you sure you don't mind?
I'm sure. I'll be waiting for you when you get home.
Will you be naked?
He asked with a wicked grin. I laughed and pushed him off the bed. Just wait and see. Chapter 30. It turned out to be Mom who took me home from the hospital. I was surprised to find the large front window covered by plywood. I'd forgotten that, prior to showing up at Lizzie and Brian's, Dan had ransacked our house. They've ordered the glass, Mom told me. I think Matt said it would be installed next week. We cleaned up inside as well as we could, but you'll probably need to have the carpet in the living room replaced. When I got inside, I found that the damage wasn't bad at all. I also found that Matt's bookshelf was now in the bedroom, and his home gym was taking up most of the dining room. He'd apparently moved the last of his stuff into my house while I was in the hospital. I went to bed early, nestling happily into sheets that smelled like him. I was asleep when he got home. I woke up to him sliding into bed behind me. He carefully cuddled up to my back and wrapped himself around me, making sure not to touch the bandage on my side. I settled back against him with a sigh. "I'm glad you're home," I told him.
"I'm glad you're home. I missed this. The whole week my parents were here, I was sleeping in my apartment, and then this past week you weren't here. This bed seemed awfully big and empty."
His hands began to wander, and he kissed the back of my neck.
"Did the doctors say you're healthy enough to resume all activities?"
"They said no sex for 6 months." He froze until I started laughing. Then, as his lips brushed my neck again,
"That's not funny."
But I knew he was smiling. "They said to be careful and make sure we don't disturb the stitches."
"I'll be gentle."
And he was. He lined us up the way he always liked and stroked us off together, slow and passionate, kissing me deeply right up until the end, when he pulled back to watch me come. And although it still surprised me, it was watching me that sent him over the edge. And he said again in my ear,
"God, I love to watch you."
Afterward, we lay tangled together in the dark.
"Jared?"
He tugged my curls.
"Yes?"
I was more than halfway asleep, perfectly warm and content, back in my own bed, with him.
"Say it for me."
"You're heavy."
"No."
"You're a manipulative bastard." He laughed.
"No."
"You're right." He gave one hard tug on my hair.
"That's not it either."
"I love you." He sighed contentedly.
"That's the one."
I lay there, his heartbeat drumming in my ear, his fingers moving through my hair, his smooth skin under my fingers, his legs entwined with mine. I couldn't imagine anything better in the world. I smiled, although he couldn't see it, wrapped my arms tighter around him, and said it again, only really meaning it this time. "I love you." It had been less than a year since he had first walked through the door of our shop. It was hard to believe my life had changed so much, and looking back, I had to laugh when I realized one simple thing. The whole thing started because of Lizzie's Jeep. Meant to be. Approximately 15 years before a cop named Matt ever went looking for a Jeep. In hindsight, I think I might be gay. Probably shouldn't have been the first words out of my mouth upon meeting my new dorm mate. I'll never forget the look of horror on his face before he schooled it back into something cool and polite. He told me he was running downstairs to get a pop out of the machine, even asked if I wanted anything, before heading straight to the resident assistant's office and asking to be reassigned. Maybe I should have started out with my name, or told him I was from a little mountain town named Coda, only about an hour away from the Colorado State University campus. Maybe I should have eased into the discussion of my sexuality. But it had been eating at me for the better part of 4 years. And now that I was about to start college, far enough away from home that no word of my activity would reach my mother's ears, I intended to find out once and for all. After all, it was the 90s. The 21st century was just around the corner. There were at least 2 organizations on campus for gay and lesbian students. And what was college for, anyway, besides drinking, smoking weed, and experimenting with sex? Oh, and education? Well, yeah, I figured I'd get that too, but that'd take 4 years minimum. I intended to lose my virginity a hell of a lot faster than that. Roommate number 1, I never did catch the guy's name, came back only long enough to retrieve the box he'd been carrying when I'd blurted out my clumsy confession. 2 hours later, a new man walked through the door, looking like he'd spent the entire summer on a beach in California, which, it turned out, he had. "I'm Brian with a Y." He dropped his laundry basket full of clothes and textbooks and held out his hand. "Brian Nantel." Well, at least I'd be able to remember his name. It was the same as my brother's, except for the with a Y part. Jared Thomas, I said, shaking his hand. I'd learned my lesson, though. I wasn't about to blurt out the "I think I might be gay" thing again, even if it was the only thing I'd been thinking about for ages. But how long should I wait before dropping my bombshell? When was an appropriate time to tell your roommate that your number one priority for the first week of school was finding a guy to kiss? Or would I have to lie to him all year, the way I'd been lying to my parents and my brother and everybody else I knew? Luckily, he took matters into his own hands. My first roommate was all born again and practically went into convulsions when I told him my boyfriend would be stopping by later. The RA seemed to think you'd be okay with it. I laughed with relief. Yeah, I assured him. I'm totally okay with it. Brian had to make a couple more trips to get all his stuff. Then he filled me in as we unpacked. He was from Houston. He and his California boyfriend had first met on the ski slopes of Vail the previous Christmas, and had known at once they were meant to be. He actually used those words, meant to be. And if that announcement had me rolling my eyes a bit, well, I also had to admit I was more than a little jealous. After spending Christmas together, they'd been so sure of each other that his boyfriend had immediately withdrawn his application from some college I'd never even heard of and applied to CSU instead. They'd spent the last half of their senior year sending letters and talking on the phone late into the night. Brian had managed to convince his parents to let him spend the entire summer in Orange County, although he hadn't told them until midway through the trip that the girl he had gone to see wasn't a girl at all. So why isn't he your roommate? I asked. He's loaded. He paid for a private single on the other side of campus. Besides, my parents were already losing their shit over having a gay son. I figured I'd give them some time to adjust. He shrugged. Next year, though, we're definitely getting an apartment together. Our room had a bunk bed on one side. Brian let me choose the bottom bunk, and 2 desks crammed against the far wall. He plopped down onto the bed. So, you only think you're gay? I kept my back to him so he wouldn't see how embarrassed I was. I concentrated on arranging and rearranging my stack of textbooks on the desk that was to be mine. Pretty sure, I guess. I just haven't, managed to confirm it 100%. Somebody knocked on our door, and in flew a whirlwind in human form. Skinny, tan, cute, so obviously gay it could only be Brian's boyfriend. There you are. I had no idea where you'd gone. I had to track down the RA to find out where they'd moved you to, and of course she was all in a huff, dealing with one thing after another. Everybody on the floor either wants a new room or a new roommate or both. I don't know how she stands it. Thank goodness you're not still rooming with that Puritan, though. He was horrid. Oh, hello there. Who's this? That's Jared, Brian said. Is he... Probably gay, still a virgin. Desperate to confirm the former by changing the latter. The boyfriend smiled at me. Oh, honey, no problem at all. There's a club on the east side of town. I already checked it out. It's 18 and over, so you won't even need a fake ID. It's packed full of sexually frustrated college students and horribly repressed cowboys. By the end of the night, you'll have a line of men begging to deflower you. Was the only thing I managed to say. I wasn't quite ready for a full-on deflowering, but I wasn't quite sure how to tell them that. Not that he gave me much of a chance to speak. Excellent. It's all shaping up nicely, isn't it? By this time tomorrow, your virginity will be yesterday's news. But, good Lord, where are my manners? Brian never did properly introduce us, did he? I'm so happy to meet you. He held out a slender, delicate hand for me to shake. My name's Cole. They took me to the club that night as promised. My stomach was a mess as we drove across town, torn between excitement and sheer panic. I had a feeling Cole could tell because he babbled the entire time trying to distract me. He told me about the summer he and Brian had spent together in Orange County, where it seemed they had had zero parental supervision. Listening to him, I was reminded of the summer night scene in Greece. It sounded magical. Swimming in the ocean, evenings under the stars, waking up in bed together each and every morning. He pulled a strip of photos from his wallet for me to see, taken in one of those automatic photo booths. 2 of them smiling, laughing, finally kissing. They couldn't keep their eyes or their hands off each other. they were so in love they practically glowed with it. It felt like they had everything figured out, and here I was, still a virgin, in every sense of the word. The bar was nothing like I expected. There was nothing screaming gay from the outside. It looked more like a honky-tonk in some old 70s movie, but with better music. The woman at the door checked our IDs, then gave us wristbands that said, "Do not serve." The building was long and low, the space divided by a DJ booth. The near side contained 4 pool tables. The far side was for dancing. The wall opposite the door held a bar that ran the length of the building. "Do you dance?" Cole asked, yelling so I could hear him over the music. "Never." Cole and Brian both laughed. "We'll play pool then," Brian said. He racked the balls. Cole came back from the bar with a round of Cokes. "Whatever you do, don't keep your eyes on the balls," he said to me, perching on a stool and blatantly eyeing the men around us. "Tell me if you see anything you like. What's your flavor? Twink? Bear? What?" There was somebody sitting at the bar. He looked to be about 27, wearing cowboy boots, jeans, and a t-shirt that accentuated a broad chest and bulky arms. I was as subtle as I knew how to be, pointing him out to Cole. "Him!" Repressed cowboy it is, then. Not the way I would have gone, but it's your party." I couldn't keep my eyes off him, and after a couple of games of pool, I was pretty sure he was aware of my attention. He turned on his stool, not hiding the fact that he was watching me too. Great. Off to a good start. Of course, I had no idea what to do next. Cole chuckled and nudged me with his elbow. "At this rate, you should lose your virginity by the time you're 30. "I've never done this," I mumbled, leaning closer so he could hear me. "What am I supposed to do? Just walk over there and ask him to kiss me? Why not?" "Are you serious?" Cole grabbed my hand and dragged me toward the bar. My cowboy watched us the entire way, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I thought I'd die of embarrassment. That seemed better than dying a virgin, though, so I let Cole lead the way. "Hello, my name's Cole." The man kept his eyes on me as he shook Cole's hand. "This is Jared." He wasn't quite as cute close up. Above the neck, he was average at best, but I was far more interested in the parts south of that, anyway. Cole angled himself into the space next to the man's bar stool. "Are you from Fort Collins?" "Nope." His voice hinted at the deep south. "Driving 18-wheeler. Just passing through." "Single?" "Always." "Excellent. Look, I know Jared will hate me for being so frank, but he's sort of on his maiden voyage here, so to speak, but at this rate it's going to take all night. Now, we don't want anything too intrusive or crazy. Not the full 5-course meal, you understand, but a little appetizer wouldn't be unwelcome." The cowboy grinned at him, then at me. "That right?" He stood up from his stool, glancing in Cole's direction. "Save my seat." He took my hand and led me down the length of the bar, away from the pool tables and my bemused roommate, past the packed dance floor to an open door in the corner. My heart pounded as we exited onto a small patio strung with Christmas lights, even though it was September. The patio was full, too, mostly with people smoking. "This way," the cowboy said, leading me away from them all. The music still reverberated in my chest, even outside. We went around the corner, crossing from light into deep shadow. We passed one couple kissing, another man on his knees sucking off another. The second man's moans were enough to make my erection strain against the confines of my jeans. "Here." The cowboy cornered me against the wall, his body hard against mine. He was several inches taller than me. He rubbed his knuckles against my jawline. "Don't worry. We'll keep it simple. But I ain't taking your friend's word for it just to find out he's playing some mean prank. I want you to tell me this is what you want." My hands wouldn't stop shaking, but I sure as hell wasn't turning back now. God, yes. If I'd had any doubts at all about being gay, they disappeared the moment he kissed me. I'd had a couple of girls kiss me in high school. I'd never felt anything except uneasy and awkward, but this, being pinned against the wall, his rough stubble scouring my lips, the weight of his body against mine, It was more than an epiphany. I whimpered, putting my arms around his neck, pulling him in. He tasted like cigarettes and beer, but I hardly cared. One of his hands traveled down my back to grip my ass, pulling me against him hard enough that his erection pressed against mine. I wanted to touch it. I wanted to touch all of him. He let me lift his shirt, and I explored his back, his chest, his stomach. I fought with his belt buckle until he took pity on me and undid it himself. I ripped his pants open and slid my hand inside. The first time wrapping my hand around a penis that wasn't my own almost undid me. Just the feel of his hardened flesh, finally doing something I'd daydreamed about for years, made me desperate. I made a pathetic, strangled sound, something between a whimper and a moan, my knees practically giving out as I fought to keep from coming in my jeans. He chuckled against my lips.
Maiden voyage, all right. I'll remember that sound you made for the rest of my life.
He undid my jeans with a lot more patience than I'd shown. I did more than whimper when his hand found my cock. I was glad the music was so loud. Glad the couples on either side of us were making noise, too. Glad he was muffling my cries with his mouth.
Yes,
he moaned.
Just like that, baby. And don't stop now.
Not that I had any intention of stopping. The wall at my back vibrated with the bass of the music from inside the club, and I lost myself in the rhythm of it, stroking him while he kissed me, fighting not to come as he returned the favor until I lost the battle in the best way possible. I cried out, not even caring who heard me at that point. He moaned in relief, as if he'd been waiting for me, and pinned me harder against the wall, thrusting into my fist as we both came. A few seconds passed as I caught my breath, and then I laughed out loud. After so many years of wondering, I finally knew for sure. I was definitely, undoubtedly, 100% gay. All the way through elementary school, the teachers say, middle school will be so much harder. But it isn't. And all the way through middle school, they tell you, high school will be more work, no more turning things in late, no more babysitters. Except, of course, that's also a lie. It's just more of the same. So is it any wonder that when high school teachers say, you're going to have to work a lot harder than this in college, we don't believe them? I'd coasted through school, taking honors classes and getting mostly A's and B's without even trying. I started college with the same attitude, expecting it to be a cakewalk, whatever the hell that meant. Boy, was I wrong. It took about 2 months for me to realize college was going to kick my lazy ass unless I got my shit together. My parents were paying part of my way. I'd picked up a part-time job at Checker Auto Parts to pay my living expenses. The rest came down to loans, which we'd have to repay whether I passed or failed. It hit me pretty hard, the first time I scored a big fat F on a test, that this was real life. This was my future, and nobody was going to hold my hand. Unless I wanted to return home head hanging in shame, I needed to start taking school seriously. That meant less slacking, less skipping class, fewer trips to the gay bar, looking for another chance to fool around. And no matter what, way more studying. I drove home almost every Sunday to watch the Broncos game with my family, but other than that, I allowed myself very little leisure time. I got along well with both Brian and Cole, who split their time between our dorm room and Cole's single. The latter offered them privacy, which they generally took advantage of on the weekends, but during the week they both used the dorm room as their home base. One day, only a week before Thanksgiving, Cole came breezing into our dorm room, emanating shades of Scarlett O'Hara, as he threw himself into Brian's desk chair and put the back of his hand to his forehead. "Oh, dear God, this meth mod will be the death of me." Cole was still a bit of a mystery to me. Bright, dramatic, and flamboyant, he always managed to make me laugh, but there was a secrecy about him as well. I'd gathered bits and pieces of information, doing my best not to be too nosy. He was rich. That much was blatantly obvious. His father was dead. He never talked about his mother at all. He spoke fluent French, and was majoring in literature and cultural studies with a minor in art history. Unlike Brian and me, he hadn't bothered getting a job, but he took school far more seriously than the average freshman. He studied more than Brian and me put together, which was why his confession about math surprised me. Which math mod? 120. Have you taken it yet? CSU didn't offer math classes at the lower levels, at least not in the traditional sense. Instead, they offered a series of tests, which they called mods, each good for 1 credit. Students could take them at their leisure, breezing through them if they were good at math, or spreading them over the first couple of years of college if not. I'd already taken calculus in high school, and being in state, the credit had transferred over to CSU, meaning I didn't have to deal with the mods at all. I wasn't off the hook, though. I was majoring in physics, so I had plenty of advanced math in my future. Not that he needed to know any of that. I can help you. I kind of have a knack for equations. I only need 3 math credits. If you can get me through those, I'll be in your debt for all of eternity. I laughed. I'm flat broke until payday. Buy me dinner for the next couple of nights and we'll call it even. Cole went to Paris that year for the entire winter break. Brian pouted about being away from him for 3 solid weeks, but couldn't afford to go with him. He grudgingly returned to Texas for Christmas, where he had to split his time between his divorced parents. I spent a few days at home, but elected to stay on campus the rest of the time. And I finally met somebody. Not at the club, but in the weight room at the student gym. I noticed him right away. How could I not, with him doing squats in front of me? He was exactly what I looked for in men. Tall and built, with a shy smile that made me weak in the knees. It didn't take me long to figure out he was watching me as much as I was watching him. A few stilted questions in the locker room, and the next thing I knew, we were back at my dorm with our pants around our ankles. It was my first real experience with oral sex, and it promptly led to my second and third and fourth and so on until I could happily say I'd lost count. Whoever had first thought to wrap their mouth around a cock, I thought they deserved a medal of some kind. Oral sex was better than the wheel, better than sliced bread, better than fireworks and the national anthem on the 4th of July. Maybe even better than the Denver Broncos? His name was Caleb. He played on the football team, and he was deep in the closet. Not that I cared. I was far more interested in sex than I was in any kind of relationship. Every Friday night over the next couple of months, Caleb snuck into my room sometime around midnight, and we spent an hour or two together, rarely exchanging more than a few words. I lived for those stolen moments between the sheets. Other than that, I worked at Checker, I tutored Cole, who was now taking PH 100 and struggling mightily, and I studied. My life became narrow and carefully scheduled, my eyes always on my grades. I still wasn't sure what I intended to do with the bachelor's degree in physics, but I figured I'd cross that bridge when I came to it. The 1st of March, I walked into our dorm room to find Brian and Cole on opposite sides of the room with their backs to each other. Cole was facing me, his eyes swollen and red, and he quickly covered his face to hide the fact that he'd been crying. "What's going on?" I asked. Cole grabbed his coat and book bag, keeping his eyes carefully averted. "I have to go." He didn't slam the door behind him. He closed it carefully, as if afraid it would break. "What happened?" I asked Brian. Brian sighed and perched on the edge of his desk. I didn't think he'd been crying, but his hands shook visibly as he pushed the hair out of his eyes. "He's going to Cancun for spring break." "Wow, lucky him." Brian scowled. "Yeah, lucky him." I set my backpack down and leaned my hip against our bunk bed, trying to decide how involved I wanted to be. Brian was my roommate, but they were both my friends. I hoped they wouldn't expect me to pick sides. "He has so much money," Brian said at last. "He doesn't get it." "Doesn't get what?" "That the rest of us don't." He shook his head. "My dad, he does okay, you know. I mean, we're not loaded, but we were always comfortable, I guess. We went to Vail every Christmas and to Mexico every summer. But in Cole's mind, I may as well be dirt poor. He doesn't understand why I can't go skiing every other weekend, or why I can't just fly to Paris for the holiday." "You don't want him to go?" "No!" He took a deep breath and let it out in a rush, then calmer. "No. I want him to stay. I know how he is. I know because I've seen it. Because that's how we met." "I thought you met on the slopes." "We did." He threw up his hands, clearly frustrated by my slowness. "Think about the time we took you to the club. He has no qualms about approaching people, about flirting, or, making passes at complete strangers." Understanding dawned. "You think he's hooking up with other people?" "I don't know." He pinched the bridge of his nose. "Maybe. I want to say no, but I know him. I can't imagine him spending all that time alone." In the end, Cole canceled his trip, and they made up, but it was clear things were no longer quite as perfect as they had been. The final 2 months of school seemed to last an eternity. Caleb quietly flunked out and went home, leaving me once again depressingly celibate. I was too busy cramming for finals and working to do anything about my lack of sex life. The tiny bit of time I had left over I used tutoring Cole in physics. "You're a natural at this," Cole said one day. "What, at physics?" "No, at teaching. Have you thought about it?" I hadn't, actually, but it suddenly seemed like the best idea in the world. A bit of investigation told me adding a second major of elementary education would add another semester or two to my college career, but that seemed reasonable. I was going to teach physics. I suddenly had a purpose. Unfortunately, the closer we got to finals, the more Cole and Brian argued. It was the same fight all over again. Cole wanted to leave town for summer. Paris, New York, San Diego, Hawaii, anywhere it seemed but Fort Collins, Colorado. Brian had a part-time job with the banquet department of a hotel on the edge of campus, and he'd saved a decent amount of money. But our freshman year was about to end, as was our time in the dorms. It quickly became apparent he'd need every penny of his savings for first month's rent plus a damage deposit on an apartment. That led to a new argument. Brian and I could only afford the crappiest of places. We'd all but settled on a 2-bedroom in Ramblewood, a shitty run-down apartment complex on the northwest side of town. On the bright side, it housed so many students it had its own bus to shuttle them to and from campus, and there was always a party to be found on the weekend, but a quick tour of the apartments brought out Cole's inner drama queen. "Good Lord, has that carpet ever been cleaned?" he asked the landlord as we looked around. "I can tell the previous tenants smoked. Is there anything we can do about that?" "Yep," the landlord said around a mouthful of something I didn't want to identify. "You can live someplace else." After much back and forth, Cole agreed to sign the Ramblewood lease, which started the 1st of June. Brian and I had very little to move. Cole didn't have much more, but didn't waste any time buying a brand-new bedroom set, which he had delivered. We didn't see him again until September. Brian and I became best buds over the summer. We went mountain biking together and played frisbee golf. We made friends with our neighbors and spent plenty of evenings doing what college kids were meant to do, drinking and getting high. We also scoured yard sales in search of furniture, feeling triumphant each time we found something we could afford. We ended up with the world's ugliest couch, a low, wide blue armchair that you couldn't sit in without your ass hitting the floor, and a coffee table with one broken leg. Some duct tape fixed it up just fine. We hung old sheets up as curtains, slept late every day, and dragged our asses to the on-site laundry facilities only when absolutely necessary. In other words, we lived like average 19-year-old bachelors. We received postcards from Cole, several of which mentioned somebody named Devin. Each time I saw Brian's eyes darken. "I've always worried he's going to meet somebody else," Brian said. "And now he has." "He wouldn't mention this Devin guy if he was cheating on you," I told him. "Think about it. If he was sleeping with him, he'd keep him a secret, right?" He wasn't convinced. Cole arrived only a few days before the fall semester started, skin darker and hair lighter from being in the sun. He hugged me and kissed me on the cheek. Then I vacated the premises in a hurry so he and Brian could make up for lost time. Devin, it turned out, wasn't a guy at all, but a girl. That should have put Brian's mind at ease, but there was still plenty of trouble in paradise. As fall wore on, Brian spent less time at home and more time with friends he'd met working at the hotel. I hated it not so much because I missed him, but because it was one more thing for him and Cole to fight about. Frequently, I came home to find them both sullen. Several times I caught Cole crying. They always stopped arguing the minute I entered the room, but by the time Thanksgiving rolled around, I was beginning to wonder how we'd make it through a year-long lease together. To make matters worse, Cole had already made plans to fly to New York for Christmas. "He's going back to see Ron," Brian confided to me one night after Cole had gone to bed. "Who's Ron?" "The guy he lost his virginity to. He's like 15 years older than us, and he seduced Cole years ago. Can you believe that? This guy was pushing 30, pressuring Cole into having sex." "That doesn't mean he's going back to see him," I argued. "He is. He has this weird obsession with him. Haven't you ever noticed how often he mentions him? He sees him every time he goes to New York." I didn't remember ever hearing the name Ron tumble from Cole's lips. Then again, I hadn't been paying that close of attention. Brian opted to stay in Colorado that year for Christmas, but they fought bitterly before Cole left, which meant Cole asked me to drop him off at the airport. We took his car, but he didn't seem to want to drive. He tossed me the keys and spent the first 15 minutes of the trip wiping tears from his eyes. I had a feeling things weren't much better for Brian. They'd started out giddy in love. I hated to see them causing each other so much pain. "I keep thinking about the last half of my senior year, after Brian and I met," Cole said at last. "What about it?" "I was completely alone up until then. Just me and a couple of housekeepers who were paid to care but couldn't wait for me to be gone." He shook his head. "Brian was like a godsend. I honestly don't know if I would have made it through that year if it hadn't been for him." "You guys were crazy about each other from day one." "We were," he said, his voice small. I risked a glance over at him. "Have you considered staying home, just to make him happy?" "Of course, but my mother made me promise I'd visit her." He mentioned his mother so seldom I almost forgot she wasn't dead like his father. "And what about Ron?" "Oh, for heaven's sake," he sighed. "I've known Ron my whole life." "And?" "And yes, he was my first. He paid attention to me when nobody else did. He took me to shows and to galleries and out for dinner, and eventually he took me into his bed." I took a deep breath, debating my next question. "How old were you?" 15. Too young, I know. My father had just died." "Don't you feel like he was taking advantage of you? Using your father's death to get close to you?" "In hindsight, maybe. But that wasn't how it felt at the time. It seemed like he cared about me when nobody else did." I bit my lip and kept my eyes on the road, unsure how to respond. "Funny, isn't it?" he said. "Everybody thinks they want my life until they know the details. Then they only feel sorry for me." And he hated for people to feel sorry for him. I knew him well enough to know that. "Brian said you still see him every time you go to New York." Cole rolled his eyes dramatically. "Ron's house in the Hamptons is less than a block from mine. When I said, 'I see him every time,' I meant in passing. He drives past and we wave. That's it. I haven't had a real conversation with him, or slept with him, in years. I never intend to again, either." He turned away, sniffling. "Are you going home for Christmas?" I wasn't surprised that he wanted to change the subject. Maybe for a few days, but certainly not for the whole break. "Well, you may as well use my car while I'm gone." I had to remind myself to keep my eyes on the road. "Are you serious?" It was a Saab, only a couple of years old, and easily the nicest car I'd ever driven. "You know I live in the mountains, right?" "Don't be silly, Jared. That's what Saabs were made for." Cole called only 3 days after leaving for Christmas. Snow fell like crazy outside, making the line so staticky we practically had to yell to hear each other. "Is Brian home?" he asked. "He's working." He'd spent pretty much the entire weekend with people he'd met at the hotel. "What's up?" Cole gave one of his most dramatic sighs. "My mother's found an excuse to leave town without telling me. I thought maybe I'd come home early and surprise Brian." The thought made me smile. Brian had been sullen and nearly unbearable since Cole had left. "I think that's a great idea. Can you pick me up on Wednesday? My flight gets in at 3. "Of course." 2 days later, the snow was a distant memory and the sun was shining. Typical for Colorado. Cole and I climbed into his Saab again, this time with him driving, and headed home. He was bubbly and chatty, although it felt forced. He said nothing about New York, his mother, or Ron. Instead, he asked about my plans, then speculated on how he and Brian could spend Christmas, now only 3 days away, in bed together, just as they had back when they had met on the slopes. Maybe they could go skiing, something they hadn't done together since the previous year. "I don't mind paying for his lift ticket," he said. "I keep telling him that, but it only makes him snippy. He says he doesn't want my charity, which is ridiculous. It isn't charity, we're a couple. Maybe I could buy him a season pass for Christmas. That'd be okay, wouldn't it? It'd be a gift that way. Maybe he'd feel better about it." I wasn't sure. I didn't entirely understand Brian's hesitation to let Cole pay for things when Cole was obviously willing. Then again, Cole did have an annoying habit of assuming everybody in the world could jet off to Paris at the drop of a hat, but simply chose not to out of sheer stupidity. The world of ordinary person finance was completely beyond him. "Oh, good, his car's here," Cole said as he parked outside our apartment. "I hope he's surprised." "I'm sure he will be." We climbed the steps to the second level. Cole swung open the front door. I caught it all in one quick glimpse. Brian, shirtless on the couch, another shirtless man, straddling his lap, his arms around Brian's neck, the looks on their faces as they jumped to their feet. Brian, shocked and horrified, the other boy completely confused. At least they still had their pants on. "Cole, what are you doing here? I thought you were in New York." The whole world seemed to pop into slow motion. Cole turned to me, a horrible, heart-wrenching sadness in his eyes. "Well, I really did manage to surprise him, didn't I?" I had no idea what to say. Cole walked into their bedroom and quietly closed the door behind him. Brian, Mr. Shirtless, and I stood there, staring from one to the other. "I get the feeling I shouldn't be here," Brian's tag-along said at last, picking his shirt up off the floor. He put his hand on Brian's arm. "I'll see you tomorrow at work." Then it was just Brian and me. I couldn't remember ever being so angry. "Jared," he said, stepping closer. "Listen, I can explain." I turned and punched him without even thinking about it. Outside a scrap I'd had with my brother when I was 8 years old, it was the one and only punch I'd ever thrown at an actual person. And it showed. It didn't exactly floor him. Still, it felt damn good. He put a hand over the side of his mouth where the punch had landed. I suspected he was more surprised than hurt. "What the hell?" I was tempted to punch him again. I didn't, though. It wouldn't help anything, and poor Cole was hiding in their bedroom waiting for an explanation. "You're an idiot," I told him as I turned to leave. "If you have any brains whatsoever, you'll go in there and beg him to take you back." By the time I came home 4 hours later, Cole had a U-Haul parked in front of our apartment and 2 guys I'd never seen before loading up his bedroom furniture, the only nice furniture we'd had in the whole apartment, even if he and Brian were the only ones who ever saw it. Brian was holed up in their bedroom, and when I put my ear against it, I heard him crying. Cole seemed to have moved beyond tears. He stood there with an icy resolve as the last of his stuff went into the truck, barely even moving when I stepped up next to him. "You hit him," he said without turning to face me. "You hit him because of me." I probably shouldn't have. He softened a bit. "I can't believe you did that. It was crass and brutish." He leaned into me, resting his head on my shoulder. "Still, I appreciate the sentiment. I'd kiss you for it if it weren't likely to cause all kinds of problems." I put my arm around his shoulders. Where will you go? A hotel for now. I'll start looking for something better tomorrow. I'm sorry. If I'd known, I'm glad you didn't. It means only one of you betrayed me. I looked toward the apartment that I still had to share with Brian. I kind of wish I could move out with you. No. He shook his head. You're his friend, too. I don't expect you to choose one of us over the other. At that moment, there was no doubt in my mind which one of them I'd choose, but finances dictated I stay put. I couldn't afford to do anything else. Let me know if you need anything. Thank you, Jared. I will. I left for Coda that night. I'd been planning on heading home for Christmas the next day anyway. Leaving a few hours early seemed like a damned good idea. I returned on the 28th to find Brian on the couch, 8 empty beer bottles on the coffee table in front of him. The apartment reeked of alcohol, unwashed bachelor, and self-pity. Can we talk? He asked. I sank down into the big blue chair, hoping I'd be able to get back up again when we were done. The chair had a way of swallowing you from the waist down. I guess. The thing with Josh, it was a mistake. Josh, I could only assume, was his couch buddy from the other night. I can't believe you'd do that to Cole. He was cheating on me. No, he wasn't. And even if he was, is this how you handle it? By cheating back? Tears welled up in his eyes. I shouldn't have done it. I know that. Part of me wants to beg him to take me back, but I hate it when he leaves town without me. And he always leaves town without me. I hate being stuck here knowing he could be doing anything while he's gone. He loves you. It doesn't matter. He wiped his eyes angrily. It's over. We've been going downhill for months. It was only a matter of time. I wavered. Yes, I was still annoyed at him, but Cole was right. Brian was my friend, too, and at that moment it seemed like he was hurting as much as Cole. I wished there was something I could do for either of them, but there wasn't. On New Year's Eve, Brian asked if I wanted to go to a party with him. I didn't have anything better to do, and my sexual frustration was reaching an all-new high. I hadn't been with anybody since Caleb, the previous spring. Brian was always talking about how many gay men he worked with at the hotel. Not surprisingly, my job at Checker was considerably more hetero-dominated. We rode our bikes there, even though it was bitterly cold outside, so we wouldn't have to worry about how to get home later. The party was loud and obnoxious, as only college parties can be. A group of guys in a corner were doing keg stands. One of the 2 bathrooms was already occupied by a girl throwing up while 2 of her friends held her hair. Brian drank an alarming amount of Southern Comfort in a shockingly short time before ending up in a lip lock with Josh in the corner. And somehow, God only knew how, Cole was there. I caught a quick glimpse of him across the living room, saw the pain in his eyes when he spotted Brian, but by the time I made it through the press of bodies, he had disappeared. It took me ages to figure out he had slipped out the back door to the enclosed back porch. I put on my coat and dug a blanket out of a hall closet before following him. The space was warmer than outside, but still damn chilly. They'd held 6 ratty lawn chairs. The floor was nothing but bare cement. Despite the cold, Cole's shoes were off. He sat in one of the chairs, hugging his knees, an empty bottle of wine in one hand. I didn't see a glass anywhere. Tears made damp little trails down his cheeks. Are you okay? He started, quickly wiping his tears away. I'm fine. You don't have to babysit me. I'm not babysitting anybody. I bumped into his shoulder playfully. Hey, have you noticed nobody else in college drinks wine? Unless it's the Boone's Farm variety? What on earth is Boone's Farm? Seriously? We'd clearly been teenagers in radically different worlds. It's wine, in theory. It's sweet and fruity and costs about $3 a bottle. That sounds fabulous, actually. I don't suppose you brought any with you? He held his bottle aloft. "Mine's empty." "I'm afraid not. But I found this." I wrapped the blanket around his thin shoulders. He must be freezing. "I am. Thank you." He set the bottle down and pulled the blanket tighter around him. "You've always been so sweet to me." I took the seat next to him, and together we stared out the window into the empty, lifeless backyard. "I'm sorry about what happened." "Me too." He sniffed. "Is he still in there?" "I'm afraid so." I decided not to mention that he and Josh had been about to swallow each other's tongues. The thing was, I knew Brian was hurting too. He just happened to be handling it in the worst possible way. "I know he still cares about you. If you miss him and you're willing to give him a second chance, what's the point? You love each other?" "I know. That's the kicker, isn't it? I love him, he loves me. But if you can't trust me, how will we ever make it?" "You both said you were meant to be." He made a choking sound that might have been a laugh or a stifled sob. "I was a fool. I'll never use those words again, I can promise you that." "Did you cheat on him in New York?" "No." He shook his head. I could have cheated on him in New York, or in Paris, or in Hawaii. I could have at least a dozen times since we met. But I didn't." We sat silent for several minutes. He never made a sound, but he couldn't seem to stop tears from spilling down his cheeks. He eventually broke the silence. "Are you familiar with the Odyssey?" "What do you think?" "When Odysseus is captured by Polyphemus, he refuses to give his name. Later, after he escapes, he boasts it, and it costs him everything." I waited, unsure where he was going, but willing to listen. I figured I owed him that, if nothing else. "I keep thinking about the day I met him," he went on. "We were in the singles line for one of the veil lifts. We ended up next to each other, and he asked me my name. Just my name. And somehow it got us here. I'm a physics guy, not a literature major like you. You're going to have to spell out how Odysseus fits into this conversation." He laughed. Not a big laugh, but it was good to hear nonetheless. "It's the idea that when you give somebody your name, you give them power over you. And that's what I did that day. I gave him the power to break me." Tears choked his voice. "I gave up everything for him, Jared. I'd been accepted to Université Paris Diderot. I'd be in France right now. I'd be eating croissants and drinking a lovely Chardonnay from Bourgogne. Instead, I have pretzels and corn nuts and this crap." He reached down and grabbed the empty bottle, holding it so I could see the label. It was a White Zen by Ernest and Julio Gallo. "If only I hadn't told him my name." I took the empty bottle from him before he dropped it on the cement floor and broke it. "But then you never would have had that holiday together, or those months of letters and phone calls. You told me how it was only because of him that you made it through your senior year of high school. You wouldn't have had that summer on the beach, or our freshman year. You guys were so happy together. Would you really want to give all that up? If you're expecting me to wax poetical about how it's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all, you'll be waiting a long time. Right now I'm wishing I'd never even been born, let alone fallen in love with Brian." The name twisted in his mouth, coming out a bit sarcastic and a lot angry. I wrapped my arms around myself. I was starting to get cold despite my coat. I wondered if Brian and Josh had retreated to the bedroom. Maybe you've got it backwards. It's not giving somebody your name that gives them power, it's using their name that gives you power. He turned toward me. "What do you mean?" He was so serious I found myself laughing. Not a clue. Physics guy, remember? He smiled, leaning toward me a bit. I put my arm around him without even thinking about it, and for a minute we sat there, his head on my shoulder, a comfortable bond seeming to solidify between us. "I'm too drunk to drive," he mumbled. "Will you give me a lift?" I rode my bike here. Want to balance on the handlebars? This time his laugh was bright and real, the way it was meant to be. "Not in 1,000 years. He sat up, pulling away from me, and took a keyring out of his pocket. He dropped it in my lap. "We'll take my car. Just get me out of here." He had to give me directions to his apartment, but other than that, we didn't talk at all on the way home. Part of me wanted to tell him how upset Brian had been, how I still thought maybe they really were meant to be together. But the other part of me knew it was the last thing he wanted to hear. He directed me to a brand-new apartment complex a few blocks west of campus. His unit was on the top floor with the view of the mountains. All of his furniture looked as new and shiny as the apartment. It was a far cry from our ratty two-bedroom in Ramblewood and the used couch that had probably been rotating from one student to another since the 70s. He disappeared into the bedroom and emerged a minute later with a pillow and blanket. He put them in my arms but didn't let go of them, bringing us within inches of each other. "I'm sort of tempted to invite you into my bed," he said quietly. "It'd be a wonderful distraction. But you're the best friend I have in the whole world right now, and I'd hate to mess that up." Sex hadn't even occurred to me. On one hand, it seemed like a great idea. We were both gay and single, why not? But I thought he had the right of it. Their breakup was still too fresh, and Cole was drunk. I'd be betraying one friend while taking advantage of the other. "The couch is fine." Cole let go of the blanket, but rose onto his toes to plant a soft kiss on the corner of my mouth. "Thank you." The next morning, Cole drove me back to the site of the party, where I'd left my bike. I rode home from there, enjoying the crispness of the cool morning air. Inside my apartment, I found Brian, his hair a mess and his eyes bloodshot as he waited for the coffee to brew. "Rough morning?" I asked. "I'd rather still be in bed, but I have to work in an hour." He poured a cup of coffee for himself. "You want some?" I already had a cup. He scowled as he came into the small living space of our apartment. He sat down on the couch and put the cup on the coffee table, eyeing it like it might jump up and bite him. I had a feeling he was weighing the pounding of his head against the sickening churn of his stomach. "You went home with Cole." It was a level accusation. I only gave him a ride. "But then you spent the night. Did you sleep with him?" "No." And I was glad I didn't have to lie about it. "Did you sleep with Josh?" He put his head in his hands. "No, but only because he passed out before we got that far." I perched on the arm of our one chair. "What the hell are you doing, Brian? I know you still care about Cole." "I do." "Then why would you want to hurt him like that?" He took a deep, quavering breath. I thought he might have been close to tears. "He cheated on me." "I don't think he did, actually." He shook his head and sighed heavily. "It doesn't matter." He sat back on the couch to eye me warily. "It can't work. The more I think about it, the more I realize we were doomed from the beginning." "Why? Because you can't trust him?" "Partly, yeah." He must have seen the disgust and disbelief on my face because he sighed again, this time sounding exasperated. "Look, here's the thing. I've been thinking about my mom. She met my dad in college, finished her degree but never had a job. She stayed home with us kids all those years instead. Then, 15 years later, she finds out he's cheating on her, gets a divorce. Suddenly it's just her and 3 kids and a child support payment, on the months my dad remembered to pay. She realizes she can't stay at home anymore, not if we want to eat something besides ramen every night, So she figured she could work weekdays while us kids were in school, earn enough money to make ends meet. And she had a degree, so she figures how hard can it be, right? Except her degree had been gathering dust for 15 years. She had no resume, no work experience except the waitressing job she'd had in college. And in the end, that's all she could find. Nobody else would hire her. What does that have to do with you and Cole? Think about it. He can't stay in one place, right? He's always going to be jetting off to Paris or Rome or Cozumel. And I can't do that. I'll never be able to do that. Even after we graduate, I'll be working and he won't. He has a lot of money, I said. Maybe you wouldn't have to work either. But as soon as I said it, I saw the point he was trying to make. Exactly. So I spend a few years following him from place to place. I won't have a penny to call my own. I'll have to depend on him for everything, but what happens if it falls apart? What happens if we break up in the end anyway? Then I'm stuck right where my mom was. A worthless degree and not an ounce of experience. I'd be flat broke, too. Probably have to move back in with one of my parents. He shook his head. No way. The thought of it. He didn't finish the sentence, just kept shaking his head. So that's it? You've loved him since the day you met, but you're going to throw it all away? Whatever happened to meant to be? His laugh was short and bitter. We were kids. We still believed in fairy tales. But this is real life, Jared. And in real life, Cole and I don't stand a chance. I only bumped into Cole once over the next few months. We were both in a coffee shop at the student center, and we spent an hour catching up. I love living alone, he assured me when I asked how he was doing. I wouldn't change it for the world. An obvious exaggeration, since his eyes filled with tears as he said it, but I pretended to believe his lie. Meanwhile, my anger at Brian waned. He was still my friend, even if I thought he'd made a horrible mistake. Josh came over more frequently, and I had to admit, he wasn't a bad guy. He was cute, charismatic, mellow and practical in a way Cole could never be. I could see why Brian liked him. I would have made a play for him myself if things had been different, but I also knew Brian kept that photo booth strip of pictures in his wallet, taken during his and Cole's magical summer together. More than once I saw him looking at it. So much sadness in his eyes it hurt me to see. Sophomore year came to an end, as did our lease. Brian and Josh, who were officially a couple by that point, decided to move in together. They invited me to share an apartment with them, but I'd already endured more nights than I might have liked listening to them have sex on the other side of a paper-thin wall, so I declined. The problem was, that left me in a bit of a bind. The school newspaper had 100 ads of people looking for roommates, but that felt like a crapshoot. I could live by myself, but it'd be expensive. I was still debating when Cole called. Hey, sweetie, long time no see. Want to be my roomie next year? I thought you were happy living by yourself. I was. Now I'm bored with it. What do you say? I have the option of upgrading to a 2-bedroom, but I have to let them know by tomorrow. Nothing like waiting till the last minute. Honey, are you in or out? It's a simple question. My part-time gig at Checker Auto Parts paid minimum wage. I hated to admit how broke I was, but there was no point in lying. I don't think I can afford half the rent in your apartment complex. I'll make you a deal. You pay the same amount you're paying now, and we never talk about money again. Was it selfish of me to take him up on it, knowing he'd be paying extra? Maybe. Then again, he'd made the offer, and living with him sure sounded better than rolling my dice on the roommates wanted section of the personal ads. I'm in. Technically, Cole was my roommate as of June 1st, but Cole being Cole, he left town the very next week. I had his nice, clean, not Ramblewood apartment to myself over the summer while he gallivanted across Europe. His absence turned out to be convenient. I met a local boy named Greg at the club and spent the summer in bed with him until the school year took him back to Oregon State University. We were halfway on each other's nerves by then, so I wasn't sorry to see him go. Our fling brought one solid point home for me, though. I was woefully uneducated when it came to anal sex. All my previous partners had been short-term, and they'd all been happy enough sticking with hand jobs and oral. Greg had spent the last month of our time together trying to convince me to bend over for him. When I'd asked why it had to be me on the receiving end, he'd clammed up fast, putting an end to the argument, but not to the questions it raised in my mind. I knew why he only wanted to top, because I felt exactly the same way. Of course it would feel good to fuck somebody, but being fucked? No, I couldn't imagine that being fun. The bit of anal play I'd tried while masturbating hadn't changed my mind, but fair was fair. I couldn't expect somebody to spread their legs for me if I never intended to return the favor. Of course, I was back to being single anyway, so I mentally filed it away under bridges yet to be crossed. 2 days before school started, Cole was back. Unfortunately, he wasn't alone. "Jared, this is Tony. We met in Brighton. He'll be staying with us for a while." Tony was thin, like Cole, but taller with dark eyes that gave me the creeps. I didn't like him from day one, but what could I do? He made Cole happy. Maybe not as happy as he'd been with Brian, but happy enough. The problem was, Tony didn't do anything. He wasn't a student, he didn't work, he didn't even do his share of the housework. I wanted to complain, but I didn't. After all, Cole was paying 2/3 of the rent. If he wanted Tony around, I figured it was his right. I had other things on my mind anyway. September meant my 21st birthday. I'd promised my brother Brian I'd be home that weekend so I could drink my first legal beer with him. Technically, I'd now be an adult in every way, except I was still lying to everybody at home about being gay. I needed to come clean. More specifically, I needed to come out. When I'd first left for college, I'd clung to the notion that maybe I wasn't 100% gay. Now, I had no such delusions. I'd never so much as dreamed of kissing a girl, and Lord knew I'd done plenty more than kiss with men. It was time I quit hiding. The 3 short weeks between the beginning of school and my birthday had me edgy and nervous. On the Wednesday before I was due back home, Cole sent Tony across town for takeout. He could have ordered it from a dozen places nearby, but instead he insisted on a place that would keep Tony out of our hair for 30 or 40 minutes. And then he cornered me. "Tell me what's wrong." I was sitting on the floor, wedged between the couch and the coffee table, tackling homework for my physical thermodynamics course. Not that I'd been able to concentrate much. I was too busy picturing scenarios where I came out to my family and ended up being told to leave and never bother coming home. "What makes you think anything's wrong?" I asked. Cole gave one of his dramatic sighs and plopped onto the couch next to me. He ran his hand over the back of my head like I was a dog he was trying to win over. "Honey, you've been moody and mopey since school started. Is it Tony?" I almost said yes. I hated the guy, but decided I was more concerned about my real problem. I moved to the couch, sitting next to him. "How did your parents take it when you came out?" He froze, as he so often did when the subject of his family came up. "I never really had to do that. My father died while I was working up my nerve, and my mother—" He shrugged. "I'm sure she knows, but I never told her." "Is that what this is about? Coming out with your family?" "I'm going home for my birthday this weekend. I know it's time. I've kept them in the dark too long already, but I'm scared to death." "Do you really think they'll take it so hard?" "I don't know. They aren't religious or anything, so that's not an issue, but I guess that's the scary part. Not knowing. What if they freak out? What if they tell me I'm not their son anymore? What if they refuse to help me keep paying for college? What if— "Honey, stop." Cole grabbed my hand and held it between his. "What if the sun explodes between now and then? Will all this agonizing have done you any good at all? There's no evidence of the sun being about to explode. Me telling my parents I'm gay, that's happening this weekend, one way or another. He kept holding my hand with one of his, but leaned close and put the other against my cheek. Listen to me, Jared. It was the first time I'd heard him say my name in ages. His penchant for pet names had grown ever since the discussion we'd had on the back porch during our sophomore year. I often wondered if it related to his Odysseus comment, but symbolism wasn't my forte. Mostly I figured he did it because it annoyed people, and because he found some kind of pleasure in watching them decide whether or not to call him on it. I'm listening, I said. You're the sweetest, most open-minded person I've ever met. You're one of the few people in the world who's good all the way to their core. I wasn't sure that was true, but he didn't give me a chance to argue. I've never met your parents. I don't know for sure how they'll react, but I know that whoever raised you, they did it right. And I don't think people like that could ever reject their son for something so frivolous. His words almost brought tears to my eyes. I ducked my head, hoping to hide the fact from him. Do you want me to come with you this weekend? He asked. I will, if you like. I'll hold your hand, literally or figuratively. I'll stand by you while you do it. He chuckled. Of course, I'll probably only scare them more. But if there's anything at all I can do to make this easier for you, I will. I imagined my brother's reaction to Cole, and almost laughed out loud. No, having him there wouldn't help, but his reassurance meant the world to me. I was still scared, still tempted to imagine the worst, but he was right about one thing. My parents were good people. And so was my brother. Everything was going to be just fine. Coming out to my brother proved to be rather anticlimactic. I took him out to one of the bars in Coda. I had a couple of drinks to work up my nerve and finally blurted it out. Brian, I'm gay. He laughed, shaking his head. No kidding, kid. Did you finally figure it out? I opened and closed my mouth a couple of times, but came up blank. Finally, I managed, You knew? He shrugged and took a drink of his beer. I suspected. He turned the beer bottle in slow circles on the bar, his cheeks turning red. Remember Tom? Now my cheeks began to match his. How could I forget Tom, his high school best friend and my first crush? Yeah. You know you talk in your sleep. He looked as embarrassed talking about it as I was hearing about it. Let's just say you said his name a few too many times to be coincidental. I laughed, more from relief than merriment. So you don't care? Care? No. Not the way you probably mean. He grinned at me. Don't get me wrong, I think you're nuts. I don't know how you can look at a naked woman and not get tingly in your fun parts, but... He shrugged again and lofted his half-empty beer bottle toward me in a toast. To each his own. I drank way too much after that. Eventually, Brian drove me home and dumped me into bed. I woke the next morning to the familiar sound of my brother and my parents in the kitchen together having breakfast. Brian had his own place now that he was done with college, but it sounded like he'd spent the night too. The house smelled like bacon, and my stomach churned a bit. I followed the noise and found them all around the table. Hey, sunshine, my mother said. Happy birthday. Thanks, Mom. You've been 21 for less than 24 hours, so I assume this is your first hangover. She said it with a wink, and I laughed. My mom was realistic about the activities of college students. Absolutely, I said, playing along. First and last hangover ever, I'm sure. What about you? My mom said to Brian. You hungover too? I'm fine. And by the way, since I know we've all been wondering, Jared's gay. My mom's mouth fell open. My dad froze with a piece of bacon half in and half out of his mouth. I wondered if I could reach the garbage can before I vomited. My mom finally found her tongue. "I think you were supposed to let him say it himself once he was ready." Brian rolled his eyes and pushed back from the table. "Yeah, but that was going to take forever, and I have to work. I thought I'd save everybody the trouble." He put his empty plate in the sink and turned to clap me on the back. "You're welcome, kid." He left, and I sank slowly into his chair, unable to look at either of my parents. "Look, Jared," my dad said, pointing his bacon at me. "Experimentation at this age is normal. You just need to play the field. Toss a ball on each side of the fence. Try your bread with the butter on the other side once or twice, too. Know what I'm saying?" "Stop," my mom said quietly. He held up his hands as if being falsely accused of a crime. "What? You wouldn't buy a car without taking it for a test drive, would you? I'm just saying, maybe if he took a few out, experimented with both a manual and an automatic, he might change his mind." My mother rolled her eyes. "I'm not even going to ask which type of transmission applies to women." She set her coffee down and reached out to take my hand. "Jared, honey, it doesn't matter. We love you no matter what." And then she hugged me long and hard, as if to make sure it was clear. Cole was right, as he so often was. My parents were great people, and I never loved them as much as I did right then. Mid-January, I came home from class to find Cole and Tony squared off in the living room. In the years I'd known Cole, I'd seen him ecstatic and heartbroken, amused and disgusted, but I'd never seen him as angry as he was at that moment. His face was so red I wouldn't have been surprised if the fire alarm went off. "What's going on?" I asked. "Shall you tell him, darling, or should I?" Cole asked Tony. Tony opened his mouth but seemed to think better of whatever it was he was about to say. He turned on his heel and pushed past me to get out the front door, slamming it shut behind him. Cole went from rigid to limp, falling with a dramatic sigh onto the couch. "Good Lord, how do I get myself into messes like this?" "Blatant promiscuity?" He laughed. "You should try it sometime, honey. It's more fun than you make it out to be." His amusement faded quickly. "He's stealing from me." I tossed my backpack into the corner and took a seat on the opposite end of the couch. "You already pay for everything." "I know. I suspected all along he was more interested in my money than in me. Now I know for sure. Then why bring him home with you? Why put up with him at all?" "'Cause I'm stupid and weak." He wasn't stupid or weak. Loneliness had gotten the best of him. "Are you sure he's stealing?" "Positive." "So what will you do?" "Send him back to Brighton, I guess. I can put up with a lot of things, but not this." He shrugged with a forced casualness and adopted what I'd come to think of as his brave face, a well-executed facade to cover how close he was to tears. "It doesn't matter. I'll be happy to see him gone." "I can tell you're upset. Your eyes give you away every time." He put his hand to his temple, blocking my view of them. "That's what Brian used to say, too. I really need to do something about that." I laughed. "Like what? Never look at anybody again? Maybe just never let anybody else know me that well." The thought made me sad. "You don't want that. Not really." He sighed and dropped his hand. "Maybe you're all I need." He scooted closer on the couch and took my hand. "We've hardly talked since before your birthday, Jared. I'll be happy to have Tony gone for that reason, if nothing else. I miss the time we used to have together." The confession surprised me. "Me too." "I know you won't miss Tony. You never liked him, did you?" "I was willing to put up with him if he made you happy, but I don't think he did." He ducked his head. "Well, he made me forget Brian for a while. That seemed like enough at the time. You still miss Brian?" Every single day. He squeezed my fingers and forced a lackluster smile. So, tell me about this boy you spent the summer in bed with. Greg, I think his name was. Have you kept in touch? Not a bit. Why not? It wasn't something I'd intended to talk about, but Cole had a way of asking pointed questions. I thought it was more about keeping the focus off his own life than actual curiosity about mine, but the result was the same. Before I knew it, I was skirting the edge of the real issue. I wasn't quite able to blurt out. He wanted anal sex, and that scares the hell out of me, but Cole had always been annoyingly perceptive. So, you've never... he asked, letting the question trail away. Cole was blunt and direct, but rarely crass. I shook my head, feeling my cheeks burn. Have you? He gave me a smile that was somewhere between flirtatious and embarrassed. Honey, I'd rather catch than pitch any day. He laughed. As long as we're solidly in the world of innuendo, that is. If there's an actual baseball involved, you can count me out altogether. If my cheeks got any hotter, I'd start losing brain cells. But who the hell else could I have a conversation like this with? Nobody on the entire planet, that was who. I took a deep breath and made myself ask the question that had been plaguing me since summer. So, it can actually feel good? He grinned, his eyes taking on a mischievous glint. He leaned closer. Listen, we're friends, right? No matter what? I nodded, unsure how it related to my question. Sure, of course. If we were meant to be more, we'd know by now, right? This I could answer without hesitation. Absolutely. I had a great time with him, but I'd never considered trying to make it romantic. Okay, stay here. I'll be right back. He disappeared into his room and came out with a tube of lubricant in his hands. Take off your pants. That was the best response I had. Going from, we're friends, to take off your pants was alarming enough. The lube he held spoke volumes. My heart began pounding, the fight-or-flight instinct telling me to get the hell out of there, with my pants on. Cole put a hand on his hip and rolled his eyes with over-the-top exasperation and enough melodrama to almost make me laugh. I had a feeling that was exactly what he was going for. Look, honey, you tutored me in both math and physics our freshman year, right? Yeah, but that's all this is. A tutoring session. Now, drop your drawers. I gulped, torn between curiosity and outright terror. What if Tony comes home? Cole laughed and knelt between my knees. That would almost be a blessing in disguise at this point. He unzipped my jeans and began tugging at my waistband. My pants weren't moving, though. I had my ass glued to the couch. Cole sighed and looked up at me through his lashes. Trust me, Jared. You're going to wish you'd asked me to do this a lot sooner. I wasn't sure if that was true or not. One thing I was sure of, though. I wasn't going to get a chance like this with anybody else in the near future. I lifted my hips and let him slide my jeans off. I felt ridiculous, sitting there on his perfect couch, naked from the waist down, with my best friend kneeling between my legs. Now what? I asked. Now, I'm going to get you to relax. He bent over my groin and kissed my stomach. His soft fingers found my cock, which up to this point had been rather uninterested in the proceedings. Suddenly it began to take notice. Cole? He ran the tip of his tongue up my length, making me shiver. All the blood that had been on its way to my brain and other critical organs did a quick about-face. Just the warmth of his breath on my private parts was enough to send rational thought out the window. Was this really happening? A minute ago we had said we were only friends. Now here he was about to give me a blowjob? Jesus, Cole, are you sure you want to do this? What I meant was, are we sure we want our friendship to go in this direction? Trust me, Jared. he said, stroking me the rest of the way to full mast. "Just a tutoring session, remember? I've never had a tutoring session like this." He laughed. "I guess you've never had the right teacher." With that, he sucked me in deep, and I gave up fighting. I hadn't been with anybody in months. Friends, tutoring, Tony. None of those words held any meaning for me at the moment. All I knew was it felt amazing. It was immediately clear that Cole had done this far more than any of my previous partners. He made them all look like bumbling amateurs, which, I supposed, they probably had been. He stopped once, looking up at me as he messed with the tube of lubricant. "Don't come yet, we haven't even gotten to the good part." "This isn't the good part?" "Not even close." He leaned closer again. "Try to stay relaxed, okay? Concentrate on being open." "Open?" "You'll see what I mean." He put his mouth back to work, and my brain once again ceased functioning at full capacity. The coldness of the lubricant made me jump as his soft fingers found my back door. My gut instinct was to tense up. I tried to concentrate on the blowjob as he continued massaging my rim. A few more minutes, and relaxation became a lot easier to achieve. It wasn't long before the rhythm of it, the back and forth between my cock and what his fingers were doing, began to feel good. Really good. I was glad I jacked off in the shower that morning. Otherwise I might have come before we got to the good part. It was a new, unexpected kind of pleasure, and I sank into it, focusing only on his fingers and the wonderful pressure there. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted only that. I found myself holding my breath, bearing down, and suddenly it was clear. Open. Just a soft relaxation of muscles I wasn't used to relaxing. Cole made a quiet sound around my cock, a sort of that told me this was what he meant. A second later, the tip of his finger slipped inside. It was too many things at once. Foreign, wrong, intrusive, gross, embarrassing, but also seriously awesome, especially compared with the warmth of his mouth around my length, especially when he began to slide his finger in and out, in and out. He didn't push deep, just teased me with that tiny bit of penetration. I moaned, letting it take over, my legs spread wider of their own accord, my ass pushing toward his hand. He went in farther. The sensation was indescribable. I kept thinking he couldn't go deeper, but he did. It felt like he was taking up way too much space in my body, but it was only one of his delicate fingers. Finally, he stopped. He stayed there, focusing again on sucking me, giving me a chance to breathe, to adapt, to accept. Yes, this was strange, but there was no denying it felt good, too. A slow tension built between his finger and his mouth, a pressure inside me begging for more. I whimpered, and he began sliding his finger slowly out, then back in, out, then back in. One spot in particular made me gasp each time. I gripped the couch cushion, wondering how much longer I could hold out. He added a second finger, going slow again as he'd done the first time. The stretch of it was almost painful, and I began to panic. He let my cock fall from his mouth. "Breathe," he said quietly. "It feels too big, but it's only because you're not used to it. Just breathe like you were before." I let my head fall back against the couch and did as instructed. He was right. This felt like more than my body could take, and yet nearly any man's penis would be wider than his two fingers held together. It was only because it was new, because it triggered some innate instinct to contract. His warm mouth once again wrapped around my cock. The pressure of his fingers continued. slow and gentle, and I concentrated on being open, and willing, and desperate. God, yes. How had I ever doubted that this could feel good? The pressure was intense but amazing, and that one spot, each time his finger crossed over it, I moaned, feeling the urge to ejaculate. I imagined what it would be like to be fucked, not by Cole, but by some man I had yet to meet, some man who was dark and masculine, tough as nails, but still gentle, somebody with broad shoulders and strong, rough hands. And just as I thought I was about to lose control, Cole's fingers found that extra sensitive spot, focusing on it, pushing and caressing. Oh, Jesus! I grabbed his head without meaning to, trying to push deeper as everything in my body tensed and spasmed. I figured there was no such thing as a bad orgasm, but this gave good a whole new meaning. It was a strange kind of madness that went way beyond anything I'd ever felt. It left me trembling, my fingers knotted in his hair. I barely even had the energy to look up when the front door opened and Tony walked in. "Oh, my God!" he cried, his hands going to his head. "What the fuck, Cole? Has this been going on the whole time?" "Of course not." Cole unabashedly wiped his hand on my t-shirt. "Just a little tutoring session between friends." He smiled up at me. "I think you're going to pass that test with flying colors, sweets." Tony left without ceremony the next day. Cole didn't shed a single tear over him, which made me feel better about how glad I was to have him gone. Cole and I quickly found a new stride together. We made friends with our straight but open-minded apartment neighbors, Terry and Michael, two practical jokers who were always trying to one-up each other. It wasn't necessarily a close friendship, but we spent plenty of evenings with them, watching TV and drinking beer, except Cole, who always drank wine, sometimes of the Boone's Farm variety. Cole also started letting his bangs grow out, and sometimes I could have sworn he was practicing letting them fall in front of his eyes at just the right moments. Cole renewed our lease at the end of the school year before once again disappearing. With him, Terry, and Michael all gone for the summer, I found myself once again spending time with Brian. I wanted to hate him for hurting Cole, but I couldn't. The truth was, we got along well in every other way. I found myself remembering how good of a friend he could be. I'd barely seen him at all the previous year, and I was surprised to learn he'd broken up with Josh after only a couple of months of living together. He was a good guy, he told me one evening after we'd had way too much to drink. I kept telling myself I should be happy with him, but he held up his hands as if he couldn't explain what had happened. I thought I knew, though. Despite everything, he still loved Cole. I spent the last 2 weeks of the summer in Coda with my family, dreading the start of school. It would be Cole's senior year, but since I'd added a second major late in the game, I still had 2 years left. It was beginning to feel like I'd never be finished. When I returned to the apartment, 4 days before the start of the fall semester, I found Brian and Cole on the couch together. They sat inches apart, their bodies turned toward each other and hands clasped, obviously deep in conversation. Nothing could have surprised me more than finding them together again. I left them alone, even though I was dying to ask what was going on. When I woke up the next morning, Brian was still there, smiling at me sheepishly as he made coffee. "So, you're back together?" I asked. "I hope so," he said quietly. "It's what I've wanted since the moment he left. I think it's what he's wanted too." And so, once again, the three of us were roommates. In some ways, it was a replay of our sophomore year. The three of us drank together. We studied. We argued good-naturedly over whose turn it was to do the dishes. We did all the normal, boring things college students do. I went to the CSU football games with Terry and Michael on Saturdays and drove home for Broncos games on Sundays, giving Brian and Cole time alone. It should have been perfect, but it wasn't. Unlike the first time around, Brian and Cole rarely argued. I never heard them bickering or came home to find Cole crying on the couch. Cole stayed home for both Thanksgiving and Christmas. As a kind of compromise, Brian agreed to let him pay for a 4-day vacation in Vail during the winter break. They were painfully polite with one another, both of them trying to reclaim what they had lost. But they couldn't. Even I could see it wasn't the same. Before, they'd radiated some magical, bubbly feeling of joy. Now, there was only solemnness and a quiet desperation that broke my heart. They loved each other, but they didn't know how to be a couple anymore. They couldn't figure out how to let the past go. One day, in the middle of February, I came home to find what I'd been expecting for weeks. Cole in tears, and all signs of Brian gone from our apartment. I tossed my backpack aside and went to sit next to Cole. "What did he do?" "He didn't do anything," Cole said. His bangs were long enough now to cover his eyes, when he angled his head just right. "I'm the one who ended it." I didn't bother asking why, because I knew. I held him, letting him cry until he was ready to talk. He finally pulled away and went in search of tissues. He came back a minute later with a whole box of them. "Good Lord, I never let myself blubber the way I do with you." He plopped back down on the couch. "I feel like such a sap." "You're allowed to cry with me." He sighed. "I wanted so badly for it to work this time." "I know. I think he did too. Last summer, he came by to see you, but he found me instead. We talked for hours. He begged me to give us another chance. It was exactly what I've wanted since we broke up. I hadn't been that happy since, well, I guess since we'd first fallen in love. And yet, here we are. Too much has happened since then." He slumped, looking so broken. I wished I had some way of making him feel better. "We still love each other, that's the thing. We convinced ourselves we could go back to how things were before, but it doesn't work that way. When it comes right down to it, we still have the same problems we always had. He wants me to stop traveling, but can't. I want him to trust me, but he doesn't. I want to forget how much it hurt, walking into that apartment and seeing him with Josh. He wants to pretend I haven't been with anybody since him." He shook his head, wiping away tears. "We love each other, but it isn't enough. And we decided it was time to quit lying to ourselves about it." I wanted to tell him I was sorry, that he deserved better, that my heart ached for him. But what was the point? I couldn't change anything. I put my arm around him again, and he huddled against me, still sniffling. "It doesn't seem like it should hurt so much the second time." Cole spent the next few weeks in a funk, moping around the house and listening to Purple Rain on repeat. Not the whole album, which would have been bearable, only the title track over and over again. I would have broken the CD in two and burned it if given the choice. "I didn't even make plans for spring break," he told me dejectedly. It was the second Friday in March, and everybody we knew was either leaving the next morning or already gone. I know I'd be happier if I left town, but part of me hopes he'll come back and beg me to try again. Is there any reason it'd work better the third time around? No, I'm being a fool. We stayed up late watching movies. I'd only been asleep for 3 hours when he burst through my bedroom door, flicking the lights on and practically blinding me. "Pack a bag," he said. "We're going to Mazatlan." I sat up, rubbing sleep from my eyes, although it did nothing to clear the fog in my head. "I can't afford a trip to Mexico." "My treat." He held up his hand, stopping my argument before I could even begin to formulate it. "You'll be doing me a favor by coming, honey. Paying your way is sort of like buying myself a present. You aren't going to be a Scrooge and take away my present, are you?"
If there was an argument to be made, it wasn't one I wanted to use.
He smiled, seeing he was going to get his way. "Good. Our flight leaves at 10. Don't forget your swim trunks." He was already out the door, halfway down the hall to his own room. "I never swim," I called after him. "My trunks are at my parents' house." "Then we'll buy new ones when we get there." By that evening we were sitting on a beach, me with the cold beer and him with some kind of fruity, frozen, umbrella-laden concoction. We ate a late dinner at a boardwalk cafe, watching the sun set over the ocean, before finally going back to our room. It was easily the nicest hotel I'd ever stayed in, with an ocean view from the balcony. He'd booked one room with 2 beds. I exited the bathroom after brushing my teeth to find him sitting on one of the beds, his shoes off. "We're friends, right?" he asked. "Of course. And if not, I sure wasn't going to bring it up now when he'd just flown me to Mazatlan. Lord knows bringing strangers back here for sex would be awkward and complicated, but I have no intention of living like a monk this week." I sat down on the opposite bed. Okay. So, are you saying you want me to get a different room?" "Honey, if I'd wanted you in a different room, I'd have booked you in a different room." He leaned back on his arms and smiled at me. It was a look I'd seen on his face before, but never directed at me. It was flirtatious and blatantly suggestive. "You've heard the term friends with benefits, right?" I gulped. I wasn't sure how serious he was, although the little brain inside my pants didn't care. He was ready and willing. "What do you say?" he asked. "Want to spend the week fucking me silly?" I laughed. "Well, when you put it that way." And so began the most wonderfully exhausting week of my life. I quickly learned that he loved oral, he didn't particularly like to be kissed, and he wanted to bottom every single time. Over the next 5 days, we rocked the bed, made use of the shower, and nearly died of embarrassment when we had to switch rooms because the bathroom counter collapsed underneath us. Up until then, all my sexual encounters had been casual, and they'd all been fun, but sex with Cole gave both terms a whole new meaning. It wasn't so much that the sex itself was any better or worse, it was more that our friendship gave it a playful edge I'd never experienced before. I hadn't laughed so much in years, and certainly not during sex. We joked and teased and went through a ridiculous number of condoms. The first day or two I worried it would ruin what we had, but by the 3rd day, I knew the opposite was true. We were friends, and somehow the sex was the proverbial icing on the cake. Our last night in Mazatlan, we lay in bed together watching TV. It was in Spanish, which meant it mostly sounded like gibberish to me, although he seemed to understand it. He moved closer, resting his head on my shoulder. "This has been a great week, hasn't it?" "The best," I said. "Thanks for bringing me." "Thank you for coming." He laughed. "I didn't mean that as a double entendre, but I guess it works both ways." We were scheduled to fly home at 8 o'clock the next morning. I hated the thought of going back to our normal lives. I can't believe I have another year of school and you won't be there. It's going to suck. I'll be back so often you'll hardly know I'm gone. He rolled onto his stomach, craning his neck to meet my eyes. "Let's make a pact. If you're still single this time next year, we're coming back to Mazatlan and doing this all over again. Well, maybe not the part where we broke the bathroom, but everything else. Deal?" Deal. Like I'd say no to a suggestion like that, but then I realized what he'd said. Wait, if I'm still single, what about you? "I'll definitely be single." He sighed and plopped back down next to me, his head once again on my shoulder. "I'm not doing the other thing anymore." "What do you mean?" "I've decided my lifestyle isn't conducive to long-term monogamy." "You're choosing a lifetime of celibacy instead?" He laughed. "Good Lord, do you even know me?" So what, back to blatant promiscuity? He shrugged, sobering quickly. Most of the places I go, I have friends. Understanding dawned. Friends like me, you mean? Friends, yes, but none of them like you. He turned again to face me, this time moving halfway on top of me so we were face to face. I was going to say this to you tomorrow before we went home, but maybe now's better. He put his soft fingers against my cheek. You've been my rock for 4 years now, my lifeline. I can't even tell you what that's meant to me. I'll never be able to repay all the kindness you've shown me. I haven't done anything, I said, confused. He nodded, still solemn. You have. You've been amazing. And I want you to know how much it means to me. I want you to know. His chin trembled a bit as he struggled to say whatever it was he needed to say. I love you so much. Not in that messy, mushy, romantic way, but you've truly shown me what it means to have a friend. I still didn't think I'd done anything to warrant such a confession, but there was no point in arguing. Instead, I put my hand behind his neck and pulled him into a kiss. Up until that point, the sex between us had been fun and playful. This time, it was slow and tender, some new understanding solidifying between us. Maybe it was because he let me truly kiss him for the first time. Maybe it was the tears that continued to dampen his cheeks. It was my first experience with sex meaning something more than just getting off. The moment I realized emotions could change everything. I wouldn't quite have called it making love, but it was damn close. When it was over, he settled against me. Friends, right? He whispered. I put my arm around him and kissed his forehead. Definitely. Not like any other friendship I'd ever had, but then again it was Cole. How could it be? The next morning I woke in his bed to find him watching me. It was disconcerting, to say the least. What? I asked, rubbing my eyes. Was I talking in my sleep again? No. He reached out and took my hand, and something about his expression told me this was serious. Jared, you're too good of a friend for me to keep to myself. What do you mean? Brian changed majors late in our sophomore year. He isn't graduating yet either. So, what does that have to do with me? He might need you next year, and if he does, I want you to be there for him. If he extends some kind of olive branch, I want you to take it. I haven't even talked to him since he moved out. I know. You mean more to me than he does, and I appreciate that more than you know. He squeezed my fingers and gave me a sad smile. I want you to promise me anyway, Jared. Please. It was an easy enough promise to make. I didn't actually think I'd have to keep it. The last 2 months of school were hectic. Partying and drinking became things we'd do again once summer came. In the meantime, we studied. Being his senior year, Cole especially was under the gun. Writing so many epic-length essays had made me glad I wasn't in the College of Liberal Arts. Twice in those 2 months he held his hand out to me and said, "Come to bed with me." I never initiated the sex, but I didn't turn it down when he offered either. If that made me a bad person. Well, I figured I'd have good company in hell. The third time he took me into his bed was the night before graduation, and we spent a couple of hours burning off some post-finals stress. You still don't know where you're staying next year? He asked me as we lay in bed together afterward. No. Our lease would be up at the end of May, and he'd be gone. I could go home to Coda for the summer. I could stay in Fort Collins. Either way, it didn't feel urgent. I could always fall back on my parents until school started again at the beginning of September. Are you ready for graduation tomorrow? I asked. Sure. What's to be ready for? I already did the hard part, graduated with a GPA above 3.0. He gave a half-hearted shrug. I've fulfilled the requirements left in my father's will. I'm now even richer than I was before. Drinks are on you, then, I teased. We'll go out and celebrate after the ceremony tomorrow, right? He hesitated for a moment, then, Sure, of course, honey. He was gone by the time I dragged my lazy ass out of bed the next morning, but that didn't surprise me. After all, he had to get to campus, find his place in line, do the whole picture rigmarole. The only thing I had to do was show up at the last minute and find a place to sit. Moby Gym was packed by the time I arrived. I halfway wished I'd thought to find out if any of my friends would be there as spectators, but I hadn't. I found a lone seat and waded through a ridiculous number of speeches. It wasn't until they called his name that I realized my mistake. I left the ceremony immediately, even though it disrupted everybody in my row. Of course Cole wasn't marching. Why would he? He had no family, nobody to take pictures of him in his cap and gown, nobody to cheer when his name was called except for me. Cole, I called as I entered our apartment. The majority of the furniture remained, but the space felt empty nonetheless. He was gone. I found only a note taped to my bedroom door. Jared, it's cowardly of me to leave a note rather than saying goodbye in person, but I knew I'd be a blubbering mess. I hope you'll forgive me for sneaking out. I don't need the furniture. Keep whatever you want. Some men will be by at 4 on May 31st to take away what's left. I'll be back to see you next year, as many times as I can manage. I dare say you'll be sick of seeing me by the end, but I'll miss you too much to stay away. I meant what I said in Mazatlan. I love you with all my heart. Some things really are meant to be, Jared. Our friendship is one of them. Devoted to you forever and ever, Cole. P.S. I expect you to keep your promise. I sat down on the couch with the note in my hand, telling myself the itch behind my eyes was only allergies. It was just like him to sneak away, but to leave such a generous parting gift. I could hardly hold it against him. I glanced around at the furniture. It was nicer by far than anything I owned. The only thing I'd be leaving for the movers was the crap I'd been using since my sophomore year. I hated that I had to face my final year without him, but that was 3 months away, and I still hadn't decided what I was doing for the summer. I was debating my options when somebody knocked on the front door. It was a hesitant knock, as if the person wasn't sure they wanted me to hear or not. When I opened the door, I found Brian, looking more than a little apprehensive. "Hey," he said, and then he seemed to run out of words. "Hey." He glanced nervously behind me, obviously trying to figure out if Cole was still there. "He already left," I said. "Is that who you came to see?" "No, I came to see you. I wasn't sure if I hoped he'd be here, or if I hoped he'd be gone." I didn't know what to say to that, so I said nothing. "Listen, I can't stand to come in there. It'll only remind me of him." He tipped his head toward the parking lot in the sunshine. "How about you come out instead?" "Sure." We went wordlessly down the stairs to sit on the bottom step, staring west at the glorious Rocky Mountains. The grass hadn't been mowed in a while, and he pulled up a handful and began shredding it. "What are you doing for the summer?" "Going home." I hadn't been sure of it until that moment, but suddenly I wanted nothing more than to be in Coda, tucked away in the rolling foothills. I wanted to spend the entire summer mountain biking and camping with my brother and helping out at my parents' auto parts store. Colorado owned my heart, and I knew right then I'd never leave it. What about you? A quick trip back to Texas, but mostly I'll be here. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. You're coming back next year, right? Yep. Still need 16 more credits. Me too. Do you want... I could tell how hard it was for him to push the words out, but I was okay letting him struggle. Well, I could really use a roommate for next year. No boyfriends right now you want to live with? He shook his head and tore up another handful of grass. I'm not doing that anymore. Funny that he and Cole had come to the same conclusion, almost using the exact same words even. Not doing what exactly? Although I thought I knew. It took him a minute to answer, and when he did, his voice was quiet with embarrassment. This wasn't the kind of talk we were used to having. I realized I'd been trying too hard to replace him. I think I need to quit for now, you know. Just wait until something feels as right as that one did. He sighed. If it ever does. Cole had predicted Brian would need me. He'd made me promise I'd be there for him, if I could. I know things have been weird between us, he said, but what do you say? We're still friends, right? How about we finish this the way we began? I smiled, shaking my head, marveling at how Cole always managed to be right. If forced to choose between them, I'd choose Cole every time. But Cole didn't want me to choose. In some strange way, I was his parting gift to Brian, the way the furniture was his parting gift to me.